Chapter 1385. Beneath the rubble, the serene green palace was still intact. Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong stood in front of the serene green palace, their expressions grave. The serene green palace was one of the 7 palaces in 13 palaces. Just the winged serpent guarding the serene green palace was so powerful. One could imagine that the serene green palace definitely contained an important inheritance. "This is the serene green palace," Jian Wuhong said softly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings. The place where Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong were was a plaza. The plaza was covered in dust. It was clear that it had undergone the baptism of time. There were 3 palaces in front of the plaza. In the middle palace was a golden plaque with the words Serene Green Palace written on it. The left palace was the library pavilion. The right palace was the Divine Wind Pavilion. According to its name, the Serene Green Palace in the middle should be the main hall of the Serene Green Palace. As for the library pavilion on the left, it should be similar to the main hall, where cultivation techniques were stored. As for the Divine Wind Pavilion on the right, Fang Chun was a bit confused. "Let's go in and take a look." Jian Wuhong turned to Fang Chun. Fang Chun nodded. The 2 of them entered the main hall first. Buzz! As soon as they entered the main hall, they felt a boundless aura spread out. Then a soaring battle intent pressed down on them. Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong were startled. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The main hall's doors were closed, trapping the 2 of them inside. "This is..." Fang Chun stabilized himself, his pitch-black eyes staring ahead. Under his gaze, a strange aura erupted from the throne at the front of the hall. Following that, the strange aura scattered around the throne. Crash! A group of people instantly appeared in front of the throne. They were all filled with unyielding battle intent. "What is this?" Jian Wuhong hastily asked. These people's auras were very powerful, giving her a sense of pressure. They seem to be puppets. Fang Chun found that these people were somewhat wooden. They didn't seem to be living people. "These are the Serene Green Guards." Just as Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong were in shock, a voice suddenly entered their ears. This was Serpentwing's voice. "Dark Azure Guards." Fang Chun was a little surprised when he heard that. The Dark Azure Guard was the strongest troop under Palace Lord Dark Azure's command. However, with the fall of Palace Lord Dark Green, the Dark Green Guards were wiped out as well. Serpentwing continued. For countless years after the Dark Azure Guards died, their resentment entered their bodies, and they maintained their walking corpses for a very long time just to protect the Dark Azure Palace. Hearing this, Fang Chun was moved. He had guarded the Serene Green Palace when he was alive, and he still had such a strong obsession even after his death. These Dark Blue Guards were extremely loyal to the Dark Blue Palace Lord. Even if he died, he would protect the Serene Green Palace. "You have broken through my blockade, but you're only qualified to enter the Serene Green Palace." Serpent Wing continued. "Only by truly defeating the Dark Azure Guards will one have a chance to obtain the inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace. Otherwise, only death awaits." Hearing this, Jian Wuhong was a little speechless. Fang Chun said, "These Dark Azure Guards have an extremely powerful aura, especially after their battle intent is connected. They can even explode with powerful strength. When they were alive, they were at least creation tier elites. It's too difficult to defeat such a powerful troop. Actually, with your strength, you have a slim chance of survival." As time passes, the resentment on the Dark Azure Guards continues to weaken. Right now, the Dark Azure Guards are only equivalent to 9th layer Heavenly Body tier martial artists, Serpentwing said. Fang Chun pursed his lips. Even if they were equivalent to 9th layer Heavenly Body tier martial artists, their battle intent was connected, and their battle prowess was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. "You have no other choice." Serpentwing fell silent after he finished speaking. No matter how Fang Chun tried to communicate with him, he ignored him. In the end, Fang Chun glanced at Jian Wuhong, his face filled with helplessness. "We can only fight," Fang Chun said. Jian Wuhong nodded, her aura rippling, her battle intent overflowing. When Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong were fighting, the Dark Azure Guards moved. At their peak, the Dark Azure Guards had a total of 138 people. Now, however, there were only 36 people. However, even so, they could not be underestimated. The 30 Dark Azure Guards exploded with powerful auras. As they made their moves, their fighting spirit instantly appeared above their heads. Battle intent took form. This could only be done when one's battle intent reached an extremely high level. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. The Dark Azure Palace Master was truly a genius. He actually had such a powerful troop under his command. However, now was not the time for him to ponder. Fang Chun used the spatial strangulation technique, and his body passed through the void, directly entering the middle of the Dark Azure Guards. At the same time, Jian Wuhong's sword danced with a domineering sword light. With Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong's attacks added together, they could even put up a fight against Ku Shu, who was ranked first on the Magnificent Heaven roll. However, facing the Dark Azure Guards, they finally understood what a true troop was. Something like battle intent was of no use to ordinary martial artists. However, it was extremely useful to a true troop. The members of the Dark Azure Guard were able to manifest their battle intent, which greatly increased their strength. The 36 Dark Azure Guards quickly spread out, surrounding Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong in the middle. At the same time, the 36 battle intents above their heads quickly merged together. Dong! When the battle intents completely merged, the 36 Dark Azure Guards seemed to become one. Their every action was actually exactly the same. Our minds are connected. Fang Chun cursed inwardly. His body was forced to reveal itself by the Dark Azure Guards. Jian Wuhong's attacks were also broken down by the Dark Azure Guards. What do we do? Jian Wuhong was somewhat anxious. Fang Chun's brows were also furrowed as he rapidly pondered. A moment later, Fang Chun roared, "You attract their attacks." Jian Wuhong nodded and quickly waved the sword in her hand. A fierce attack once again unfolded, instantly attracting the Dark Azure Guards' attacks. The gazes of the 36 Dark Azure Guards all focused on Jian Wuhong. A saber appeared in each of their hands. Swish! 36 saber lights slashed through the air, smashing into Jian Wuhong's sword light. Crack! The sword light shattered, and Jian Wuhong suffered a powerful backlash and rapidly retreated. Just as the 36 saber lights were about to strike Jian Wuhong, space suddenly rippled and the primordial killing formation appeared. Just now, Fang Chun had used Jian Wuhong to attract the Dark Azure Guard's attacks, while quickly setting up the primordial killing formation. Rumble! Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong hid within the primordial killing formation. The Dark Azure Guard's attacks continuously struck the primordial killing formation. Whoosh! Fang Chun let out a sigh of relief. The primordial killing formation had blocked the Dark Azure Guard's attacks, allowing him to relax a bit. We can't continue like this. The Dark Azure Guard attacks are very strong, and their battle intent is still rising. If their battle intent rises to its peak, we'll definitely die, Jian Wuhong said anxiously. Fang Chun nodded and said, "We must use the primordial killing formation as a foundation to ambush the Dark Azure Guards. As long as we heavily injure one of them, their battle intent won't be able to match, and their battle strength will definitely drop." All right, Jian Wuhong nodded. Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong fought the Dark Azure Guards within the Dark Azure Palace. And outside, above the ruins, an uninvited guest had arrived. This person was bald, and from his clothes, he seemed to be a monk. Dark Azure Palace. This person wore plain clothes and muttered to himself. If there were martial practitioners from the Qingyuan archipelago here, they would definitely recognize this person. He was the 21st ranked expert on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago, Wood Buddha. He mainly cultivated the Buddhist Dharma and had converted to Buddhism long ago. The Buddhist Dharma he cultivated was broad and profound, and he even had a Buddhist expert as his master. The creation realm experts of the Qingyuan archipelago all believed that Wood Buddha could inherit his master's legacy and become a Buddhist expert. In this trip to the coiling moon celestial cave, Wood Buddha's goal was to find celestial chi and break through to the creation realm. Once a Buddhist cultivator stepped into the creation realm, their strength would far surpass other cultivators of the same cultivation level. Wood Buddha arrived above the ruins and frowned slightly when he saw the corpses on the ground. Someone came before me. Just as Wood Buddha spoke, Snake Wing appeared. I'm the guardian of the dark azure palace. You can enter if you defeat me, Snake Wing said. Defeat you? Wood Buddha asked. Don't worry, my cultivation level will be suppressed to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, Snake Wing continued. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Wood Buddha's face. Then he attacked at lightning speed. A golden Buddhist light appeared above his head, its power boundless. The battle went on for about 2 hours, and Wood Buddha defeated Snake Wing by a single move. You can enter, Snake Wing said. Someone else went in before me? Wood Buddha asked. 2 people, Snake Wing said. Then Wood Buddha nodded and entered the dark azure palace. In front of the dark azure palace, Wood Buddha looked at the tightly shut doors, recalling Snake Wing's words. Snake Wing had told Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong before, so Wood Buddha naturally told Snake Wing. Defeat the dark azure guards. Wood Buddha leisurely walked toward the main palace, and then gently pushed open the doors. Instantly, he saw 36 dark azure guards madly attacking the Chaos Origin killing formation. What a powerful battle intent. Wood Buddha was slightly surprised. Then he made his choice. It was impossible for him to deal with the dark green guards alone. Let's work together. Wood Buddha quickly entered the Chaos Origin killing formation. Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong were slightly surprised when they saw this. It's too difficult to defeat the Dark Azure Guards with just the 2 of you. How about the 3 of us work together? Wood Buddha said. Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong exchanged a look. My name is Wood Buddha. If you know anything about the Qingyuan archipelago, you should have heard of my name, Wood Buddha continued. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then she nodded. Okay, the 3 of us will work together. Jian Wuhong had heard of Wood Buddha before and was well aware of his strength. Chapter 1386. The 3 of them worked together, using the Chaos Origin killing formation as a foundation to hunt down the Nether Azure Guards. However, the 36 Nether Azure Guards were of one mind, and their fighting spirit was linked. As long as one of them was attacked, the other 35 would instantly help. During the battle, the Wooden Buddha was also secretly observing Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong. This person is only at the 5th level of the heavenly body tier. After discovering Fong Chun's cultivation level, the Wooden Buddha's eyes flashed. In the end, he concluded that Fong Chun had been able to enter because of Jian Wuhong. His gaze moved from Fong Chun to Jian Wuhong. This red-clothed girl is very strong. The Wooden Buddha felt a sliver of threat. While he was fighting, he was also calculating. Kill. Fong Chun used the space strangulation technique, and his figure flashed, appearing and disappearing. He posed a great threat to the Nether Azure Guards. However, even after a long time, he was unable to pose any real threat. This made Fong Chun very anxious. After a long time, Fong Chun thought of a countermeasure. I'll take on the attacks of one of the Nether Azure Guards. You 2 focus your attacks. Fong Chun's voice traveled into the ears of the Wooden Buddha and Jian Wuhong. The 2 nodded, and then golden light circulated around Fong Chun's body. Sword-shaped seals flickered, and his perfect sword body was activated to the extreme. Wong. He took a step and quickly disappeared into the void. When he next appeared, he suddenly appeared in front of one of the Nether Azure Guards. Pung! Fong Chun fiercely punched out, smashing into the Nether Azure Guard's body. At the same time, the Nether Azure Guard's attack also landed on Fong Chun. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The perfect sword body blocked most of the attacks, but a small portion of the attacks still landed on his body. Dong! At the same time, Jian Wuhong and the Wooden Buddha's powerful attacks whistled through the air. Fong Chun used the space strangulation technique to deal a fatal blow to the Nether Azure Guard. Then, He moved and used the Chaos Origin killing formation to block the attacks of the other 35 Nether Azure guards. Crack! The primordial Chaos killing array instantly shattered. At the same time, the Dark Azure guard that had been attacked by Jian Wuhong and the Wood Buddha was heavily injured. He flew backwards and crashed heavily into the wall of the hall. Bang Fangchen's body also fell to the ground. Fortunately, he had the perfect sword body and the origin killing array. Otherwise, he would have really died here. Oh! Fangchen took a deep breath as exhaustion appeared on his face. With the battle will link broken, the battle wills of the 35 Dark Azure guards were unable to fuse together, causing their battle power to plummet. For the rest of the battle, Fangchen didn't move. It was completely a battle between the Wooden Buddha and the Red Sword. 15 minutes later, the 36 Dark Azure guards were all sent flying. Pass! Serpentwing's voice entered their ears. In an instant, the Dark Azure guards disappeared. It was as if it had disappeared from the world forever. Fangchen was panting as he sat on the ground to recover. Jian Wuhong looked at Fangchen and asked, "Are you all right?" If it weren't for Fangchen, they wouldn't have had such a good chance. It was all thanks to Fangchen that they were able to defeat the Dark Azure guards. However, the Wooden Buddha didn't think so. "I'm fine." Fangchen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. However, right at the moment when Jian Wuhong was walking toward Fangchen, the Wooden Buddha beside her suddenly emitted a golden Buddhist light. He gathered power in his palm and slammed it towards Jian Wuhong. Pucci! Caught off guard, Jian Wuhong's body flew backwards. She spat out blood as her aura plummeted. Damn it! Fangchen cursed as he got up and caught Jian Wuhong's body. Jian Wuhong's clothes were already in tatters, and a deep handprint could be clearly seen. Jian Wuhong's aura was somewhat weak. She had been heavily injured and had lost the ability to fight. Her face was filled with pain. Fangchen took out some healing pills from his interspatial ring and placed them in her mouth. Focus on recovering. After placing Jian Wuhong on the ground, Fangchen stood up and looked at the Wooden Buddha with his pitch-black eyes. "You attacked a woman?" asked Fangchen. "If my guess is correct, she should be Jian Wuhong, ranked 3rd on the Tianhua ranking. She's a great threat to me. With her here, I definitely won't be able to obtain the inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace," sneered the Wooden Buddha. After successfully sneak attacking Jian Wuhong, he no longer had anything to fear. The inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace was destined to be his. "I didn't think that the 21st ranked Wooden Buddha of the Qingyuan ranking would be so despicable," said Jian Wuhong. "Everything was for the inheritance." The Wooden Buddha was very calm, as if sneak attacking was nothing to him. He had heard that Jian Wuhong was very strong. However, he had never seen Fangchen before. How laughable. You think you can obtain the inheritance of the Dark Azure Palace just because you heavily injured Jian Wuhong? Sneered Fangchen. "Brat, you think you can threaten me with your puny cultivation base," sneered the Wood Buddha. "Although you have a strong spatial true intent, you were injured in the battle just now. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." The Wooden Buddha didn't think that Fangchen was much of a threat. Fangchen walked towards the Wooden Buddha step by step. His aura leaked out and a wild sword chi spread out. His pitch-black eyes were filled with killing intent. "Is that so? Then I want to see just how you'll kill me." "Brat, you still dare to be arrogant even now?" sneered the Wooden Buddha. His figure flashed, and golden Buddhist light shone brightly as he unleashed a powerful attack. Seeing this, Fangchen activated his perfect sword body. Astral energy surged as he used the space-time strangulation art. Whoosh! That was only a superficial wound. It didn't affect his strength too much. After using the space-time strangulation art, the Wooden Buddha couldn't even catch Fangchen's figure. "What's going on?" The Wooden Buddha was shocked. He couldn't catch this person's figure. "Idiot!" As soon as Fangchen finished speaking, he appeared. His body was twisted to the extreme. His legs formed the shape of scissors as he clamped them around the Wooden Buddha's neck. "I don't even need to use my full strength to deal with trash like you." With a sneer, he fully activated the space-time strangulation art. Crack! The Wooden Buddha felt some pain in his neck. Then he saw blood flowing out. "You're courting death." The wooden Buddha was furious and wanted to fight back. However, before he could finish, he lost control of his body. Then he looked at Fang Chun, dumbfounded. "What's wrong with you? Are you surprised?" Fang Chun had already stopped attacking and was looking at the wooden Buddha. "Next time, you have to find out your opponent's background. Otherwise, you'll die miserably." "All right, there won't be a next time." Crack! The wooden Buddha's eyes widened as he looked at his body in disbelief. His neck was separated from his body, and his primordial spirit was rapidly dissipating. "I don't want to die." The wooden Buddha struggled with all his might, but it was useless. "Remember, my name is Fang Chun." Bang! The wooden Buddha's body was separated from his head, and he died instantly. The wooden Buddha, who was ranked 21st on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago, died just like that. If he had known that Fang Chun was ranked 10th on the Tianhua ranking, he wouldn't have underestimated him. The Qingyuan ranking was similar to the Tianhua ranking. It was a ranking of the younger generation of the archipelago. With Fang Chun's strength, he could be ranked in the top 10 on the Qingyuan ranking. The gap between him and the wooden Buddha was huge. The wooden Buddha thought that he could kill Fang Chun and obtain the inheritance of the serene green palace after injuring Jian Wuhong. What a joke! On an island far away in the sky above the void ocean. This was the core of the Qingyuan archipelago, Qingyuan Island. On a mountain peak shrouded in clouds, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. The wooden Buddha is dead. The wooden Buddha was his disciple, and he sensed it the moment he died. "Who was it that killed my disciple?" The old man's face was ferocious as he roared. Then he stood up and took a step forward, disappearing into the void. On this day, something shocking happened on the Qingyuan archipelago. The wooden Buddha, who was ranked 21st on the Qingyuan ranking, died. The wooden Buddha's master was enraged, and he personally entered the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave to find the murderer. The wooden Buddha was an extremely dazzling existence, especially his achievements in Buddhism. He was seen as the only martial artist who could inherit his master's legacy. However, he died not long after entering the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave. There was a huge uproar on the Qingyuan archipelago. Fang Chun, who was in the Coiling Moon Fairy Cave, had no idea. After killing the wooden Buddha, Serpent Wing's voice sounded again. "I wanted to tell you that only 2 people can obtain the inheritance of the serene green palace. I didn't expect one to die in the blink of an eye." Serpent Wing laughed. Hearing this, Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong listened carefully. "I believe you can see that the left side of the main hall is the library, and the right side is the Divine Wind Pavilion. You can only choose one." Serpent Wing said, "I'll give you half an hour." Hearing this, Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong frowned and thought quickly. There must be a secret technique in the library. But what is in the Divine Wind Pavilion? Fang Chun could vaguely feel that the Divine Wind Pavilion was not simple. Moreover, he came from the Divine Wind country, so he had a special feeling for the 2 words Divine Wind. After a while, Fang Chun made his decision. "I choose the Divine Wind Pavilion." Fang Chun looked at Jian Wuhong. The latter was surprised and touched, thinking that Fang Chun deliberately gave up the library to her. "You don't have to do this," Jian Wuhong said. "I've already made my decision, and I won't change it easily." Fang Chun said, "Besides, the inheritance of the Divine Wind Pavilion is not necessarily worse than the library." Seeing this, Jian Wuhong did not try to persuade him anymore. Half an hour passed in a flash. "Have you made your choice?" Serpent Wing asked. "I choose the Divine Wind Pavilion." Fang Chun said. Crash. CCC Pavilion. Fang Chun's figure vanished into thin air. "You've entered the library." After saying this, Serpent Wing sent Jian Wuhong into the library. The huge serene green palace fell into silence again, and the door was closed. As for the book collection pavilion and the Divine Wind Pavilion, they instantly lit up. After so many years, someone had finally defeated the Serene Green Guards. Chapter 1387. Book Collection Pavilion. After Jian Wuhong entered, she was surprised to find that there were many books here. At first glance, these books were actually all secret techniques. So powerful. The strength of a secret technique could determine a martial artist's future achievements. Jian Wuhong did not expect that there would be so many secret techniques in the book collection pavilion. Choose one of them. Serpent Wing's voice sounded. Jian Wuhong nodded and began to choose. About an hour later, she had finished looking around the book collection pavilion. The majority of the secret techniques here were low-grade and mid-grade secret techniques. There were very few high-grade secret techniques. As for top-grade secret techniques, even in Serene Green Palace, they were considered very high-grade. It seemed that this book collection pavilion was specially prepared for disciples of Serene Green Palace. After looking around, Jian Wuhong's gaze fell on a yellowed book. This book was one of the top-grade secret techniques, called Serene Green Movement Technique. Serene Green Movement Technique, when cultivated to the peak, could increase one's speed. After reading the introduction of Serene Green Movement Technique, Jian Wuhong made her decision. She chose Serene Green Movement Technique. Her attack power was already strong enough, but her speed was still very slow. This was her weakness. I choose Serene Green Movement Technique, Jian Wuhong said. Buzz. As soon as Jian Wuhong finished speaking, Serpent Wing transmitted, "Congratulations, you have chosen Serene Green Movement Technique." One could hear that Serpent Wing's voice was filled with joy. Pour in star power and activate Serene Green Movement Technique. Serpent Wing reminded. Jian Wuhong nodded and poured in star power, activating the yellowed book. Voila! A vast amount of serene green energy came out of the yellowed book. Then a shocking message entered Jian Wuhong's body. This is... Jian Wuhong was stunned for a moment before becoming overjoyed. This was the inheritance left behind by Palace Master Serene Green. She did not expect to obtain it so easily. Your luck is very good. Almost all martial artists who enter the book collection pavilion will not choose Serene Green Movement Technique. They will not hesitate to choose a secret technique with tyrannical attack power. Serpent Wing slowly said, however, what they do not know is that Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance is left behind in Serene Green Movement Technique. Only martial artists who choose the Serene Blue Movement Technique are qualified to receive Palace Master Serene Blue's inheritance. Serpent Wing continued, but you don't have to be anxious. Wait until you've cultivated the Serene Green Movement Technique to the perfection realm before you begin accepting Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong was overjoyed. The Palace Master of Serene Green Palace was the Palace Master of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. His strength was needless to say. The inheritance left behind must be extraordinary. Thank you, Senior. Jian Wuhong cupped her hands in thanks. Serpent Wing said, you obtained all of this on your own. No need to thank me. All right, you can leave now. After saying that, Winged Serpent sent Jian Wuhong out of the library. Jian Wuhong felt her vision darken, and in the next moment, she appeared outside the Serene Green Palace. Feng Chun hasn't come out yet. Jian Wuhong looked in the direction of the Divine Wind Pavilion. There was still light there. Clearly, Feng Chun had not come out yet. At this moment, in the Divine Wind Pavilion, Feng Chun was playing with a palm-sized golden metal piece. This metal piece was triangular. The word serene was written on the front, while the word serene was drawn on the back. Could it be Palace Master Serene Green's command medallion? Muttered Feng Chun. After entering the Divine Wind Pavilion, he found that it was completely empty. There was nothing here. There was only a single golden metal piece lying on the ground. That made him very curious. But after carefully searching, there really was nothing there. Whatever. If there's nothing, then there's nothing. Feng Chun spread his hands and placed the golden metal piece into his interspatial ring. Then he left the Divine Wind Pavilion. How was it? As soon as he came out, he saw Jian Wuhong. Feng Chun hastily asked, my harvest wasn't bad. I obtained Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance. Jian Wuhong didn't hide anything from Feng Chun. That's great. Feng Chun was also happy for Jian Wuhong. What about you? Asked Jian Wuhong. I didn't get anything. The only thing in the Divine Wind Pavilion is this golden metal piece. Feng Chun took out the metal piece and showed it to Jian Wuhong. When the latter heard this, He frowned slightly in disbelief. How could that be? Who knows? Perhaps this metal piece hides a heaven-shaking secret. Fang Chun was actually quite optimistic. Crash! At this moment, Serpentwing appeared. It floated in the air, its pitch-black eyes looking at the two of them. Brat, do you know what this golden metal piece is? Fang Chun shook his head. If he knew, would he still act like this? I can tell you without any exaggeration that this metal piece is not any less precious than Palace Master Serene Green's inheritance, said Serpentwing. Fang Chun was even more flabbergasted. He looked at the golden piece of metal lying quietly in his palm in disbelief. You should know that the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave has 7 mansions and 13 palaces, right? Asked Serpentwing when he saw Fang Chun's expression. Fang Chun nodded, his fiery eyes looking at Serpentwing. The 7 mansions and 13 palaces all have their own medallions. Once you gather all 13 medallions, you can open a cave of treasures, said Serpentwing. Fang Chun's heart trembled. He hadn't expected this metal piece to be hiding such a huge secret. Within this cave of treasures is the Coiling Moon War Immortal's inheritance. If you can obtain it, your future will be limitless, said Serpentwing. The Coiling Moon War Immortal's inheritance. Fang Chun's eyes blazed. You're not the only one who has discovered the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. Some of the other medallions have also appeared. If you want to snatch the medallions from others, it'll depend on your own ability, said Serpentwing. All right, the Serene Green Palace is about to fall silent. You can leave. Without waiting for Fang Chun to reply, Serpentwing waved his hand. The Serene Green Palace instantly vanished. As for Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong, they appeared above the ruins. The ruins were still ruins. There had been no change. Only Fang Chun knew that the Serene Green Palace beneath the ruins would most likely never appear again. Senior, we'll be leaving, said Fang Chun with cupped fists. Then, he left with Jian Wuhong. Jian Wuhong had been ambushed by Mu Fo and had yet to recover from her injuries. She needed Fang Chun to take care of her. However, just as the two of them were about to leave, some figures appeared in front of them. Hurry up, Senior Brother Mu Fo's aura is coming from here. The leader of the group said in a deep voice. There were about a dozen martial artists, and almost all of them were experts on the Qingyuan leaderboard. However, the strongest person was only ranked 75th on the Qingyuan leaderboard. These people had all followed Mu Fo into the Coiling Moon Divine Cave. They had supreme treasures on them that could sense Mu Fo's aura. Not long ago, they sensed Mu Fo's arrival and quickly came to look for him. However, halfway through, they found that Mu Fo's aura had disappeared. This gave them a bad premonition. Whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen martial artists hurried over. After a while, they found Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong. Yes, the leader ignored the two of them at first. However, after seeing Jian Wuhong, he stopped in his tracks. She has Senior Brother Mu Fo's aura on her. In an instant, the leader concluded that this person must have been injured by Mu Fo. Stop! The leader of the group scolded. The others immediately surrounded them. Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong stopped in their tracks. What do you mean? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. Have you seen Senior Brother Mu Fo? The leader asked. No. Fang Chun did not want to cause more trouble, so he said directly. You're lying. Her injuries were clearly caused by Senior Brother Mu Fo. You must have fought with Senior Brother Mu Fo. The leader said coldly. To be able to escape from Senior Brother Mu Fo's injuries, it seems that you're not weak. Attack! As soon as the leader finished speaking, he waved his hand and shouted loudly. Immediately, more than a dozen martial artists attacked. Courting death. Fang Chun frowned. These people saw Jian Wuhong injured and thought that the two of them were pushovers. How ridiculous! Bang! Fang Chun punched out and directly killed the disciple closest to him, causing his head to explode. Yes. Seeing this, the few people who were attacking were a little shocked and slowed down. However, Fang Chun attacked. Bang! Bang! Every time he punched out, a person would be killed. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen martial artists were killed. The leader was terrified. This person was so strong. Could it be that senior brother Mu had also been killed? Thinking of this, the leader's body trembled and he knelt on the ground. Hero, please spare me. Bang! Fong Chun smashed his head into pieces with a punch. Then, he left with sword dance Hong. On the martial path, one could not be soft-hearted. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. So Fong Chen's principle was very simple. If anyone wanted to kill him, he would mercilessly kill them. He did not even fear senior brother Mu Fo. What could a dozen martial artists do to him? After searching for a long time, Fong Chun brought Jian Wuhong to a hidden cave. Then Fong Chun set up an illusion formation to hide the cave. Within the cave, Jian Wuhong sat on the ground with a pale face. Fong Chun stood at the side. He stretched out his hand and then withdrew it. After pondering for a moment, he stretched it out again and then withdrew it again. He seemed to be unable to make up his mind. Sigh. Fong Chun sighed. After all, Jian Wuhong was a woman. If he wanted to heal her, he would have to take off her clothes. Although Jian Wuhong's back was facing him, they were still skin to skin. I'm fine. Come on. Jian Wuhong's face was red. She closed her eyes and made a mosquito-like sound. Then, her hands trembled as she took off her clothes. Her snow-white skin was instantly exposed. It was fortunate that her back was facing Fong Chun. Otherwise, her towering breasts would have been completely exposed. Jian Wuhong hugged her chest with both hands, trying to calm her heart. Seeing this, Fong Chun took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and placed it on Jian Wuhong's snow-white skin. In an instant, Jian Wuhong's body trembled. 88. 8. Are you okay? Fong Chun hurriedly asked. Jian Wuhong's face was red. She could not open her mouth. Her chest was heaving up and down. One could imagine how nervous Jian Wuhong was. This was the first time in her life that she had such contact with a strange man. Hearing Fong Chun's question, she shook her head. Chapter 1388. The healing process continued. Fong Chun placed his palm on Jian Wuhong's soft back and shook his head. He put away his messy thoughts and focused on healing her. The wooden Buddha's attack was very vicious. Moreover, his palm was poisonous. On Jian Wuhong's back, there was a very deep palm mark. Around the palm mark, there was a black aura. It filled Jian Wuhong's back and formed a sharp contrast with her flawless white skin. Fortunately, the poison was not too strong. With Fong Chun's current strength, he could completely remove it. Back then, he was poisoned by the blood poison that made countless warriors tremble in fear. In the end, he managed to remove it. A mere poison like this was nothing. Fong Chun pressed his palm hard. Immediately, pitch-black blood flowed out from the palm mark. Fong Chun was using his star energy to force out the poison in Jian Wuhong's body. From the beginning to the end, Jian Wuhong's face was red. She lowered her head and did not say a word. Her trembling body proved that she was very nervous. After about an hour, the poison was finally forced out completely. As for Fong Chun, he gently moved his hand away. It's done. Fong Chun wiped the sweat on his forehead and said softly. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong's body stiffened for a moment. Then, she quickly put on her clothes. Thank you. The two words were squeezed out from the gaps of her teeth. After saying this, Jian Wuhong hurriedly walked to a corner of the cave and buried her head in healing. Her hair covered her face. Fong Chun did not know what her expression was. Seeing this, Fong Chun smiled. Then, he stood up and walked to Jian Wuhong's side. He took out a few pills. These are all healing pills. Take them. It won't take long for your injuries to be completely healed. Fong Chun said. Jian Wuhong hesitated for a moment. In the end, she stretched out her white hand and took the pills from Fong Chun. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong stayed in the cave. However, Fong Chun sat cross-legged and cultivated. As for Jian Wuhong, she was wholeheartedly healing. The injuries caused by the wooden Buddha's sneak attack were also gradually recovering. Moreover, Jian Wuhong took the opportunity to cultivate the serene blue movement technique. It had to be said that the serene blue movement technique was indeed profound. Even with her talent, she could only barely understand some of it. She did not even reach the basic level. This made her feel helpless, but also pleasantly surprised. She was helpless because she did not know when she would be able to cultivate the serene blue movement technique to perfection. In serene blue movement technique, Palace Master Serene Blue, Palace Master's inheritance, was definitely not ordinary. However, in the end, the peaceful atmosphere, 3 days at noon, these people were all middle-aged martial artists. Some of them had even lived for more than 10,000 years. Yeah, our talent is only SOSO. If we can't get external help, we will never be able to enter the creation realm. Once our time is up, we will definitely die, another person said. Don't worry. With our strength, as long as we don't meet those peerless powerhouses, we won't be in any danger. The few of them sat on a piece of green stone and discussed with each other. They had been in the coiling moon celestial cave for a while and had not been able to find any immortal chi. They came here by accident and wanted to rest for a while before continuing. However, just as they were discussing, a green-haired elder suddenly looked in the direction of the cave and exclaimed softly, "Old He, what's wrong?" Hearing Old He's exclamation, the others turned around and asked, "There's an illusion array here." Old He frowned and said softly. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed slightly. Immediately, one of them asked, "What's going on?" Old Ho was the only divine array master among them. His attainment in Formation Dao had reached the level of a 6-star Formation Master. At the same time, Old He was the highest-ranked guest elder of the Gu family on the Old Hua Islands. A 6-star Formation Master deserved to be treated this way. This time, they entered the coiling moon celestial cave with Old He, so the other elders were very assured. They had personally experienced Old He's array. It was too powerful. Unless they met a peerless powerhouse, no one would be able to break Old He's array. "Open it and take a look," someone suggested. Old He said, "This illusory formation is quite brilliant." Old He could tell at a glance that the martial artist who set up the illusion array was a powerful formation master. "Old He, can you break it?" another elder asked. Old He nodded. "Although this illusion array is very exquisite, with my attainment, I can break it in minutes." Comparatively speaking, illusory formations were not that powerful. The most important thing was that they could hide and not be discovered by outsiders. However, once they were discovered, they could easily break it. Fang Shun did not expect a 6-star formation master to come here. Old He, quickly break the array. There might be an inheritance or immortal chi inside. The few elders said excitedly. Old He nodded and stood up. A strong formation Dao aura appeared around him. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, rays of light shot out from his body and into the illusion array. Buzz! Ripples appeared on the surface of the illusory formation. Fang Chun, who was cultivating in the cave, suddenly opened his eyes. Fang Chun felt the fluctuation of the illusion array and stood up. Jian Wuhong, who was in the corner, raised her head and looked at Fang Chun. A trace of surprise flashed across her face. After 3 days, Jian Wuhong was no longer shy. Moreover, she did not mention a word about Fang Chun treating her injuries. At this moment, she saw Fang Chen's serious expression and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone is breaking my array," Fang Chun said. Jian Wuhong stood up and walked to Fang Chen's side. Boom! At this moment, the illusion array shattered. Wild laughter came from outside. Then, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The few elders of the Gu family entered the cave with incomparable speed. When they entered the cave, they realized that there were 2 people inside. "Who are you?" one of the elders asked coldly. But soon, another elder recognized the 2 of them. The 10th on the Tianhua ranking, Fang Chun, and the 3rd, Jian Wuhong. "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Old He was also a little surprised. Everyone thinks that Jian Wuhong is pure and innocent. I didn't expect her to meet a man here. How ridiculous. Ha. The elders burst into laughter. Fang Chen saw the insignia on their collars and immediately asked, "Are you from the Gu family?" "Kid, since you know that we are from the Gu family, why don't you obediently accept your punishment?" They were naturally referring to Gu Yu's defeat by Fang Chun. As for Gu Yu's death, they had not found out that Fang Chen was involved. Ridiculous, Fang Chen said coldly. Jian Wuhong's aura shook. She was very angry. As a woman, what she cared about the most was her reputation and integrity. There was nothing in the first place, but if word got out through these people's mouths, they would definitely be laughed at by the world. She would not allow such a thing to happen. Feeling Jian Wuhong's aura, Fang Chen nodded at her and said, "Don't worry, none of you will escape." As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen set up the Chaos Element Killing Array. Rumble, the Chaos Element Killing Array was activated and a murderous aura spread out. The Gu family members were instantly surrounded by the killing array. Old He, break the array. The Gu family members trusted Old He very much. You guys block the array's attack. I will break it, Old He said confidently. Okay. The others desperately blocked the array's attack. Inside the cave, Fang Chen controlled the array formation. Beside him, Jian Wuhong dove into the primordial chaos killing array. These people's insults were enough for her to kill them. Pucci, how could they block Jian Wuhong's anger? With the help of the chaos element killing array, Jian Wuhong's attack power reached its peak. With every slash of her sword, someone would die. With 3 slashes, she killed 3 Gu family elders. Jian Wuhong, are you going to go against my Gu family? One of the elders roared furiously. Yes. Jian Wuhong sneered. She raised her sword and chopped off that elder's head. In the blink of an eye, only Old He was left in the chaos element killing array. I refuse to accept this. As a 6-star formation master, Old He was very confident in his formation skills. However, he was unable to break Fang Chen's chaos element killing array. His eyes widened as his corpse fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open. After killing everyone, the chaos element killing array was deactivated. Jian Wuhong put away her sword and walked out of the cave. What did they say? Before Fang Chen could finish, Jian Wuhong stopped him. They didn't say anything, Jian Wuhong said coldly. Seeing Jian Wuhong's expression, Fang Chen was also stunned. Then he scratched his head awkwardly. The two left side by side. The Gu family elders were also quite pitiful. This was the consequence of having a bad mouth. After a while, Fang Chen and Jian Wuhong arrived at a wasteland. Along the way, the two of them met many cultivators and hurriedly rushed forward. What happened ahead? Fang Chen asked curiously. I don't know. Finally, Fang Chen couldn't take it anymore. His figure flashed, and he arrived beside a martial artist who was rushing forward. Being stopped by Fang Chen, this martial artist was a bit panicked. What happened ahead? Fang Chen asked. The Old Hua Island's Tianhua ranking expert was surrounded by the evil Soul Island's disciples, the martial artist said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a bit surprised. I heard that this Tianhua ranking expert is an expert in formations. The martial artists he brought with him are all dead. He's the only one left, desperately holding on. Every Old Hua Island disciple who heard the news has rushed to the battlefield. Fang Chen took a deep breath. He already knew who this Tianhua ranking expert was. Bai Wuzong, the first disciple of the ancient East sect. Chapter 1389. When he learned that Bai Wuzong was besieged, Fang Chen didn't say a word. He and Jian Wuhong rushed to the battlefield as quickly as they could. Fortunately, they weren't far from the battlefield. In just an hour, they arrived at the battlefield. There were a large number of martial artists here. On one side were the disciples of the Old Hua Islands, led by Bai Wuzong. On the other side were the disciples of the Evil Spirit Islands. The Old Hua Islands disciples who'd come to help Bai Wuzong were all from the Old East Alliance. However, they were too weak to help Bai Wuzong. By the time Fang Chen arrived, they'd already been suppressed. If it weren't for Bai Wuzong's formation, they'd already have been slaughtered. Bai Wuzong was alone, supporting the formation. His white robes were covered in blood. His face was ferocious. The Evil Spirit Island's martial artists were too despicable. If it were one-on-one, he wouldn't fear anyone. But the Evil Spirit Island's martial artists liked to fight in groups. Moreover, one of them was an expert in formations. If it weren't for his interference, Bai Wuzong wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The battlefield was littered with corpses. There were martial artists from the evil spirit islands, as well as Bai Wuzong's brothers. Seeing their corpses, Bai Wuzong threw his head back and roared. He was furious. Bai Wuzong, you're dead. The leader of the evil spirit island's disciples sneered. Xie Fengyun, you despicable bastard. Xie Fengyun was a genius ranked 25th on the evil spirit list. The path of martial arts is one where the strong prey on the weak. Despicable? Xie Fengyun sneered. Crack. As he spoke, Xie Fengyun's large hand pressed down. The formation above Bai Wuzong cracked. Pucci. The martial artist within Bai Wuzong's formation coughed up blood. They were too weak to withstand such a powerful attack. All of you leave, Bai Wuzong roared. If they left, he might have a chance. Brother Bai, we won't leave. That's right. We old East disciples aren't afraid of death. Even if we die, we'll die with Brother Bai. Bai Wuzong was moved by their words. On the other side, Xie Fengyun sneered. Don't leave. A warrior behind Xie Fengyun reminded him. Let's finish this quickly. If other masters from the old Hua Islands come, we'll be in danger. After all, this was the coiling moon immortal cave. It was not suitable for a prolonged battle. Xie Fengyun nodded. Then, the evil aura around him dissipated. Suddenly, the giant hand in the void expanded by more than 10 times. Soon after, he pressed down with his large hand. Cracked the formation that Bai Wuzong had been trying so hard to maintain finally shattered at this moment. Bang, many martial artists fled. However, there were still some martial artists who couldn't escape in time and were crushed to death by Xie Fengyun's giant hand. The moment the formation shattered, Bai Wuzong unleashed a powerful attack, wanting to force Xie Fengyun back. However, he was no longer a match for Xie Fengyun due to the backlash of the formation. With a bang, Bai Wuzong was sent flying by Xie Fengyun. Bai Wuzong, you could die now. With that, Xie Fengyun took a step forward and flew in the direction where Bai Wuzong had been sent flying. Bai Wuzong, who was sent flying, was furious, but there was nothing he could do. However, just as he was about to fight to the death, suddenly a palm landed on his back. Then, his body slowly landed on the ground. He hurriedly turned his head and found that it was Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong. Brother Fang, why are you here? I heard that you were in danger, so I rushed over, Fang Chun said with a smile. Bai Wuzong felt a warmth in his heart. Then, he nodded at Jian Wuhong. The trace of despair in his heart instantly disappeared. It was replaced by confidence. Jian Wuhong alone was enough to deal with Xie Fengyun. Not to mention, there was also a more abnormal Fang Chun. Get lost. As he spoke, Xie Fengyun's attack came whistling. Fang Chun didn't even think and punched out. Xie Fengyun was immediately forced back. Xie Fengyun stabilized his body. His expression changed slightly as he stared at the two people who had suddenly appeared. Xie Fengyun, you can't kill me. Today, you will die here. Bai Wuzong laughed wildly. Oh no, it's Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua ranking, and Fang Chun 10th. The warrior behind Xie Fengyun shouted, Not good. He had done some research on the other 3 islands. Before entering the coiling moon immortal cave, he had memorized the top 100 names of the 3 archipelagos. She was wearing a red dress and looked extremely enchanting. Her sword Qi shot up into the sky. Needless to say, this woman was Jian Wuhong, 3rd on the Tianhua ranking, the top beauty of the old Hua Islands and a genius sword cultivator. Jian Wuhong. Xie Fengyun had heard of Jian Wuhong's name long ago, but he had never seen her before. At this moment, he was looking at Jian Wuhong with a fiery light in his eyes. So beautiful. A touch of lust appeared in Xie Fengyun's eyes. Only a beauty like this is qualified to be my plaything, Xie Fengyun said softly. Boom! As soon as Xie Fengyun finished speaking, the martial artist behind him waved his hand and set up an array, blocking Fang Chun and the others. Kill! Bai Wuzong yelled. The disciples of the old Hua Islands started to counterattack. A moment later, Fang Chun broke the array. The martial artist who set up the array was stunned. He didn't believe that Bai Wuzong could break his array in such a short time. Is there someone else? But before he could react, Jian Wuhong's long sword was pressed against his neck. Pucci. The long sword swung, and a cold light flashed. The martial artist who set up the array was instantly killed. Bang! On the battlefield, a one-sided trend appeared. In a moment, the martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands were all dead. When the last martial artist was killed, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong looked confused. Fang Chun and Xie Fengyan had both disappeared. Did Brother Fang go after Xie Fengyan? Bai Wuzong thought to himself. That was indeed the case. When Xie Fengyan knew about Jian Wuhong, he wanted to retreat. As soon as the martial artist who set up the array, he used an escape technique and quickly fled. However, Fang Chun had already set his eyes on him. The true meaning of time and space was activated to the extreme, constantly traveling through time and space. Xie Fengyan's escape technique was very impressive. However, facing Fang Chun's true meaning of time and space, he didn't have the strength. On a hidden ground far away from the battlefield, the ground suddenly exploded. Then, Xie Fengyan broke out of the ground. He was panting heavily, a little tired. Using the escape technique still had some side effects on him. When I get the immortal chi and step into the creation tier, I'll definitely get Jian Wuhong. A sinister smile flashed across Xie Fengyan's eyes. However, just as he was feeling proud, a powerful aura suddenly spread out. Xie Fengyan's expression changed drastically, and he instantly became alert. Space rippled, and Fang Chun walked out calmly. Xie Fengyan's eyes widened in disbelief. His escape technique was said to be invincible in the heavenly body tier. He didn't understand how this brat found this place. I almost let you escape, Fang Chun said. The true meaning of time and space circled around him, and his aura locked onto Xie Fengyan. Xie Fengyan's strength was inferior to the wooden Buddha. In Fang Chun's eyes, he was already a dead man. Damn it! Xie Fengyan roared and threw a punch. Bang! The two fists collided, and Xie Fengyan's body instantly flew out. In an instant, Xie Fengyan knew that he was no match for this person. Continue. Xie Fengyan gritted his teeth and continued to use the escape technique. His body burrowed into the ground and quickly disappeared. Want to escape? Seeing this, Fang Chun sneered, and with a tap of his foot, disappeared into the void. One in the sky, one in the ground, the two engaged in a speed contest. After about half an hour, Xie Fengyan broke out of the ground again. This was the second time he had used the escape technique, and he was already somewhat exhausted. I don't believe that he can still catch up. However, as soon as Xie Fengyan's voice fell, Fang Chun appeared again. How is this possible? Xie Fengyan cried out involuntarily. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Go to hell. Fang Chun didn't give Xie Fengyan a chance. He threw a punch with all his strength. Xie Fengyan looked up to the sky and roared. Thick flames appeared around him, and at the risk of being seriously injured by Fang Chun, he burrowed into the ground. Still running, Fang Chun frowned and continued to chase. This time, Xie Fengyan burned his own star power to use the escape technique. Even if he escaped this time, he would suffer a strong backlash, and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Damn it! Xie Fengyan cursed as he ran. Burning his own star power, his escape speed was much faster, and it lasted for a long time. In his sea of chi, the star tower began to tremble. Xie Fengyan knew that the star power was exhausted, and the escape technique was about to end. Crash! He broke out of the ground again. Xie Fengyan sat on the ground, and his aura was a bit weak. At this time, not far from Xie Fengyan, a man in black armor had just walked out of the waterfall. Well, it seems to be Xie Fengyan's aura. The man in black armor frowned and disappeared in front of the waterfall in a flash. Xie Fengyan was panting, and his face was pale. He thought that Fang Chun wouldn't appear again, but he was desperate. Only 3 minutes later, Fang Chun appeared again. Let's see where you can run this time. Looking at the weak Xie Fengyan, Fang Chun said coldly. Then he gathered strength in his fist and threw a punch. Xie Fengyan closed his eyes, and his body didn't move. He was desperate, seeing that Fang Chun's fist was about to hit Xie Fengyan's body. Suddenly, a roar came from afar. Stop! This voice contained a domineering aura. As soon as the voice fell, a black light flashed and came in front of Fong Chen's fist. Bang! The black light exploded and blocked Fong Chen's punch. Chapter 1390. The man in black armor flew over. His appearance gave Xie Fengyun, who was in despair, hope once again. "Brother Tianlong, save me!" Xie Fengyun shouted when he saw the man in black armor. "Boy, you've got guts. How dare you kill Xie Fengyun?" The man in black armor said coldly as he stared at Fong Chen. Fong Chen sneered when he heard that. "Only the people of the Evil Soul Islands are allowed to attack others. Others can't attack you," Fong Chen said. Xie Tianlong frowned, and murderous intent filled his heart. "Brother Tianlong, kill him!" Xie Fengyun ran behind Xie Tianlong and shouted crazily. Xie Tianlong was ranked 15th on the Evil Soul list, and he was much stronger than Xie Fengyun. Xie Fengyun had full confidence in Xie Tianlong, believing that he could definitely kill Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen had already sensed Xie Tianlong's aura when he appeared. "Don't worry, he can't escape." The Evil Soul Islands were much stronger than the Old Hua Islands. Therefore, the experts on the Evil Soul list should be more powerful than those on the Tianhua list. Xie Tianlong stared at Fong Chen and flipped his hand. A black light flashed, containing a destructive aura. "Die!" As soon as Xie Tianlong finished his words, he waved his hand. Bang! The black light collided with Fong Chen's fist and exploded. Fong Chen's figure took 3 steps backward. Xie Tianlong, ranked 15th on the Evil Soul list, is only SOSO. Fong Chen sneered. Xie Tianlong's strength was similar to Gu Yu's. They were not on the same level. "Ah!" Xie Tianlong exclaimed softly, as if he was a little surprised. "Brother Tianlong, this is Fong Chen, ranked 10th on the Tianhua list," Xie Fengyun explained. Xie Tianlong nodded. No wonder he was so strong. Ranked 10th on the Tianhua list. Xie Tianlong smiled eerily. "I like to kill geniuses." As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Tianlong attacked. His evil past secret arts were faintly discernible, and their offensive power was extremely strong. However, Fong Chen's attack was even more powerful. Dong! After exchanging a few blows, Xie Tianlong already had the intention to retreat. When did the 10th on the Tianhua list become so strong? In his memory, the 10th on the Tianhua list was about the same as the 15th on the Evil Soul list. As for the current Fong Chen, his strength was on par with his. In fact, Xie Tianlong was wrong. He didn't know that Fong Chen's red glass sword had been taken by Fu Long. He couldn't use any more powerful attacks. Otherwise, how could he, Xie Tianlong, fight against Fong Chen? Xie Tianlong secretly sent a message to Xie Fengyun, telling him to flee. Then, he pretended to attack. When Fong Chen attacked with all his strength, Xie Tianlong's figure flashed, and he immediately fled. Seeing Xie Tianlong. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. His experience was still insufficient. Otherwise, Xie Tianlong would not have escaped. Xie Tianlong's escape technique was clearly much stronger than Xie Fengyun's. Even if he activated the true meaning of time and space with all his might, he still wouldn't be able to catch up. He might as well just give up. Whoosh! His face was originally filled with a wild smile, but at this moment, it instantly froze. Even Xie Tianlong managed to escape. Fong Chen was simply too strong. Xie Fengyun's body flashed as he gritted his teeth and fled. His star power had already been exhausted, so he couldn't use any escape techniques. Therefore, they could only rely on flying. Die! Fong Chen threw out a punch. The vast fist radiance hit Xie Fengyun's head hard. Crack! Xie Fengyun's head exploded, and he died instantly. Fong Chen withdrew his fist and leaped into the air, disappearing into the void. However, after Fong Chen left, a golden figure suddenly appeared in Xie Fengyun's shattered head. This golden man was Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit. Damn that Fong Chen. I will definitely get my revenge. Xie Fengyun roared angrily and prepared to flee. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he would be able to possess another body and be resurrected. Once his primordial spirit was shattered, he would be completely dead. However, just as Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit was about to flee, the space suddenly froze. Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit was shocked. What's going on? In the void, Feng Chun appeared again. I was almost fooled by you. Feng Chun grinned. He really thought that Xie Fengyun was dead, but after he used the true meaning of time and space to leave, suddenly, he felt the fluctuation of primordial spirit. His consciousness was so strong that he instantly felt that Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit was still alive. Then, he quickly returned. Seeing Feng Chun appear, Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit quickly fled. Feng Chun reached out and grabbed his primordial spirit. Feng Chun, let me go. Xie Fengyun begged for mercy. Give me a reason, Feng Chun said. I'm an expert on the evil soul list of the evil soul islands. I'm protected by the master of the islands. If you kill me, it will bring you a fatal disaster. Xie Fengyun hurriedly said. That's not a reason, Feng Chun said. Feng Chun, why can your primordial spirit escape my attack? Feng Chun asked coldly. My primordial spirit is strong, so I can naturally escape your attack. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to any of your requests. At this moment, Xie Fengyun also felt fear and kept begging for mercy. However, in response to his dishonesty, Feng Chun's palm tightened. Immediately, miserable screams came from within the primordial spirit. Not going to say it, right? Feng Chun sneered and continued to exert force. Cracks appeared on Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit. Seeing that his primordial spirit was about to shatter, Xie Fengyun desperately roared. Stop, I'll talk. Isn't this better? Feng Chun no longer exerted force, and Xie Fengyun also stopped screaming. I accidentally discovered a palace and fought with the palace's guardian. I took a feather from it. It was that feather that protected my primordial spirit, said Xie Fengyun. Hearing this, Feng Chun frowned. Then he reached out once more and found the feather on Xie Fengyun's body. That feather was five-colored and incomparably beautiful. It's this feather. The feather lay quietly in his palm. A clear stream of energy flowed into his palm. Yes, it's this feather, said Xie Fengyun. Where is that palace? Feng Chun put away the feather. It's on the Devil Mountain. 10,000 miles north of here, said Xie Fengyun. Feng Chun nodded, secretly delighted. He didn't expect to get the address of another palace after killing Xie Fengyun. This was beyond his expectations. I've already told you. Can you let me go now? Asked Xie Fengyun. Crack. Feng Chun squeezed hard, and Xie Fengyun's primordial spirit shattered. Feng Chun smiled wickedly. When did I say I would let you go? In fact, Feng Chun had already decided that whether Xie Fengyun said it or not, he would die. However, Xie Fengyun still thought that he could escape. 10,000 miles north of here, the Devil Mountain. Feng Chun softly muttered. Then his figure flashed, and he left the place. In a hidden place, Xie Tianlong was panting. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. Feng Chun's strength was too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that he escaped quickly, he would have died by now. Damn you, Xie Tianlong was furious. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in Xie Tianlong's mind. Brother Tianlong, there's a palace on the Devil Mountain. Xie Fengyun's voice came. Xie Tianlong's heart shook, and his face was filled with joy. He naturally knew about the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, but he couldn't find them. One of the 13 palaces. Xie Tianlong was very happy. But immediately, his face became gloomy. Through a secret method, he felt that Xie Fengyun had died. Feng Chun may have also received the news. To be on the safe side, I'll call a few acquaintances to go with me. Xie Tianlong's eyes turned, and he muttered to himself. A few hours later, Feng Chun returned to the battlefield. Jian Wuhong, Bai Wuzong, and the others were still waiting here. They knew that Feng Chun would definitely come back. A mere Xie Fengyun couldn't threaten him. Sure enough, he came back. How was it? Jian Wuhong asked. Feng Chun nodded. Xie Fengyun has been killed by me. Great. Bai Wuzong smiled. However, while killing Xie Fengyun, I encountered Xie Tianlong. What's Xie Tianlong? Hearing this, Bai Wuzong's eyes widened. Where's Xie Tianlong? I scared him away, Fong Chun said as he spread out his hands. Bai Wuzong was speechless, looking at Fong Chun in shock. This freak. They were both martial artists who broke through the extreme realm, but Fong Chun was already so strong that he couldn't even defeat Xie Fengyan. Thinking of this, Bai Wuzong's expression dimmed. Seeing this, Fong Chun guessed Bai Wuzong's thoughts. Then he patted Bai Wuzong's shoulder and comforted him. Brother Bai, with your attainments and formations, it won't be long before you reach the 7 stars realm. If Bai Wuzong could become a 7-star divine array master, his ranking on the Tianhua ranking would quickly rise to the top 10, or even the top 5. Yes, I'll definitely work hard. Bai Wuzong nodded heavily. He had broken through the extreme realm and was very talented. Compared to others, he had too many advantages. He had to make full use of them. But right now, we need to go somewhere, Fong Chun said after a moment. Where? Bai Wuzong asked. One of the 13 palaces, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong were overjoyed, especially Jian Wuhong, who had obtained the serene blue movement technique. She naturally knew that the inheritances of the 13 palaces were very powerful. If they could obtain another inheritance, their strength would definitely increase. After a while, Fong Chun and the other 2 made a decision. The 3 of them would go together. As for the other disciples, they were too weak. They would only die if they went. If the 3 of us work together, there won't be many opponents in the heavenly body realm. Bai Wuzong was very confident. With his formations and Fong Chun and Jian Wuhong's overbearing attacks, there really wouldn't be many opponents in the heavenly body realm. Don't be careless. The other 3 islands also have hidden geniuses. Don't underestimate them, Fong Chun said. Jian Wuhong also nodded. Among the 4 archipelagos, the old China archipelagos was relatively weak. Chapter 1391. A distance of 10,000 miles was really nothing to Fong Chun and the rest. After a few hours, they arrived at the foot of the Demon Evil Mountain. Is that the Demon Evil Mountain? From afar, the mountain seemed to reach the clouds, and there seemed to be a devil at the peak. Demonic chi filled the air around the mountain. The demonic chi here is too dense, said Bai Wuzong. Let's go, said Jian Wuhong. The 3 climbed up the Demon Evil Mountain side by side. As soon as Fong Chun and the others arrived at the top of the mountain, a 5-colored mystical bird appeared instantly. Fong Chun instantly recognized that the feather he had obtained earlier was probably plucked from this 5-colored divine bird. Kid, give me back my feather. This was the first sentence the 5-colored divine bird said after it appeared. This caused Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong to scratch their heads in confusion. Hearing this, Fong Chun chuckled and took out a 5-colored feather. Whoosh! The 5-colored feather returned to the 5-colored divine bird. At this time, the 5-colored divine bird withdrew its aura, and Fong Chun and the others felt relaxed. I am the guardian of the Fire Cloud Palace. You can only enter the Fire Cloud Palace if you defeat me, said the 5-colored divine bird. Its body was covered in flames. Fong Chun and the others looked at each other and prepared to attack. However, at this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the foot of the Demon Evil Mountain. Then, an angry roar resounded through the sky. Fong Chun, you still dare to appear. It was Xie Tianlong's voice. His appearance surprised Fong Chun. Whoosh! Behind Xie Tianlong, there were several figures with strong auras. Xie Tianlong. Fong Chun looked at Xie Tianlong. Brother Ming, this is the person who killed Xie Fengyan, said Xie Tianlong respectfully to the person behind him. Xie Ming, 5th on the evil soul list. Seeing Xie Ming, Jian Wuhong was also startled. Her expression was grave. Even if she faced Xie Ming, she had no chance of winning. Settle your personal grudges first, the 5-colored divine bird said. Xie Ming glanced at Fong Chun, then turned to Jian Wuhong. Sword Dance Red, how have you been? Xie Ming smiled. It was as if he had met Jian Wuhong before. Xie Ming, you want to stop us? Jian Wuhong said coldly. This brat killed Xie Fengyan. I can't just sit by and watch. Xie Ming sneered. Fong Chun was expressionless, while Bai Wuzong was somewhat nervous. Brother Ming, Xie Tianlong called out softly. Xiaming's gaze once again shifted to Fang Chun. Brat, you're quite capable, aren't you? You actually dared to kill Xie Fengyan. Xiaming laughed. Kill yourself here, and I can let them go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Are all the martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands this arrogant? Fang Chun countered with a question. Xiaming's face darkened. In the entire Evil Soul Islands, no one dared to speak to Xiaming like that. And this person was only 10th on the Tianhua ranking. He actually dared to talk back to him. One audacious fellow. Xiaming stepped forward and arrived in front of Fang Chun. What you just said is enough to kill you, said Xiaming. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Fang Chun's attitude was very tough. Fang Chun guessed that Xiaming's strength was on par with Fu Long's. He had a trump card like the space-time strangulation art, so he didn't fear Xiaming. One of his goals in entering the Moon Cave was to find Fu Long. Fang Chun's arrogant attitude had successfully infuriated Xiaming. Xiaming's expression darkened, and he said to the people behind him, I'll stop Jian Wuhong. You guys kill him. After saying that, Xiaming attacked. Just as he had expected, Jian Wuhong attacked at the same time. The two peak geniuses began to fight. Fang Chun exchanged a glance with Bai Wuzong. Brother Bai, are you interested in slaughtering geniuses? Of course. As soon as Bai Wuzong's voice fell, a peak Tier 6 formation was instantly set up. The several martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands, including Xie Tianlong, were instantly surrounded by the formation. At the same time, Fang Chun set up the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. Rumble inside the Chaos Origin Killing Formation, a crazy attack instantly emerged. Fang Chun and Bai Wuzong entered the formation at the same time. Courting death, Xie Tianlong sneered and attacked side by side with the others. However, Fang Chun walked straight towards him. Xie Tianlong, I let you escape last time. This time, you're dead for sure. Fang Chun punched out and directly sent Xie Tianlong flying. The latter exclaimed and his figure flickered, not daring to fight Fang Chun head-on. Let's work together and kill him, Xie Tianlong roared. The others nodded and prepared to encircle Fang Chun. Brother Bai, stop them, said Fang Chun. Bai Wuzong nodded and launched a crazy attack. Fang Chun took a step forward and used the space-time strangulation art. No! Xie Tianlong roared and desperately tried to dodge, but there was nothing he could do. Outside the formation, Xiaming heard Xie Tianlong's miserable cry, and his figure flashed and entered the formation. Bang! At the critical moment, Xiaming blocked Fang Chun's space-time strangulation art. His body was constantly retreating. After stabilizing his body, he looked at Fang Chun with a gloomy face. His heart was a little shaken. That attack just now was too tyrannical. Even he was a little scared. Jian Wuhong and the other two stood side by side and coldly looked at Xiaming and the others. Kid, your strength is beyond my expectations, but won't change anything. Xiaming sneered. Suddenly, Xiaming's big hand stretched out, passing through the void and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun. This sudden attack caused Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong's expressions to change drastically. Crack! Xiaming's big hand grabbed Fang Chun's body. Die! Xiaming laughed sinisterly. Caught by him, Fang Chun was dead for sure. But what shocked him was that Fang Chun's figure was gradually disappearing. At the same time, on the other side of the formation, ripples appeared in the void, and Fang Chun calmly walked out. You want to kill me with this little trick? Fang Chun walked over step by step, his body full of murderous intent. He wanted to kill the warriors of the wicked Spirit Islands. In his mind, the words of the Sword Sect's leader echoed. In a coiling moon cave, don't trust anyone except the ancient Eastern Alliance. And don't be soft-hearted. Otherwise, you'll put yourself in a dangerous situation. Wuhong, you stop Xiaming. Brother Bai, you take full control of the formation. Fang Chun ordered. Jian Wuhong nodded and stopped Xiaming. Bai Wuzong took full control of the formation. A fierce wind blew. Fang Chun stepped forward, like a god of war, and killed his way into the crowd. Space-time strangulation. Fang Chun's figure seemed to merge with the void. Xie Tianlong and the others couldn't find Fang Chun's figure. The moment the ghostly figure appeared, he used his strongest trump card and killed one of the cultivators with one strike. Then he disappeared again. Damn it! Xie Ming was furious and attacked wildly, but Jian Wuhong stopped him. Jian Wuhong, you can't stop me, Xie Ming said coldly. You'll know if you try, Jian Wuhong said calmly. Xie Ming launched a frenzied attack, trying to break free from Jian Wuhong's entanglement and kill Fang Chun. But just as he attacked, another person died under Fang Chen's attack. Pucci. In the blink of an eye, only Xie Tianlong was left. Die! Fang Chun punched Xie Tianlong, and then his figure flashed. He appeared where Xie Tianlong's body had fallen, and used space-time strangulation to kill him. Boom! Xie Ming was completely enraged, and he attacked fiercely. However, in the face of Fang Chun and the other two's combined attacks, they were powerless. Damn it! Xie Ming roared in his heart. He was very unhappy that he was suppressed by the three of them. As the prodigy of the younger generation of the Evil Soul Islands, he came to Demon Evil Mountain with confidence. He didn't expect to be humiliated like this. Xie Ming roared to the sky and fought back with all his might. A shocking battle was happening on the peak of Demon Evil Mountain. However, not far away, there were also several groups of people hurriedly rushing over. The news of Fire Cloud's palace spread like wildfire. The warriors of the four great archipelago who received the news flocked over. The first group was from the Qingyuan archipelago. The second group was from the Heavenly Sword archipelago. The third pair of people was also more familiar with it. He was from the Old Hua archipelago, and he was ranked second on the Tianhua ranking. Fulong, yes, someone beat us to it. Fulong's eyes flashed, and he was extremely fast. He followed closely behind the other two groups and climbed up Demon Evil Mountain. Dong! Xie Ming attacked with all his strength and forced the three of them back. At the same time, his figure was also constantly retreating. The sudden arrival of the crowd caused the battle to stop instantly. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the other warriors and finally landed on Fulong. Fulong! Fang Chun gave up attacking Xie Ming and gritted his teeth as he roared. Fulong also noticed Fang Chun, and he sneered, his face full of disdain. Xie Ming, what's going on? The leader of the Qingyuan archipelago asked. Qing Fu, help me deal with these people, Xie Ming said in a deep voice. I agree to your previous proposal unconditionally. Hearing this, Qing Fu's eyes flickered, and he said, Okay, it's a deal. The people of the Qingyuan archipelago stood together with Xie Ming, and their auras surged, pressuring Fang Chun and the others. Fang Chun ignored the crowd and took a step forward and came to Fulong's side. His heart was burning with rage. Fulong! Fang Chun roared and suddenly punched out. Seeing this, Fulong sneered and punched back at Fang Chun. Fang Chen's figure retreated, and, at the same time, he performed the space-time strangulation. Give me back my red glass sword. The space-time strangulation gave Fulong a lot of pressure. Fulong's face changed, and a rune appeared in his hand, and then he activated it. Suddenly, the rune burned, and a terrifying explosion blocked Fang Chen's attack. Dong! However, what shocked Fulong was that his rune did not block Fang Chen's attack. What kind of secret technique is this? At this moment, the space-time strangulation showed its overbearing strength. Bang! Fulong was forced to dodge, and Fang Chen's attack missed. Qing Fu and Xie Ming's faces were gloomy, and Jian Yunshan of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago was also slightly shocked. This boy's attainment in space is very strong. This attack is based on the space true meaning and is very overbearing, Qing Fu said. Fulong stabilized his body, and his face was ferocious. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed you back then. Fulong regretted it. Back then, when he tried to snatch Fang Chen's red glass sword, he thought that Fang Chun was just an ant and not worth his time. Chapter 1392. Cold, fever, weak body. I feel better now after taking the medicine. I'm going to write now. I'll write as many chapters as I can. Sorry, I'm typing now. Please wait for a moment. Please remember. Chapter 1393. Qing Fu of the Qingyuan archipelago and Xieming of the Evil Soul Archipelago stood together. They advanced and retreated together, forming a temporary alliance. As for Jian Yunxun of the Sword Sky Archipelago, he remained neutral. Fang Chen's strength was obviously not as simple as it seemed. It was enough to surprise him that he could force Fu Long to this extent. Only Fu Long's face was extremely gloomy. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Fang Chen back then. He felt a little regretful in his heart. However, there was no such thing as a cure for regret in this world. Fang Chen's aura fluctuated, and the space-time aura instantly spread out. Step by step, he walked towards Fu Long, his eyes bursting with terrifying killing intent. Red glass sword. Fang Chen roared in a deep voice. His words were full of killing intent. After a short moment of shock, Fu Long steadied himself and stood on the peak of Demon Evil Mountain. A trace of cunning flashed in his eyes, and then he sneered, "The red glass sword is in my hand. Take it if you can." Dong. As soon as Fu Long's voice fell, Fang Chen struck out. The space-time strangulation skill once again amazed everyone. This boy's attainment in space is too strong. If Fu Long can't block this boy's space travel, he will be in danger. It's just space travel. If I attack, he will definitely die without a burial place. Although Xieming hated Fang Chen very much, he was not ready to attack for the time being. He wanted to sit on a mountain and watch the tigers fight. After this battle, no matter who won or lost, both sides would suffer. At that time, it would be better for him to reap the benefits. Pucci. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and his tyrannical attack dazzled Fu Long. Thunderbolt rune. Fu Long took out a thunderbolt rune and quickly activated it. Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in the sky, and then a thick thunder snake with a terrifying aura swooped down, echoing with the thunderbolt rune in Fu Long's hand. Go to hell. Fu Long waved his hand, and the thunderbolt rune whistled out, quickly came to Fang Chen's side, and exploded with a boom. There were signs of collapse in the surrounding space. Fang Chen's figure was buried in the deafening noise. How can I resist? Fu Long sneered. Xieming and the others also nodded slightly. Even they did not dare to face such a wild explosive force head-on. Not to mention Fang Chen, if he was hit by the lightning rune, he would definitely die. Fang Chen, Jian Wuhong, and Bai Wuzong hurriedly called out. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the lightning aura quickly dissipated. Fang Chen stood straight on the ground. Around his body, sword-shaped runes flickered. Flowing gold rotated as the perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme. The advanced perfect sword body wasn't just for show. Now that you're done attacking, is it my turn to attack? A grim smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. After that, his figure flashed as he suddenly punched out. Dong, the terrifying fist radiance heavily bombarded Fu Long's body. Fu Long's body flew out in an instant. Puff! Fu Long spat out blood, his face pale. Why aren't you helping? Fu Long Ming and Qing Chong roared. The two looked at each other and attacked at lightning speed. You're courting death. Jian Wuhong saw this, and a cold sword radiance shot out from her body, instantly blocking Xieming's attack. Bai Wuzong also quickly set up a formation to entangle Qing Chong. Brother Fang, in this quickly, Bai Wuzong knew that Fang Chen's strength was more than enough to deal with Fu Long. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. Then his pitch-black eyes turned to Fu Long. I can still get the red glass sword after killing you. Fang Chen sneered and used the space-time strangulation technique again. Fu Long's face was full of anger. Fang Chen, you'll never get the red glass sword back. Fu Long roared angrily. At the same time, he took out his trump card. A flame rune instantly burned and was thrown at Fang Chen. Okay. Fang Chen threw a punch at the flaming runes that whistled over. Suddenly, the flame rune exploded. Using the true meaning of space-time, Fang Chen traveled through space-time and arrived behind the flame rune, coldly looking at Fu Long, who was fleeing. You can't escape. Fang Chen was about to chase. However, at this moment, Bai Wuzong's formation shattered. Crack! The formation shattered, and Qing Chong's attack became more powerful, forcing Bai Wuzong to retreat. Whoosh! Traveling through space-time. Fang Chun gave up chasing Fu Long and came to Bai Wuzong's side. He threw a punch at Qin Chong. Dang, dang, dang! Qin Chong's body couldn't help but retreat. After stabilizing his body, his face was very serious. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectation. If they continued to fight, it was hard to say who would win and who would die. For a moment, Qin Chong was hesitant. At the same time, Xie Ming and Jian Wuhong's attack also stopped abruptly. Jian Wuhong held a long sword in her hand, and her body was like a shocking sword. Her pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Xie Ming. At the peak of Demon Evil Mountain, Fang Chun had displayed an extremely powerful strength, which had intimidated Qing Fu. The latter was a little hesitant whether to continue fighting. Xie Ming, on the other hand, glared angrily. He wanted to continue fighting, but after Fu Long fled, the situation in front of him was confusing. Jian Yunshun, if you help, I will thank you later. Right now, if he could get Jian Yunshun to stand with him, it would be easy to deal with Fang Chun and the other two. However, Jian Yunshun didn't seem to want to participate in this kind of thing. Sorry, I'm only here for the inheritance, Jian Yunshun said. Jian Yunshun's words made Bai Wuzong breathe a sigh of relief. The situation was clear now. Help me stop Qin Chong, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong nodded and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, the five-color divine bird appeared again. So boring, the five-color divine bird said in human language. If you fight one-on-one, you won't be able to pass the test of the Fire Cloud Palace. Why don't you team up and fight me? Perhaps you'll have a chance to defeat me. The five-color divine bird had been in the Coiling Moon Divine Cave for countless years, and it had been too lonely. Many cultivators had come here before, but they were too weak and weren't a match for it. Now, these cultivators were all prodigies of the heavenly body tier. If they joined forces, perhaps they could fight it. Thus, the five-color divine bird came out to persuade them. Qin Chong and Xie Ming's eyes flashed. Fang Chun, Bai Wuzong, and Jian Wuhong also spoke. Everyone, the five-color divine bird is extremely powerful, Jian Yunshun said. Can we stop fighting and unite against the common enemy? We can resolve our personal grudges after defeating the five-color divine bird. He could feel the powerful aura of the five-color divine bird. I have no objections, Fang Chun said with a shrug after discussing with Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong. I have no objections either, Qin Chong said. Humph, brat. I'll definitely take your life after defeating the five-color divine bird. Xie Ming humphed coldly and flicked his sleeves. Although he was unwilling, he still agreed with Jian Yunshun's suggestion. In the sky, a smile spread across the five-color divine bird's face. I hope you guys can fight a little harder, the five-color divine bird said. Star Ruins, Spatial Island, Spatial Battlefield. Fang Chun didn't know how many demon spirits of space and time he had killed. In these days, killing demon spirits of space and time seemed to have become something that he had to do every day. In the end, he became numb. Every time he killed a demon spirit of space and time, he would be able to absorb the space and time aura in its body. During this time, Fang Chen's true intent of space and time had improved significantly. However, it was still a little difficult to reach the 7th rank. Huff, huff, Fang Chen was panting. After killing demon spirits of space and time for 20 hours, the power of stars in the Star Pagoda had been completely exhausted. He returned to the safe zone and began to cultivate. I wonder if I can use time acceleration in this spatial battlefield, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Immediately, he patted his head. This is the spatial battlefield, and my goal in killing demon spirits of space and time is to improve the true intent of space and time. Fang Chen suddenly realized, isn't time acceleration a part of the true intent of space and time? Thinking of this, Fang Chen grinned and laughed wildly. Then he activated the true intent of space, and time energy filled his body. Time acceleration, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Suddenly, a gray aura appeared around him. He could clearly feel that the flow of time around him had sped up by a lot. Faster. At first, the time acceleration was only 10 times, but Fang Chun continued to increase it. A moment later, the time acceleration reached 100 times. At this time, Fang Chun felt that he had reached his limit. Oh! Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Maintaining the time acceleration of 100 times, he came to the center of the spatial battlefield and continued to kill demon spirits of space and time. Pucci! One after another, demon spirits of space and time were killed by Fang Chun. He could clearly feel that the speed of killing demon spirits of space and time had become much faster. At this rate, a year in the outside world was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation in himself. Outside the spatial battlefield, the ox-headed beast raised its huge head. Its eyes were as big as gongs, looking through the spatial battlefield. Then it nodded and said, "This brat has finally been enlightened." The master of the Star Ruins had built the spatial island with the purpose of nurturing geniuses of the true intent of space and time. I hope you can reach that step. The ox-headed beast sighed. Then it lowered its head and went back to sleep. Coiling moon, celestial cave, demon, evil mountain peak. Fang Chun and the others joined forces and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, they defeated the 5-color divine bird. Fang Chun was very shocked. The 5-color divine bird had already suppressed its cultivation to the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, but it was still so difficult to deal with. Just how powerful was it at its peak? All right, you can go in. The 5-color divine bird flapped its wings and floated in the sky, looking down at Fang Chun and the others. As soon as the 5-color divine bird finished speaking, Xie Ming and Qing Chong's figures instantly disappeared. Fang Chun frowned and said coldly, "Despicable." The 6 of them joined forces and defeated the 5-color divine bird with great difficulty. These 2 people actually took the lead and charged into the Fire Cloud Palace. This book came from Chapter 1394. Qing Chong and Xie Ming were the first to charge into the Fire Cloud Palace. Fang Chun and the other 2 looked at each other with anger in their eyes. Just as Fang Chun was about to charge in, Jian Wuhong's white hand suddenly pulled on Fang Chun's clothes. Fang Chun looked at Jian Wuhong with some confusion. She came to Fang Chun's ear and whispered, "Let them deal with the Fire Cloud Guards first." Fang Chun was enlightened when he heard that. That's right, why didn't I think of that? The Serene Green Palace had the Dark Azure Guards, so the Fire Cloud Palace must also have the Fire Cloud Guards. Thinking back to the experience of dealing with the Dark Azure Guards, Fang Chun sighed. Compared to the Fire Cloud Guards, they weren't so easy to deal with. Once both sides were injured, he would go in and clean up the mess. Killing intent appeared in Fang Chun's heart. He wasn't going to let Xie Ming go. "Brother Fang, let's go in," Bai Wuzong said. "Brother Bai, there's no rush," Fang Chun smiled. Jian Yinshan glanced at them and was a bit confused, but he still entered the Fire Cloud Palace. Fire Cloud Palace. It was the same as the Serene Green Palace, with the main palace in the middle and 2 palaces on both sides. Qing Chong and Xie Ming rushed in, extremely excited. "Hurry up. By the time they come in, we'll have already gotten the inheritance." Xie Ming laughed sinisterly, then rushed into the main palace with Qing Chong. Dong, the main palace's door closed, and the temperature in the palace rose sharply. In an instant, a group of martial artists appeared in front of the throne in the main hall. They were brimming with fighting spirit, and their bodies were covered in flames. These warriors were like walking corpses, quietly standing in front of the throne as if they were guarding it. This is the Fire Cloud Palace's guardian team, the Fire Cloud Guards. Defeat them, and you can choose the inheritance. The 5-color divine bird's voice entered their ears. Hearing this, the 2 attacked. Rumble Xie Ming's evil path martial technique was unleashed to its peak. A fiendish aura instantly filled the air. Qing Fu's figure flickered as well. However, the Fire Cloud Guard was slightly stronger than the Dark Azure Guard. The Dark Azure Guards and the Fire Cloud Guards were 2 completely different armies. The Dark Azure Guards specialized in speed, while the Fire Cloud Guards specialized in offense. The attack power of the Fire Cloud Guard was extremely strong. At this moment, the 36 Fire Cloud Guards were burning with flames. They punched out with their fists, and 36 flaming fists whistled through the air. Crack. Although Qing Chong and Xie Ming's attacks were powerful, they were still unable to withstand the attacks of the 36 fire cloud guards. Damn it, Xie Ming cursed. Qing Fu, on the other hand, looked outside the door. The others should have come in by now. At this moment, Jian Yunshan appeared. Jian Yunshan, come and help me. Qing Fu was overjoyed. Jian Yunshan sunk into thought. Jian Yunshan, if we can't defeat the fire cloud guards, none of us will be able to obtain the inheritance, continued Qing Fu. Jian Yunshan's eyes flashed, but he still didn't move. If the three of them worked together, they would be able to defeat the fire cloud guards. Xie Ming and Qing Fu wouldn't let him obtain the inheritance so easily. Such an action was not worth the loss. Jian Yunshan, don't you want the inheritance? Xie Ming's clothes were tattered as he roared. In the blink of an eye, an hour passed. Fang Chen suddenly stood up and looked at Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong. It's about time. Calculating the time, the battle inside should be about done. Fang Chen took the lead to enter the Fire Cloud Palace, with Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong following close behind. Within the Fire Cloud Palace, the battle within the palace was still ongoing. Qing Fu and Xie Ming were in a sorry state. Jian Yunshan had finally joined the battle, but with the three of them, they were unable to defeat the Fire Cloud Guards. Seeing Fang Chen and the other two, Qing Fu was overjoyed. You three, quickly come and help. Voila! The three of them joined the battle. Instantly, the Fire Cloud Guards were forced to retreat. Even the Fire Cloud Guards were unable to block the attacks of six-peaked geniuses. Pucci, one of the Fire Cloud Guards, was sent flying, and the flames around him instantly dissipated. At the same time, the battle intent of the Fire Cloud Guards was torn apart, and the other 35 Fire Cloud Guards were more or less affected. Kill! The most frightening thing about the Fire Cloud Guards was their battle intent. But now, their battle intent had been torn apart, and they were much weaker. Xie Ming let out a low growl and waved his hands, killing the Fire Cloud Guards continuously. Soon, all 36 Fire Cloud Guards had been annihilated. The five-color divine bird appeared once more. You've defeated the Fire Cloud Guards, so you're qualified to receive the inheritance. But the five-color divine bird paused for a moment, then continued. Only two of you will receive the inheritance. After saying this, the five-color divine bird flapped its wings and floated in the air, looking down. Bang! As soon as the five-color divine bird finished speaking, Fang Chen attacked. The space-time strangulation art struck Xie Ming's body with lightning speed. Pucci! Xie Ming's body was sent flying, and he crashed into the wall. He then fell to the ground, vomiting blood. You! Fang Chen walked towards Xie Ming. Brother Qing Fu! Xie Ming shouted. He was heavily injured, and he was unable to block Fang Chen's attack. But before Qing Fu could do anything, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong attacked together. Pucci! Fang Chen didn't hesitate and used the second level of the 5 lightning tribulation technique. Xie Ming let out a miserable cry. His Yuan spirit instantly shattered, and he died. One of the younger generation of the Evil Soul Islands, Xie Ming, had silently died at the hands of Fang Chen. Including Xie Ming, the number of experts on the Evil Soul list that had died at the hands of Fang Chen was no small number. Seeing this, Jian Yunshan's face flickered. He opened his mouth and sighed. Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong worked together to suppress Qing Fu. With Fang Chen's participation, there was no suspense in the battle. You dare kill me? Qing Fu roared, desperately blocking the three's attacks. So what if we kill you? Fang Chen sneered. The three of them worked together to kill Qing Fu. Dong! Qing Fu fell. In the blink of an eye, only Jian Yunshan, Fang Chen, and the other two were left in the main hall. Fang Chen's group didn't attack Jian Yunshan. Back on Evil Demon Mountain, Jian Yunshan had remained neutral and didn't attack them. I give up. Jian Yunshan thought for a long time, then shook his head. He had no choice but to give up. Fang Chen's group was too strong. Xie Ming and Qing Fu had been killed by the three of them. If he didn't give up, he would definitely die. Fang Chen nodded and watched Jian Yunshan leave. In the end, Only Fong Chen's group was left in the main hall. I have already obtained Palace Master Yu Qing's inheritance. Fire Cloud Palace's inheritance is not suitable for me, Jian Wuhong said first. Bai Wuzong was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. All right, in that case, Brother Bai, you choose the library. Fong Chun naturally knew that there were many secret techniques in the library, while the other palace only had the golden metal plate. Bai Wuzong's strength was relatively weak now. He needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. All right. After that, the two of them made their choice. The five-color divine bird sent them to two different palaces. Jian Wuhong left Fire Cloud Palace and appeared on Evil Demon Mountain. The Heavenly Sword Archipelago's cultivators had already left. The ones that remained were the cultivators that Xian Ming and Qing Fu had brought. Kill! Jian Wuhong attacked and slaughtered those cultivators. An hour later, Fong Chun was the first to come out. After obtaining the second golden metal plate, his face was full of smiles. Not long after he came out, Bai Wuzong also came out. Bai Wuzong was very excited. Brother Bai, look at how excited you are. You've obtained an inheritance. Brother Fong, thank you. Bai Wuzong cupped his hands in thanks. I obtained an array Dao inheritance in the library. Array Dao inheritance. Fong Chun was a little surprised. Fire Cloud Palace Master is an array Dao expert. The array Dao inheritance I obtained is from Fire Cloud Palace Master. Bai Wuzong said, unfortunately, I'm not proficient in flames. I can't accept Fire Cloud Palace Master's flame inheritance. Fire Cloud Palace Master had two great inheritances, the array Dao inheritance and the flame inheritance. Bai Wuzong accepted the array Dao inheritance. Congratulations, Brother Bai, Fong Chun said with a smile. Brother Fong, if I can completely accept the inheritance, I'll definitely become a 7-star array Dao Master. Bai Wuzong laughed excitedly. The two of them walked out of Fire Cloud Palace side by side and met up with Jian Wuhong. Where are we going now? Jian Wuhong asked. Let's find a place to increase our strength first, Fong Chun said. Jian Wuhong had obtained Palace Master Yoqing's inheritance and hadn't cultivated much. Bai Wuzong had also just obtained the array Dao inheritance and needed to study it. Okay. The three of them quickly disappeared from the Evil Demon Mountain. In a mountain stream, a martial artist dressed in bee skin was sitting cross-legged on a blue stone, cultivating. His body was filled with an evil aura. The flowers and plants near him instantly withered. He was the third strongest on the Evil Soul ranking of the Evil Soul Islands, Xiang. Not long ago, he had fought with Ku Shu, the first on the Tianhua ranking. In the end, he lost to Ku Shu by a small margin. From this, it could be seen how strong Xiang was. The third on the Evil Soul ranking was stronger than Fu Long, who was second on the Tianhua ranking. He was close to Ku Shu, who was first. Whoosh! Just as Xiang was cultivating, a figure suddenly appeared. Who is it? Xiang said coldly. He suddenly waved his hand, and a strange ray of light shot out. Whoosh! In the sky, Fu Long's body flashed. He hurriedly activated his runes to block it. Xiang, I'm here to tell you something, Fu Long said hurriedly. Speak, Xiang said. Xian Ming of the Evil Soul Islands was killed by Fong Chun of the Old Hua Islands, Fu Long said. How do you know? Xiang asked. I fought with Fong Chun before. Xian Ming was there too, Fu Long said. Fong Chun. Xiang softly muttered this name. Then he turned to look at Fu Long and sneered. The second strongest on the Tianhua ranking is only SOSO. A casual strike from him caused the Fu Dragon to panic. He didn't want to kill trash like this. Chapter 1395. In the dense forest, it was eerie and terrifying. Under the illumination of the sun, the entire forest appeared especially quiet. However, such a quiet forest hid an incomparably huge danger. In the depths of the forest, a man in light armor was killing demonic beasts. Every demonic beast here was at least at the 8th level of the heavenly body tier. Some were even at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, or even higher. However, the more powerful the demonic beast, the more challenging it would be. Pung! Suddenly, a wind wolf at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier approached, and the man in light armor suddenly threw a punch. Instantly, the wind wolf's head was shattered. The wind wolf was instantly killed. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. The mere might of a punch was enough to kill a wind wolf at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. This kind of strength could be considered very powerful even among the heavenly body tier elites of the 4 great islands. As for this man, he was the second strongest elite on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago, Qing Huqiu. Dang, dang, dang. Qing Huqiu had just killed a wind wolf when he heard a faint sound. He frowned slightly and looked toward a certain corner. Come out. Hearing this, Fu Long's figure flashed out, as expected of the second strongest elite on the Qingyuan ranking. Impressive, Fu Long praised. Fu Long. Qing Huqiu recognized Fu Long and was slightly surprised to see him here. Qing Huqiu, I've come here to tell you something, Fu Long said. What is it? If I'm not wrong, you and Qing Fu should be close, Fu Long said to Qing Huqiu. Speak, Qing Huqiu said in a deep voice. Not long ago, I personally witnessed Qing Fu being killed by Fong Chun of the heavenly body tier, Fu Long said. Qing Huqiu frowned. He had indeed sensed Qing Fu's death, but he didn't know who had killed her. But now, Fu Long's words made him a little confused. Why are you telling me this? Qing Huqiu asked. Because I have a grudge against him, Fu Long said. In fact, Fu Long had wanted to search for the elites of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago. However, he had encountered Jian Yinshan on the way, so he could only give up. However, just Xie Ying and Qing Huqiu's attacks were enough to deal with Fong Chun. Brat, let's see how you'll escape this time. Fu Long smiled sinisterly. With a thought, the red glass sword appeared in her hand. He happily played with the red glass sword and disappeared into the darkness. Fong Chun and the other 2 were cultivating in a secluded place, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Ever since his main body used time acceleration, the true intent of space and time had improved significantly. As the true intent of space-time increased, the power of the space-time strangulation naturally increased as well. Previously, the space-time strangulation was only at the entry level. Now, he had quietly reached the small success stage. Impressive. Fong Chun could not help but sigh. His main body was in the space-time battlefield and was not in danger for the time being. As for his clone, he needed to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. To the side, Bai Wuzong was immersed in the sea of formations, the aura of formations filling the air around him. Jian Wuhong was also bitterly cultivating the dark green movement technique. The 3 of them began their bitter cultivation. During this time, Xie Ying and Azure Tiger Hill had been searching for Fong Chun. But after painstakingly searching, there were no results. In the end, Cyan Tiger Hill and Xie Ying both issued orders. If anyone could provide them with Fong Chun's whereabouts, they would owe them a favor. When this news spread, it instantly caused an uproar. The cultivators of the 2 archipelagos fought to be the first to find Fong Chun. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, the 13 palaces were also discovered one after another. Wong. In the secluded place, dazzling light suddenly erupted around Fong Chun's body. Immediately after, the star pagoda in his sea of qi began to vibrate. Immediately, Fong Chun discovered that the power of the stars in the surrounding air was madly surging into the star pagoda. Have I broken through? Previously, he had been stuck at a bottleneck. After a month of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the 6th level of the heavenly body tier. In a moment, the 5-level star pagoda became a 6-level star pagoda. Whoosh! Fong Chun opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After reaching the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, he was even stronger. If he faced Fu Long, he could easily kill him. Even if he faced a wither tree, he could still put up a fight. Now, he was truly at the top of the younger generation of the old Hua Islands. Of course, if he wanted to complete the mission given by Realm Lord Fu Mo, he still needed to do something. I'll definitely be able to complete it after leaving the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, Fong Chun thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chun discovered the change in Bai Wuzong beside him. The aura of formation spread out from Bai Wuzong's body. When Fang Chun saw Bai Wuzong, he was very shocked. At this moment, Bai Wuzong was so illusory. It was as if he was looking at an illusion. Bai Wuzong seemed to have reached a bottleneck and was breaking through. Fang Chun stared at Bai Wuzong. After struggling for a moment, the latter finally broke through the bottleneck. Voila! Bai Wuzong opened his eyes. Instantly, Fang Chun felt a wave of pressure. Fang Chun was shocked. He hurriedly asked, "Brother Bai, you've reached the level of the 7-star formation master?" A wild smile appeared on Bai Wuzong's face, and he said, "By luck. That's great. There is a world of difference between a 7-star formation master and a 6-star formation master." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that. The current Bai Wuzong could already be ranked in the top 5 of the Tianhua ranking. This was the strength of a formation master. "Brother Bai, I saw your body just now as if I was looking at an illusion. What's going on?" Fang Chun asked. Palace Master Fire Cloud's formation inheritance is broad and profound. One of them is to use one's body as a formation. Bai Wuzong sighed. Using one's body as a formation? Fang Chun asked in surprise. Carving a formation in one's body to achieve mastery. To put it bluntly, it's to turn one's body into a formation, Bai Wuzong explained. Fang Chun understood a little. Using one's body as a formation should be similar to using one's body to plant a sword. "Brother Fang," Bai Wuzong suddenly spoke. Fang Chun said. Using one's body as a formation is very important for a formation master. You're also a formation master, so I can teach it to you, Bai Wuzong said. Fang Chun moved slightly and looked at Bai Wuzong in surprise. "Brother Fang, you don't have to look at me like that. If you can also cultivate using your body as a formation, it won't take long for you to become a 7-star formation master. At that time, our team's combat power will soar." Bai Wuzong smiled. "Since Brother Bai has said so, I'll be unreasonable if I refuse," Fang Chun said straightforwardly. Bai Wuzong put his hand on Fang Chun's forehead and sent strands of light into his head. Instantly, Fang Chun felt a large amount of formation information appear in his mind. "Brother Fang, comprehend it well," Bai Wuzong said. Fang Chun nodded and prepared to comprehend it. At that moment, he seemed to have thought of something. Then he looked at Bai Wuzong and said, "Brother Bai, you've already become a 7-star formation master. I'll teach you a formation." With that, Fang Chun passed on the chant of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation to Bai Wuzong. The Chaos Origin Killing Formation was a 7th-tier formation. However, Fang Chun was still unable to unleash its true power. If Bai Wuzong could master it, he would definitely be able to unleash the true power of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. This is the Chaos Origin Killing Formation. He had long heard of the Chaos Origin Killing Formation, but now that he saw it, he was still shocked. "Thank you, Brother Fang," Bai Wuzong said, and closed his eyes to comprehend. Fang Chun also began to comprehend the comprehension of using his body as a formation. As time passed, the hiding place of Fang Chun's team was still exposed. It could only be said that the martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands and the Qingyuan Islands were everywhere. One day, a weak martial artist unintentionally passed by this place. When he noticed that something was wrong, he immediately reported it. After Qing Huqiu heard the news, he rushed over immediately. "Where is it?" Qing Huqiu looked around and asked. "Senior Brother Qing, it's just ahead." The martial artist led the way, and soon Qing Huqiu arrived in front of the green stone. As expected, something is wrong. Qing Huqiu noticed the traces of the formation. Immediately, he gathered all his strength and punched out. Dong! The formation instantly shattered, and the figures of Fang Chun's team were exposed. Fang Chun. Fu Long had once shown Fang Chun's portrait to Qing Huqiu, so the latter recognized Fang Chun at a glance. "He's really well hidden," Qing Huqiu sneered. Although he and Qing Fu were not brothers, they were better than blood brothers. Qing Huqiu would not let Qing Fu's death go. Even if the other party was an expert like Ku Shu, Qing Huqiu would still take revenge for Qing Fu. Qing Huchio's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. The sudden pressure instantly woke Fang Chen up. Yes. Fang Chen suddenly stood up and blocked in front of Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong. Who are you? Fang Chen asked coldly. Qing Huchio. Second on the Qingyuan leaderboard, Qing Huchio. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He immediately understood that Qing Huchio was probably here to take revenge for Qing Fu. My good brother, Qing Fu was killed by you. Qing Huchio stared at Fang Chen and said, Where's the evidence? Fang Chen did not admit it immediately. Fu Long said it. Qing Huchio said, It's better to kill by mistake than to release by mistake. He did not mind killing for Qing Fu. Moreover, he did not believe that Fu Long, who was second on the Tianhua leaderboard, would dare to lie to him. Fu Long. Hearing Fu Long's name, Fang Chen gritted his teeth. He was lucky to escape last time, but he did not expect Qing Huchio to come and kill him. If I don't kill you, I won't be at ease. Fang Chen secretly swore that the next time he met Fu Long, he would kill him. Boy, repent for what you have done. Qing Huchio said coldly. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and stared at Qing Huchio. In the next moment, Qing Huchio attacked. Qing Huchio's attack was obviously much stronger than Qing Fu's. This is a good opportunity to test my strength. If it was a month ago, Fang Chen would definitely not be a match for Qing Huchio. However, in this month, Fang Chen's cultivation level had increased to the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Pung! Fang Chen suddenly threw out a punch, and it collided with Qing Huchio's attack. Dang, dang, dang. The terrifying power collided, and both of them retreated a few steps. Qing Huchio, who had steadied himself, was slightly surprised. The 6th level of the heavenly body tier could actually unleash such terrifying power. Chapter 1396. Is it useless? Fang Chen countered. His physical body was comparable to a life and death monarch. Even a creation realm elite couldn't shatter his physical body. This was the reason for his pride. And after the perfect sword body reached the high level, his physical strength was even more outrageous. Just now, after a probing exchange of punches, Fang Chen knew that Green Tiger Mound's physical strength was far inferior to his. Then, he would definitely attack with a secret technique. Sure enough, it was as Fang Chen had guessed. It's indeed rare for a 6th level heavenly body tier to be able to explode with such power, Green Tiger Mound said. That's because you're ignorant, Fang Chen retorted. Indeed, in the purgatory, geniuses like Fang Chen were everywhere. Cultivators like Green Tiger Mound were nothing in the purgatory. So, those who came out of the purgatory were true geniuses. The cultivators of the purgatory had a smooth journey and didn't encounter any danger, so their strength naturally wouldn't be too high. No matter what, you must die today, Green Tiger Mound said confidently. I only know that after this battle, your Green Tiger Mound will become my stepping stone, Fang Chen said heroically. Impossible. Green Tiger Mound attacked. Green Light Dragon Roar Technique. Roar. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky. Suddenly, a dense green light shot out from Green Tiger Mound's body. These green lights quickly condensed into a green dragon at lightning speed. The dragon roared at the sky. The Green Light Dragon Roar technique was Green Tiger Mound's best technique. Using this secret technique right from the start was enough to prove Green Tiger Mound's hatred for Fang Chen. He wanted to kill Fang Chen with lightning speed, because he knew that Evil Eagle was also looking for Fang Chen. When he was fighting Fang Chen, Evil Eagle's subordinates had probably already discovered him. It wouldn't take long for Evil Eagle to arrive. Xiao. Under Green Tiger Mound's control, the green dragon rapidly shot toward Fang Chen. Space-time strangulation. Fang Chen used the space-time strangulation technique, and his figure flickered. Even though the Azure Dragon's attack power was extremely strong, it was still unable to capture Fang Chen's figure. Not far away, the martial artists of the Qingyan archipelago were watching. Even they couldn't help but sigh. This warrior named Fang Chen was very powerful. If this kid is allowed to grow, even the number 1 on the Qingyuan leaderboard won't be his match, let alone senior brother Qinghu. That's right. He has such heaven-defying potential. He's only at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, yet he's able to battle against an opponent at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. How impressive. It's a pity that such a genius will die in the hands of senior brother Qing, the disciples of the Qingyuan archipelago side. However, Fang Chun was their enemy. They could only sigh and not feel sorry for him. Geniuses could only be called geniuses when they grew up. Those who died prematurely were not worthy of being called geniuses. Green Tiger Hill wanted to prove that Fang Chun was not qualified to be called a genius. As Green Tiger Hill waved his wrist, the green light dragon roar technique became more and more dazzling. In a short moment, 5 green dragon shadows appeared in the sky. Green Tiger Hill had been cultivating the green light dragon roar technique for more than 10 years. So far, his limit was to condense 9 green dragon shadows. According to the records of the green light dragon roar technique, the elite who created this secret technique could instantly condense 18 green dragon shadows. Kill! Green Tiger Hill roared. 5 green dragon shadows roared toward the sky and swam in the void, carrying an unparalleled power as they blasted toward Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun was not to be trifled with. After reaching the 6th layer of the heavenly body tier, the power of the space-time strangulation technique was even stronger. 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Suddenly, he used the 2nd layer of the 5 Thunder Tribulation Technique. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder sounded in the sky and swooped down. The lightning struck Green Tiger Hill's body. "You're courting death." Green Tiger Hill roared and started a fierce battle with the lightning that drilled into his mind. Taking advantage of Green Tiger Hill's distraction to control the 5 green dragon shadows, Fang Chen's figure appeared above one of the green dragon shadows like a ghost. Then, he sat on the azure dragon's body. Gotcha! Fang Chun grabbed the green dragon shadow's neck and forcefully twisted its head, turning it around to deal with the other 4 green dragons. Dong! Under Fang Chen's forceful control, this green dragon rushed into the other 4 green dragons. The 5 green dragons collided and exploded with a deafening sound. Ripples appeared in the void, and the whole forest was turned into ruins. The disciples of the Qingyuan archipelago, who were watching the battle from afar, retreated in fear. Too scary. These disciples felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Get lost. At this time, Green Tiger Hill finally destroyed the lightning in his mind. When he found that the green dragons had collided with each other, he bared his teeth. Fang Chun, I'm going to kill you. The 5 green dragons that he had painstakingly condensed disappeared without a trace. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space, and his figure flashed like a ghost. Green Tiger Hill stood quietly on the ground, and a green glow appeared around his body. Fang Chun, prepare to suffer my wrath. As soon as Green Tiger Hill's voice fell, the green light dragon roar technique was activated to the extreme. His body had turned blue at this moment. Illusory images of azure dragons floated in the sky one after another. A total of 9 green dragon shadows swam in the void, and their aura shook the sky. Green Tiger Hill was completely enraged. He couldn't wait to kill Fang Chun. At the same time, far away from here, Evil Eagle was rushing at full speed when he suddenly heard a dragon roar. Green Tiger Hill's green light dragon roar technique. Evil Eagle knew Green Tiger Hill very well. This was because they had fought many times. Although he won every time, he was still a little afraid of Green Tiger Hill's green light dragon roar technique. It seems that Green Tiger Hill is going to beat me to it. Evil Eagle sped up and rushed to the battlefield. In the forest ruins, seeing the 9 green dragon shadows, Fang Chen's face turned serious. The Chaos Element Killing Array was instantly set up. Arrays are useless against me. Green Tiger Hill sneered. Then, he controlled the 9 Azure Dragon Phantoms to forcefully attack the formation. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the array shattered. At the same time, Green Tiger Hill was stunned for a moment, and then he was incomparably furious. The price of breaking the array was actually a green dragon shadow. Of the 9 green dragon shadows that he had painstakingly condensed, only 8 were left. Die. Green Tiger Hill couldn't stand Fong Chun anymore. He controlled the remaining 8 green dragon shadows and attacked. Fong Chun naturally pushed the time and space strangulation to the extreme. Whoosh! His figure flickered and dodged Green Tiger Hill's attack. However, the 8 green dragon shadows found the opportunity and swooped down and drilled into Fong Chen's body. Ha, kid, you're still not dead? Seeing this, Green Tiger Mound laughed wildly. The 8 green dragon shadows were enough to kill. After the 8 green dragon shadows drilled into his body, Fong Chun stood quietly on the ground. He closed his eyes. In Green Tiger Hill's opinion, he was waiting for death. Kid, don't struggle. It's useless. Green Tiger Hill sneered. You should be proud to die under the green light dragon roar technique in its strongest state. In the Qingyuan archipelago, the younger generation on the Qingyuan leaderboard, only the person on the leaderboard was qualified to make him use the green light dragon roar technique in its strongest state. Even the person on the leaderboard, who was only 1 rank away from him, couldn't force him to use the green light dragon roar technique in its strongest state. From this point, it could be seen that Fong Chun was very powerful. If he was in the Qingyuan archipelago, he would be in the top 3 of the Qingyuan leaderboard. Green Tiger Hill also sighed. He had to admit that Fong Chun was very powerful. In the same cultivation level, he would surpass any genius. This was true invincibility in the same cultivation level. Even the person on the leaderboard didn't have such power when he was at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier. In order to kill Fong Chun, Green Tiger Hill went all out. Oh, the result was already decided. Green Tiger Hill breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh at this moment, the sound of rushing air was heard. Xie Ying had arrived. Green Tiger Hill. Xie Ying's voice was heard as he landed beside Green Tiger Hill. Xie Ying. Green Tiger Hill greeted Xie Ying. What's going on? Xie Ying asked. He's dead for sure. My green light dragon roar technique condensed 8 green dragon shadows and drilled into his body, Green Tiger Hill said. Hearing this, Xie Ying nodded. You beat me to it. Xie Ying was helpless. He wanted to personally avenge Xie Ming, but Green Tiger Hill beat him to it. Still struggling in vain? Green Tiger Hill sneered when he saw Fong Chen's sinister expression. In his eyes, Fong Chun was already a dead man. Even I am wary of the green dragon shadows condensed by your green light dragon roar technique. If 8 enter his body at the same time, he's dead for sure, Xie Ying said. Unless he's a creation tier elite. Obviously, Fong Chun couldn't possibly be a creation tier elite. Thus, he was dead for sure. Was this really the case? Of course not. Currently, Fong Chun had already managed to trap the 8 azure dragon silhouettes. At first, the 8 green dragon shadows drilled into his body and did cause some damage to Fong Chun. However, after a short moment of panic, Fong Chun started to exert his strength. He closed his eyes and fought against the 8 green dragon shadows. In his sea of qi, the 6th level star pagoda spun. Meanwhile, the 8 green dragon shadows were also trapped in his sea of qi. After a short struggle, one of the green dragon shadows had already dissipated. The remaining 7 green dragon shadows roared at the sky, trying to destroy Fong Chen's sea of qi, but they couldn't. The reason for that was because they were trapped in the formation. Xie Ying and Green Tiger Hill were too confident. They thought that Fong Chun was dead for sure. Therefore, they didn't make a move. Instead, they quietly enjoyed the pleasure of Fong Chen's death. This way, it also gave Fong Chen some time, using his body as a formation. Now, Fong Chen's body was like a powerful formation. This formation could ensure that the green dragon shadows couldn't harm his body. Moreover, it could help him deal with the green dragon shadows. His sinister expression was deliberately put on for Green Tiger Hill to see. Crack! Another azure dragon's shadow collapsed. Chapter 1397. Using one's body as a formation, carving the formation into one's body, making one's physical body like a formation. This was what Bai Wuzong had taught Fong Chun. He had just comprehended a little, and it was already effective. If he hadn't used his body as a formation, the 8 Azure Dragon projections would have severely injured Fang Chun, even if they couldn't kill him. Now, however, the remaining Azure Dragon projections were terrified. After a short moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes, and a vast azure light spread out from his body. Seeing this, Qing Huqiu's expression changed drastically. He discovered that the azure light contained the aura of the Azure Light Dragon Roar technique. How is this possible? Qing Huqiu cried out in disbelief. He was very clear about the power of the Azure Light Dragon Roar technique. Although it couldn't reach the level of the elite who'd created this technique, it could still form 9 Azure Dragon projections. Even against that freak who ranked first on the Qingyuan roll, it could exchange blows with him. As long as the 9 Azure Dragon projections drilled into the enemy's body, they would definitely explode and die. Now, however, a miracle appeared. A guy at the 6th level of the Heavenly Body tier not only blocked the attack of the Azure Light Dragon Roar technique, but also shattered the Azure Dragon projections. Furthermore, the 8 Azure Dragon Phantoms were shattered. This scene completely shocked the Azure Tiger Hill. He stared at Fang Chun, dumbfounded, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can break the attack of the Azure Light Dragon Roar technique with brute force. Even now, Qing Huqiu still couldn't believe the reality before his eyes. By the side, Xie Ying's pitch-black eyes also revealed a trace of surprise. He'd fought with Qing Huqiu many times, and he'd already experienced the power of the Azure Light Dragon Roar technique. Even he couldn't break the attack of the Azure Dragon projections with brute force, but the person before him had done it. Could it be? At this moment, Xiang thought of something. A prodigy who'd walked out of the purgatory. Thinking of this, Xie Ying's expression became extremely serious. If he'd only been disdainful of Fang Chun at the beginning. But now, Xie Ying regarded Fang Chun with great importance. His eyes stared straight at Fang Chun, as if he wanted to see through Fang Chun. However, he realized that Fang Chun was too mysterious. He couldn't see through him. He was at the 6th level of the Heavenly Body tier, yet he possessed such battle prowess. He was definitely a prodigy who had walked out of the purgatory. At Xie Ying's level, he had heard of the legendary purgatory. However, he never had the courage to enter purgatory. But now, he actually encountered a purgatory genius. Purgatory genius. Xie Ying recovered from his shock and said in a deep voice. When Green Tiger Hill heard this, they were also shocked. Then, he nodded heavily and looked at Xiang. It was reasonable for a purgatory genius to have such combat strength. It was virtually impossible for ordinary martial artists to cross ranks to battle. However, in this world, there would always be some geniuses. Geniuses could easily fight those of a higher level. For example, Xie Ying, Green Tiger Hill, and the others. Among the younger generation in their respective islands, there were very few people who could defeat them. There was almost no one. Although they were only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Body tier, they could easily insta-kill ordinary 9th level Heavenly Body tier cultivators. This was the gap between them. However, the universe was vast, and there were all kinds of strange things. Compared to the purgatory geniuses, they didn't deserve to be called geniuses. At this time, the mocking expressions on Xie Ying and Green Tiger Hill's faces completely disappeared, replaced by seriousness. They hadn't thought that Fang Chun was actually a purgatory genius. We definitely can't let him go, Xiang thought. Letting a purgatory genius go was no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. There would be endless trouble in the future. Green Tiger Hill also realized this. He looked at Xie Ying with a complicated expression, and then his aura instantly erupted. The Green Light Dragon Roar technique is only SOSO. Looking at the complicated expression on Green Tiger Hill's face, Fang Chun sneered. The Green Light Dragon Roar technique was Green Tiger Hill's strongest trump card. Now, even his trump card had been broken by him. So what else could he do? Fang Chun, I admit that I underestimated you. However, today, you must die. Green Tiger Hill took a step forward, his aura soaring. Beside him, Xiang also revealed a fierce aura, directly pressing towards Fang Chun. The Great Green Tiger Hill, ranked second on the Azure Origin roll, needs help to deal with a cultivator at the 6th level of the Heavenly Body tier? Fang Chun sneered. Although he didn't know Xiang, his intuition told him that this person's strength wasn't inferior to Green Tiger Hills. If the two of them worked together, he wouldn't be a match at all. He looked back at Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong. The two of them had reached the most crucial moment in their cultivation and couldn't be disturbed. Otherwise, they might go crazy. Endure. Fang Chun sighed in his mind. At this time, he missed the little mouse. If the little mouse was here, it could help him share some of the pressure. After a moment of thought, Fang Chun's sword chi soared into the sky. Fang Chun, if I don't kill you, I won't be able to rest easy. Since they were already enemies, he had to kill him. If a purgatory genius escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. You don't need to try to escape. Your companions are here. If you dare to escape, I'll immediately kill your 2 companions, Xiang said with a sinister smile. Fang Chun frowned. He hated being threatened the most. Who are you? Fang Chun asked. Xiang. Hearing this, Fang Chun's expression changed. Xiang, ranked 3rd on the Evil Soul roll, and Qing Huqiu, ranked 2nd on the Azure Origin roll. If the two of them worked together, even Ku Shu, ranked 1st on the Tianhua roll, wouldn't be a match for them. Fang Chun took a deep breath and activated his perfect sword body to the extreme. His physical defenses were raised to the highest level. It was impossible to defeat the two of them. Right now, he only needed to stall for time and wait for Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong to awaken. Brother Qing, don't waste time. Let's attack together, Xiang said. Qing Huqiu nodded, and a green glow appeared around him. Green Light Dragon Roar Technique. Qing Huqiu used the Green Light Dragon Roar Technique again. Although it had been broken by Fang Chun earlier, he still used his strongest trump card without hesitation. 9 green dragon shadows floated in the air and roared at the sky. Dragon roars resounded incessantly in the air. The disciples of the Qingyuan archipelago, who were watching the battle from afar, were dumbfounded. Kill! Qing Huqiu let out a low roar and controlled the 9 Azure Dragon illusions to attack Fang Chun. At the same time, an evil aura appeared around Xiang. His eyes abruptly widened, and a slight change occurred to his pupils. His pitch-black eyes turned gray in an instant. 2 beams of light shot out from the gray eyeballs. A soul cultivator? Looking at Xiang, Fang Chun felt his scalp go numb. Xiang was a soul cultivator. Moreover, his soul cultivation level was much higher than Yi Futian's. He instantly used the 2nd level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique. A bolt of lightning roared in the sky and merged with Fang Chun's primordial spirit, turning into a battle sword. It suddenly attacked the 2 beams of light. Dong! An earth-shattering sound echoed throughout the battlefield. The space was distorted. The battle was too intense. Fang Chun took a few steps back as he felt a sharp pain in his head. He shook his head with great effort and glanced at Xiang fearfully. Xiang also looked at Fang Chun in shock. Xiang didn't expect Fang Chun to be a soul cultivator. He cultivates both martial arts and soul cultivation. I can't let him live. Xiang thought to himself. Such a genius would definitely be a problem in the future. Just as Xiang was thinking, the 9 green dragon shadows roared and approached. Fang Chun clenched his fists and stomped heavily on the ground. Dong! When the 9 green dragon shadows approached, he suddenly punched out with his fists. This was the first time he attacked with all his strength after his perfect sword body reached the advanced level. Puchi! He punched out with both fists, and the 2 Azure Dragon phantoms instantly dissipated. The remaining 7 Azure Dragon silhouettes once again entered his body. The Azure Light Dragon roar is ineffective against me, Fang Chun said coldly. Using his body as a formation, he trapped the 7 green dragon shadows and began to encircle them. Die! At this moment, Xiang launched another attack. Heaven's Eye Technique. Xiang used the Heaven's Eye Technique. He was a soul cultivator, but he was different from other soul cultivators. His eyes had mutated and could bear the power of a soul cultivator. Every time he attacked, the soul cultivator's power would gather in his eyes and then shoot it out with his eyes as a carrier. In this way, Xiang specialized in eye techniques, increasing the power of his eyes and combining it with a soul cultivation secret technique. His power doubled. At this moment, the Heaven's Eye technique he used was a masterpiece that he had painstakingly researched for many years. By combining eye techniques and soul techniques, he formed a brand new and more powerful secret technique. 2 rays of gray light shot out of Xie Ying's eyes. The 2 gray lights quickly merged in midair. It was Fang Chen's first time seeing such a strange attack. Bang! Caught off guard, Fang Chen's body was hit by the 2 gray lights and was immediately sent flying. His clothes were tattered, and his flesh and blood splattered. However, his life was not in danger. His physical body was too strong, comparable to a life and death monarch. If a mere heavenly body tier cultivator wanted to break through his defenses, they would have to absolutely crush him. Continue attacking, Xiang roared after hitting Fang Chen. In the next moment, the 2 great elites attacked together. At first, Fang Chen could still use the space strangulation technique to counterattack. However, later on, Xie Ying's attacks had the effect of affecting his origin spirit. He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position and was surrounded by the 2 of them. After a short while, Fang Chen's body was in a sorry state, covered in blood. Every time he was sent flying, he would immediately stand up as if nothing had happened. Xie Ying and Qing Huqiu's expressions became extremely grave. This boy's physical body is too strong. If we want to kill him, we have to completely destroy his origin spirit, Xie Ying said solemnly. What should we do? Qing Huqiu asked. You hold him back. I'll destroy his origin spirit, Xie Ying said. Qing Huqiu nodded. Then, his body emitted a dazzling azure light as he used the azure light dragon roar technique again. 1, 2, 3 Green Tiger Chio's face lit up with delight when the 9 green dragon silhouettes were condensed. This was because the 10th azure dragon image was slowly forming. Chapter 1398. Let's see how you block my green light dragon roar this time. Breakthrough in battle. 9 green light dragon roar was a far cry from 10 green light dragon roar. It was no exaggeration to say that Green Tiger Hill, who could condense 10 green light dragon roars, already had the qualifications to challenge the top of the Qingyuan leaderboard. Kill, green light dragon roar, and the entire forest was turned into ruins. As time passed, more and more martial artists gathered outside the ruins. Most of them were young martial artists, but there were also some older martial artists. They were all at the heavenly body tier, and there were martial artists from all 4 islands. Jian Yinshan was among them. When he saw this, he shook his head and sighed. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. He had given up the fight in the Fire Cloud Palace because he was afraid of Fang Chen's strength. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would be able to fight 2 prodigies in such a short time? Oh my God, who is that guy? He can block the attacks of 2 prodigies. He seems to be a martial artist from the Old Hua Islands. Xie Ying and Green Light Dragon Roar teamed up. It's hard to find a match for them in the younger generation. If he can survive this, he'll definitely become a powerful martial artist in the future. Many martial artists sighed. Only the disciples of the Old Hua Islands were anxious. Most of them were disciples of the Old East Alliance, and some were even disciples of the Sword Sect. Why isn't senior brother Ku Shu here yet? Many disciples were looking into the distance. Some disciples went to inform Ku Shu as soon as they saw the battle. Only with the arrival of the withered tree would there be any hope of helping Fang Chen. I hope senior brother Fang can hold on. Seeing that Fang Chen was still holding on despite being covered in blood, the disciples of the Old Hua Islands felt their blood boil. Xie Ying and Green Light Dragon Roar are both prodigies, but they're teaming up to bully us. What a joke. Some disciples were more impulsive. They couldn't help but rush into the battle to help Fang Chen. Get lost. Green Light Dragon Roar, and the Green Light Dragon Roar wrapped around the disciples who rushed into the battle. Crack! The disciples who were hit by the Green Light Dragon Roar exploded. The disciples of the Old Hua Islands exclaimed. The impulse in his heart was suppressed once again. On the battlefield, Fang Chun used his powerful body to resist the attacks of the two powerhouses. Although his body was covered in blood and flesh, his recovery ability was still very shocking. Space-time strangulation. While using Xiang to activate the Heaven's Eye technique, Fang Chun used space-time strangulation and arrived beside Green Tiger Mound. Dong, a loud sound rang out. Caught off guard, Green Tiger Mound was struck by the space-time strangulation technique and was sent flying. Damn it! Green Tiger Mound crawled up and roared into the sky. Two experts working together had been blasted away by Fang Chun. This was a disgrace. With that, he once again used the Azure Light Dragon Roar. 10 Azure Dragon Shadows were ready to attack. At the same time, Xie Ying's Heaven's Eye art was unleashed once more. Bang Fang Chen's body flew backward. 2 bloody holes appeared in his chest, and blood kept flowing out. As the disciples of the Old Hua Islands waited anxiously, Ku Shu finally arrived. Ku Shu was wearing a gray robe. He traveled through the void and flashed a few times before arriving at the battlefield. Senior brother Ku Shu is here, the disciples of the Old Hua Islands exclaimed. Ku Shu's arrival would change the situation of the battle. Bang! Ku Shu waved his hand, and a powerful force blocked Green Tiger Mound's attack. Then, he landed beside Fang Chun. Green Tiger Mound, Xiang, what is the meaning of this? Ku Shu checked and found that Fang Chen's life was not in danger. He immediately turned around and glared at the two of them. Whoosh! Seeing Ku Shu arrive, Fang Chun heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on ground. The battle just now was too tiring. He needed to recover. Ku Shu, we want to kill this person. You can't stop us, Green Tiger Mound roared. Ku Shu, don't think that just because you're the strongest person on the Tianhua leaderboard, others might be afraid of you. As long as I'm here, don't even think about touching him, Ku Shu said coldly as his aura rippled. His primordial spirit emitted a dangerous aura. Then let's fight. Xiang didn't say anything and used the Heaven Eye technique. Seeing this, Ku Shu also performed a Soul Dao secret technique. This was a battle between soul cultivators. The soul techniques of the two powerhouses made the spectators' hearts palpitate. Green Light Dragon Roar technique. While the two were fighting, Green Tiger Mound launched a sneak attack. 10 Azure Dragon Phantoms swooped down with great power. Dong! Ku Shu waved his hand and blocked the attacks of the 10 Green Dragon Shadows. However, he was distracted, and Xiang found an opportunity. Xiang used the Heaven Eye technique and destroyed Ku Shu's attack, forcing him to retreat. Cough! Ku Shu stabilized himself and coughed lightly. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Ku Shu, if you insist on stopping us, you'll definitely die, Xiang said coldly. In a battle between soul cultivators, being distracted was the most important thing. With Green Tiger Mound's help, Ku Shu had to be distracted. Therefore, Xie Ying could use this opportunity to severely injure Ku Shu. Ku Shu also noticed this. His figure flashed, and he came to Green Tiger Mound's side. He wanted to take the initiative and kill Green Tiger Mound before fighting Xiang. However, Xie Ying wouldn't let him succeed. Your opponent is me, Xiang shouted, and the Heaven Eye technique appeared again. Ku Shu had to give up attacking Green Tiger Mound and block Xie Ying's attack. As a result, the withered tree was once again in danger. Senior Ku Shu seems to be in danger. The disciples of the Old Hua Islands discussed anxiously. The battle between the three was earth-shattering. The surroundings were filled with a dense aura, making it difficult for the spectators to see what was happening. Fang Chun sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle. They didn't notice Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong's movements at all. An earth-shattering noise instantly startled the two people awake. The moment they opened their eyes, they were stunned. When they saw Fang Chun covered in blood, they were furious. Brother Fang, are you all right? Bai Wuzong asked. At this moment, Bai Wuzong's aura rippled, and his temperament changed. He had completely comprehended the Chaos Origin killing array. I'm fine. Go help Senior Ku Shu, Fang Chen said. Bai Wuzong nodded and stood up. The aura of the array Dao spread out, and with a wave of his hand, rays of dazzling light shot out from his body. Then, these rays of light shot into the ground. Finally, they merged and formed the Chaos Origin Killing Array. The strongest form of the Chaos Origin Killing Array was fully displayed at this moment. "How dare you touch my brother? You'll all die." Bai Wuzong entered a frenzied state, and the killing power of the Chaos Origin Killing Array was completely activated by him. The Chaos Origin Killing Array, which was comparable to the peak of the 7th rank, instantly trapped the 3 people in the battle. Senior Ku Shu. Bai Wuzong transmitted his voice to Ku Shu. Ku Shu was overjoyed. What a powerful array! The spectators in the distance all exclaimed. They didn't expect Bai Wuzong to be able to set up such a killing array. While Bai Wuzong was controlling the array, Jian Wuhong held her sword and entered the array. "I'll deal with Qing Huqiu," Jian Wuhong said. Ku Shu nodded and focused on dealing with Xiang. Whoosh! Before Qing Huqiu could say anything, a cold light flashed, and a powerful force pierced toward Qing Huqiu. Whoosh! Then, a ghostly figure appeared behind Qing Huqiu. "Jian Wuhong, you're not my match." Qing Huqiu sneered. Jian Wuhong ignored Qing Huqiu and quickly attacked. The peak of the 7th rank Chaos Origin Killing Array was too powerful. Bai Wuzong controlled the killing power of the Chaos Origin Killing Array and aimed it at Xiang. Rumble. Xiang's Heaven's Eye technique and Ku Shu's Soul technique clashed fiercely. But at this moment, the killing power whistled through the air. Scram! Xiang roared, and with a flick of his sleeve, he sent the killing power flying. "You dare to be distracted in a battle between soul cultivators?" Ku Shu seized this opportunity and launched a thunderous counterattack. Powerful soul techniques came from all directions. In an instant, Xiang's body was sent flying. Heaven's Eye technique. Xiang tried his best to block Ku Shu's attack and used the Heaven's Eye technique again. However, just like before, the murderous aura attacked again. As expected, Xiang was sent flying again. Just like that, Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu worked together to suppress Xiang. Kill! Ku Shu's killing intent was aroused, and a soul technique came from all directions. Xiang's primordial spirit was instantly injured. "Ah!" Xiang let out a miserable cry. Qing Huqiu, who was fighting fiercely with Jian Wuhong, cursed inwardly. "Run!" Xiang roared and prepared to escape. "Today, none of you will be able to leave." Bai Wuzong was completely enraged. In order to protect him, Fang Chun had fought with Jian Wuhong and was covered in blood. He wanted to avenge Fang Chun. Senior brother Ku Shu, kill him. Bai Wuzong controlled the Chaos Origin Killing Array to suppress Xiang and transmitted his voice to Ku Shu. Ku Shu nodded and charged in front of Xiang. The cultivators of the 4 great archipelago who were watching the battle from afar were already dumbfounded. The disciples of the Old Hua archipelago exclaimed. They were very excited. The situation had been reversed, and the Old Hua archipelago had the upper hand. In the Heavenly Sword archipelago, Jin Yinshan was shocked. Too strong. Bai Wuzong, Jian Wuhong, and Fang Chun. The 3 of them were too strong. This kind of battle was beyond his imagination. Previously, he thought that he could compete with Fang Chun and the others. But now, it seemed that he had been left behind. The disciples of the Evil Soul Archipelago and Qingyuan Archipelago, who were previously excited, fell silent. They were praying in their hearts that reinforcements would come. Whoosh! Not far from here, there were several figures rushing with all their might. Chapter 1399. There was once a peerless powerhouse who said that one should never underestimate a soul cultivator. Their attacks were unimaginable. Even though they seemed to have no combat power, they could still unleash the most devastating attacks at the critical moment. And now, the 2 soul cultivators were fighting at the pinnacle. Without Bai Wuzong's help, Ku Shu would only be able to slightly suppress Xiang. After all, Xiang was the 3rd strongest on the Evil Soul list. His soul cultivation level had also reached the Grandmaster realm. He could be considered to have reached a higher level. Compared to Ku Shu, Xiang's cultivation time was obviously shorter. All along, Xiang had thought that he could defeat Ku Shu, as long as he had enough time to cultivate. This was the best opportunity to kill Ku Shu, but he had missed it. Soul cultivators were terrifying, but formation masters were not to be underestimated, especially now that Bai Wuzong was a bona fide 7-star formation master. What kind of concept was this? It was no exaggeration to say that a 7-star formation master could set up an earth-shattering formation with a wave of his hand. However, Bai Wuzong had just become a 7-star formation master and was still unable to set up a top-notch 7-star formation. Even so, it was enough to give everyone a headache. Seeing Fang Chun covered in blood, Bai Wuzong's heart burned with anger. At that instant, he vented all of his anger. He activated the Chaos Origin killing formation to the extreme, and its power increased by who knew how many times. The killing power within the killing formation was too strong. The spectating cultivators of the 4 archipelago in the distance were also terrified. If they were trapped in such a powerful formation, they would die in minutes. Only an expert like Xie Ying could resist the Chaos Origin killing array while fighting against the withered tree. A formation master and a soul cultivator were the best combination. Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu were a good example of this. Bai Wuzong was in charge of controlling the overall situation and suppressing Xiang. Ku Shu, on the other hand, was using all his soul techniques to deal with Xiang. Soon, Xiang was somewhat unable to resist. He already had no advantage against Ku Shu, and with his terrifying 7-star formation, he was suppressed everywhere. In the blink of an eye, Xie Ying was retreating. Pucci. At a certain moment, Xie Ying's primordial spirit was hit by Ku Shu's soul technique. Immediately, Nefarious Eagle let out a miserable shriek. His body was sent flying backward. However, with Bai Wuzong controlling the formation, his body slammed into the formation and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Pooh! A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Evil Eagle's mouth. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the withered tree. However, in his heart, the thought of retreating emerged. Although he was very angry, it did not drown his reason. With Bai Wuzong around, he was no match for Withered Tree. If it's a one-on-one fight, I'm not afraid of you. Xie Ying stood up and stared at the Withered Tree. Withered Tree shrugged. In this world, there was no such thing as fairness. If Bai Wuzong was an expert on Evil Eagle's side, Withered Tree wouldn't have said anything. He was number 1 on the Tianhua list, a disciple of the ancient Eastern Alliance. Of course, he had to stand up for his junior brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive on the Old Hua Islands. Kill! Bai Wuzong roared and opened his palm. The killing power of the primordial killing formation howled out. Seeing this, Evil Eagle's face changed. He kept retreating. On the other side, Qing Huqiu was also complaining inwardly. Jian Wuhong's power had risen to a terrifying level. If it was before, with his power, he would have been able to crush her. But now, Jian Wuhong was suppressing him. Of course, it was because of the formation, but it was enough to show that Jian Wuhong's power had increased. The more they fought, the more anxious Qing Huqiu became. Seeing that Evil Eagle was completely suppressed and in danger, he wanted to end the fight quickly and go help Evil Eagle. But Jian Wuhong was too difficult to deal with. He couldn't get away in a short time. Evil Eagle, hold on. Qing Huqiu forced Jian Wuhong back and shouted in Evil Eagle's direction. Whoosh! As Bai Wuzong attacked, so did Withered Tree. The two used their fiercest attacks, wanting to end the fight as quickly as possible. Not good, Evil Eagle cried out. He pushed his divine eye to the limit. His eyes were red, and the corners of his eyes were covered with tears of blood. This was the result of pushing his divine eye to the limit. But now, Evil Eagle couldn't care less. He had to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. Whoosh! At the most critical moment of the battle, the experts of the Qingyuan Archipelago and the Evil Soul Archipelago finally arrived. Stop! Just as all the cultivators held their breaths, a deafening voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Soon after, 2 black figures whizzed over. Crack! The 2 black figures instantly appeared in front of the Chaos Origin killing formation and attacked together, shattering the formation. Dong! The earth trembled. The chaos origin killing formation was shattered by the powerful force. Withered Tree's attack was blocked by the two black figures. A strong wind blew, and sand and stones flew around. The aura shook the sky. This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the battlefield. They were curious about who had come. At this moment, only Evil Eagle was the happiest. Reinforcements had arrived. In other words, his crisis was over. Evil Eagle dragged his injured body and walked to one of the black figures. Senior brother, Xie. The white-haired young cultivator in a black robe was Xie. The second strongest on the Evil Soul Archipelago's Evil Soul ranking, Xie. The one who came with Xie was Qingyuan Archipelago's Qingyuan ranking, Qingjue. The arrival of the two caused the battle to come to an abrupt end. Senior brother Qingjue. Seeing Qingjue arrive, King Hukyu was also very excited. Qingjue and Xiechu's arrival instantly turned the tide of the battle. Evil Eagle and King Hukyu, who were at a disadvantage, were no longer in danger. Withered Tree. Xiechu looked coldly at Withered Tree. Although he was second on the Evil Soul ranking, he was qualified to be compared to Withered Tree, Qingjue, and the others. Of the four archipelagos, the Evil Soul Archipelago was the strongest. The experts on the Evil Soul ranking were generally stronger than the experts on the other three rankings. With Xiechu's strength, he could easily be first on the other three rankings. As for the freak at the top of the Evil Soul ranking, no one had seen him before. Even Xiechu didn't know who the person at the top was. In the Evil Soul Islands, the person at the top of the Evil Soul ranking only existed in legends. If it weren't for the fact that the Creation Realm experts of the Evil Soul Islands all voted for him, Xiechu would have thought that this person didn't even exist. Senior brother Xiechu is here. Ha! The martial artists of the Old Hua Islands are in trouble. The disciples of the Evil Soul Islands were very excited. The disciples of the Qingyuan Islands were also very happy. Withered Tree stared at the two of them. He could vaguely feel a trace of pressure from them. Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong stood behind Withered Tree and stared at them warily. If anything went wrong, they would attack immediately. The top of the Tianhua ranking actually teamed up with others to attack the disciples of the Evil Soul Islands. Xiechu sneered. His words were filled with disdain. Withered Tree, you're courting death, Qingjue said coldly. What do you want to do? Withered Tree said in a low voice. No one had expected things to turn out like this. They could only take it one step at a time. After all, Qingjue and Xiechu were too strong. Withered Tree couldn't fight against them alone. You can leave, but they must die, Qingjue said. In fact, Qingjue wanted to kill Withered Tree too. But Withered Tree was the top of the Tianhua ranking and a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator. If such a strong cultivator wanted to escape, even if Qingjue and Xiechu teamed up, they might not be able to stop him. Rather than that, it was better to just let him go. As for the rest, even if Withered Tree wanted to protect them, there was nothing he could do. Qingjue's eyes fell on Bai Wuzong. A 7-star formation master was a big threat. He had to be dealt with. They discovered Bai Wuzong's formation when they'd arrived. Of all the people present, this person had to die. If he escaped, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. There would be endless trouble in the future. Impossible. As a disciple of the Old Hua Alliance, I can't leave my fellow disciples alone, Withered Tree said in a low voice. His attitude was firm. How could he leave just because Qingjue said so? What a joke. Withered Tree wasn't a match for Qingjue and Xiechu, but if they really went all out, who knew who would die? If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Qingjue spread his hands and smiled. Xiechu shook his head. Withered Tree, do you think you can withstand our attack if you stay? Or do you think you can do whatever you want with the help of a 7-star formation master? As he spoke, Xiechu's eyes fell on Bai Wuzong. Withered Tree's heart clenched. From their tone, it seemed their target was Bai Wuzong. Bai Wuzong's face was grave, and his formation aura was thick around him. The air was filled with the atmosphere of mutual hostility. But at this moment, Fang Chun, who'd walked out of sight, finally opened his eyes. His body was still covered in blood, but it was no longer a big deal. His physical body was incomparably strong to begin with. Previously, he had only suffered some superficial wounds. After recuperating, his wounds were healed. Bullying with numbers? Fang Chun slowly rose to his feet and walked over to Withered Tree. His eyes swept over Xie Chu and Qingjue. "Who are you?" Xie Chu and Qingjue frowned. This person was covered in blood, and it was obvious he'd been seriously injured, yet he still dared to boast shamelessly. "Senior brother Xie Chu. This person is called Fang Chun. He's no weaker than Jian Wuhong. This person killed many disciples of the Evil Spirit Islands and Qing Yuan Islands." Qing Huqiu and Xie Ying spoke at the same time. Hearing this, Xie Chu and Qingjue were a little surprised. From the aura emanating from this person, they could feel that he was a medium-level heavenly body tier cultivator. "Senior brother Xie Chu, don't underestimate this person. Although his cultivation is only at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, he's really strong. I suspect he's a genius of the purgatory," Xiang said. Chapter 1400. Purgatory geniuses weren't just for show. Outside of purgatory, there were very few martial artists who could be called purgatory geniuses. At least, there hadn't been any purgatory geniuses in the 4 archipelagos. Everyone thought that those who broke through the limit were peerless geniuses. However, they didn't know that for creation realm cultivators and even life and death realm cultivators, the potential of purgatory geniuses was far higher than those who broke through the limit. What shocked Xie Chu and Qing Ju was that this bloodied and battered martial artist was actually a purgatory genius. They didn't dare to believe it. However, if they knew that Fang Chun had cultivated for less than 40 years, who knew what they would think? "Purgatory genius!" Xie Chu cried out. "Yes, this boy's potential is too heaven-defying. He can fight me at the 6th level of the heavenly body realm," Xiang said. Xie Chu naturally knew Xie Ying's strength very well. After hearing Xie Ying's introduction, Xie Chu's expression finally became serious. "Purgatory genius? Then you can't be left alive," Xie Chu said sinisterly. Letting a purgatory genius leave was like letting a tiger return to the mountain. They didn't dare to bear this risk. Qing Ju also nodded heavily. Their gazes had already moved from Bai Wuzong to Fang Chun. A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Brother Bai, you control the Chaos Origin killing formation. Wuhong, you deal with Green Tiger Mount. Senior brother Withered Tree, you deal with Xiang. I'll stop them," Fang Chun transmitted secretly. "Brother Fang, don't be rash," Bai Wuzong said hurriedly. A hint of worry flashed in Jian Wuhong's eyes. Even Withered Tree couldn't defeat Qing Ju and Xie Chu. Not to mention Fang Chun. Jian Wuhong didn't think that Fang Chun was stronger than Withered Tree. "I can last for a minute, so I need senior brother Withered Tree to end this quickly and kill Xiang," Fang Chun continued to transmit. In a short time just now, he had already made careful calculations. Although Jian Wuhong's strength could suppress Green Tiger Mount, it was impossible for her to kill him quickly. Thus, she could only place her hopes on Withered Tree. Xiang had been injured in the battle just now, and his primordial spirit had been damaged. If Bai Wuzong and the wilted tree worked together, they would surely be able to kill him at lightning speed. This way, the situation would be much clearer. "All right, I will kill Xiang as soon as possible." Withered Tree nodded. At this point, without any reinforcements, they could only rely on themselves. "Do it. Strike first and gain the upper hand." Before Qing Ju and the others could do anything, Fang Chun growled. Instantly, the terrifying chaos elemental killing array spread out and enveloped everyone within it. Courting death. Qing Ju and Xie Chu frowned and laughed coldly. Then, Qing Ju attacked Dry Tree, while Xie Chu prepared to kill Fang Chun. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Fang Chun was alone. Not only did he attack Qing Ju, but he also attacked Xie Chu. In an instant, Fang Chun entangled Qing Ju and Xie Chu with shocking strength. "The two of you will be fighting me." Fang Chun gently wiped the blood off his face, revealing a row of white teeth. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Qing Ju sneered and punched out. Facing 2 experts, Fang Chun did not hold back at all. He activated his perfect sword body to the extreme. The sword-shaped runes shone brightly, and his physical defense was raised to the maximum. At the same time, he performed the space-time strangulation. Bang! Fang Chun easily blocked Qing Ju's attack with his first attack. At this moment, a wild wind appeared behind him. Fang Chun hurriedly turned around and blocked with all his strength. Bang! When Fang Chun blocked Xie Chu's attack, he was sent flying by Qing Ju's punch. "Kid, how dare you fight the two of us alone? You're courting death." Qing Ju sneered. As for Fang Chun, he quickly crawled back up and continued to block their path. Fang Chun fought against two strong cultivators alone and was forced to retreat. In an instant, he had more injuries on his body. However, fortunately, his physical body was too strong and could still block. Usually, a minute would be a very fast time, but now it was extremely slow for Fang Chun. When Fang Chun gave the order, Red Sword faced Green Tiger Mount. She was very anxious and worried about Fang Chun's safety. She waved the long sword in her hand, fiercely and firmly suppressed Green Tiger Mount. According to the previous agreement, Bai Wuzong was in full control of the Chaos Origin killing formation and cooperated with Ku Shu to kill Xiang. In fact, Fang Chun's plan was very effective. As soon as the battle began, Xiang was at a disadvantage. Die! Bai Wuzong fell into madness and devoted himself to the Chaos Origin killing formation. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in the Chaos Origin killing formation. Biting cold killing intent wreaked havoc on the ground. Xiang felt that his body was bound. Whoosh! Just as Xiang was about to retreat, he was shocked to find that all the attacks in the Chaos Origin killing formation were aimed at him. He resisted with all his might. The withered tree found an opportunity and unleashed a tyrannical spirit technique. A resplendent ray of light shot out from his primordial spirit. Whoosh! Without any obstruction, the resplendent ray of light shot into Xie Ying's head. Xie Ying's primordial spirit was already heavily injured, and now he was hit by Ku Shu. His mind shook, and his primordial spirit shattered. No! Xie Ying's throat was hoarse. He wanted to roar, but he found that he couldn't. Xie Ying's eyes were filled with unwillingness. In the end, his body softly fell to the ground. In fact, when Xiang was attacked, Xie Chu already knew of Fang Chun's plan. "Xiang!" Xie Chu roared furiously. He sent Fang Chun flying with a punch and wanted to save Xiang. However, Fang Chun was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. He quickly got up from the ground and traveled through space, arriving in front of Xie Chu and blocking his path. "You're courting death." Xie Chu was furious and punched again. However, in that short amount of time, Evil Eagle's body fell limply to the ground. His primordial spirit shattered and he died. "Ah!" Xie Chu roared at the sky. He turned his head, an evil aura exuding from his body, burning with anger. He walked towards Fang Chun step by step. "Brat, I'm going to tear you into pieces." A 6th-level heavenly body tier martial artist had forcefully blocked him and Qing Ju for a minute. This was something Xie Chu couldn't tolerate. Evil Eagle had been killed right under his nose. The third strongest elite on the Evil Soul list died in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, just like that. At this moment, the anger in Xie Chu's heart was enough to burn the world. "Xie Chu, your opponent is me." After killing Xiang, Ku Shu blocked in front of Xie Chu. "Ku Shu, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." Blocked by Ku Shu, Xie Chu couldn't continue to kill Fang Chun. Dong! The two pinnacle experts instantly clashed with each other. Ku Shu's spirit technique was extremely strange, and Xie Chu's power was also extremely domineering. At the beginning of the battle, the two were evenly matched. As time passed, Xie Chu gradually gained the upper hand. However, even so, Xie Chu couldn't kill Ku Shu. This was the elite at the top of the Tianhua list. No matter how weak he was, he wouldn't be easily killed. There were no new developments in the battle here for the time being. And on the other side, without Xie Chu's attacks, Fang Chun suddenly felt much more relaxed. Facing Qing Ju alone, Fang Chun crawled up from the ground. The blood on his body had already scabbed over. However, he didn't care at all. This was just a superficial wound to confuse everyone. Brat, I have to say, your physical defense is very strong. Qing Ju stared at Fang Chun and said in a low voice. Xie Ying's death was ultimately because he and Xie Chu had underestimated Fang Chun. Otherwise, Xie Ying wouldn't have died so tragically. Now, the situation had suddenly become blurry. However, as long as he, Qing Ju, killed this brat, the situation would change again. It can only be said that your attacks are too weak, Fang Chun said with a grin. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Bai Wuzong, asking him to support Jian Wuhong with all his might. The originally one-sided battle had become like this. Bai Wuzong was also very excited. After hearing Fang Chen's words, he controlled the chaos element killing array without hesitation to help Jian Wuhong deal with Green Tiger Hill. Seeing this, Qing Ju's expression became serious. Die! Qing Ju saw through Fang Chen's plan. With a low roar, he punched out. Dong! Fang Chen's fist collided with Qing Ju's. A terrifying explosive force instantly spread out. Then, the two quickly retreated. Qing Ju was a little surprised, but the battle didn't stop. Green Light Dragon Roar Technique. Qing Ju used the Green Tiger Hill's ultimate technique. However, this ultimate technique was especially powerful in Qing Ju's hands. Whoosh! In the sky, 15 green dragon shadows instantly appeared. 15! Fang Chen exclaimed. 15 azure dragon phantoms whizzed through the air, bringing with them a powerful force. Using the space-time strangulation technique, Fang Chen's figure flashed. He destroyed the green dragon shadows one by one, but in the end, he was still hit by the remaining few. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying again. When he got up, Qing Ju's expression became even more serious. Fang Chen's physical defense was beyond his imagination. Looks like I need to use my trump card, Qing Ju said sinisterly. At the same time, a faint green light appeared around him. This light green light circled around him. After 3 rounds, it began to rise and finally gathered in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a thumb-sized ball of light green appeared in Qing Ju's palm. The power contained in this small ball was very strong. Qing Ju was very confident that he could kill Fang Chun. Kid, although you're a purgatory genius, you're too weak. But it's a pity that you're too weak. Today is the day you die. Purgatory geniuses were the most important pieces of the puzzle for large factions. If this was the outside world, Qing Ju wouldn't dare to openly attack a purgatory genius. This was because every purgatory genius had a guardian behind them. However, this was the Moon Cave, so he didn't have to worry. However, just as Qing Ju was laughing wildly, a tremor came from the Chaos Origin killing array. Qing Ju turned his head and instantly grit his teeth. There was a cloud of blood mist beside Jian Wuhong, and Green Tiger Hill, who was fighting with her, was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1401. The cultivators of the 4 archipelago, watching the battle from afar, were all shocked. In a short period of time, the experts who were usually high up on the ranking list were killed one after another. If this happened in the outside world, it would definitely cause a commotion in the archipelago. Unfortunately, this was the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. However, if this happened in the outside world, there wouldn't be such a large-scale conflict. Qing Huqiu's death was also thanks to Bai Wuzong. It had to be said that this 7-star formation master really controlled the situation. Although he didn't participate in the battle, the mixed yuan killing formation played a huge role. If it weren't for Bai Wuzong, it would have been very difficult to kill Xie Ying and Qing Huqiu. And now, Fang Chen's plan was finally completed. In the following time, Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong would fight against Qing Ju at the same time. Ku Shu and Bai Wuzong would fight against Xie Chu. This way, the situation would be completely reversed. Fang Chen's side had a huge advantage. Heavens, am I dreaming? Xiang, 3rd on the Evil Soul ranking, died just like that. Qing Huqiu, 2nd on the Azure Origin ranking, was also killed. This is crazy. Fang Chun of the Old Hua Islands is too powerful. After this battle, The hearts of all the martial artists were filled with shock. They were shocked by Fong Chen's tenacity. A sixth-level heavenly body tier cultivator fought two elites alone for a minute. This was an important turning point. If not, the cultivators of the old Hua Islands would have been slaughtered. Xiao, Jian Wuhong didn't stop. She stepped forward and arrived beside Fong Chun. A trace of gentleness appeared on her ice-cold face. Seeing Fong Chun covered in blood, Jian Wuhong's heart was filled with pain. "How are you?" Jian Wuhong wasn't good at expressing herself. She quickly regained her cold demeanor. "I won't die." Fong Chun grinned. Then, he looked at Qing Ju again. "Now, what do you think your chances are?" Fong Chun asked. Qing Ju's expression changed. After exchanging blows with Fong Chun, he knew that Fong Chun had a strong defense. If he added the red sword dance to the mix, Fong Chun would not be able to defeat him. Even though he wouldn't be defeated, it would still be impossible for him to defeat the other party. On the other side, Xie Chu seemed to have realized this problem. He attacked madly, wanting to kill or severely injure the withered tree in order to find a breakthrough point. However, at every critical moment, Bai Wuzong would control the killing power of the Chaos Origin killing formation to stop the evil tune. Over time, even Xie Chu thought they had completely failed in this battle. Dong Xie Chu forced the withered tree back with a punch. With a leap, he landed beside Qing Ju. The two of them looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. However, he had no choice but to admit the truth before his eyes. "I didn't think that a cultivator at the 6th level of the heavenly body tier would actually lead this battle," Xie Chu said. The battle came to an abrupt end at that instant. However, Fong Chun and the others did not relax. "Purgatory Genius, you are indeed qualified to receive this title," Xie Chu continued. "With your own strength, you turned a disadvantage into an advantage bit by bit. I have to say, I admire you." At this point, Xie Chu's eyes shot out a murderous intent. "However, I hate you even more." Xie Chu's expression was ferocious. "Today, we have suffered heavy losses. Xie Ying is dead, and Green Tiger Mound is also dead. However, this is not the end. In the following time, the old Hua Islands should be prepared to suffer the wrath of the evil Soul Islands and the Qing Yuan Islands. Today's situation was our mistake. If we meet again, the outcome will definitely not be reversed," Qing Ju said, although they had failed. However, the two of them believed that they would have time to deal with the people of the old Hua Islands. Wong. At this moment, the Chaos Origin killing formation swayed, and a fierce wind suddenly rose. "What? Can you stop us if we want to leave?" Xie Chu frowned. "Do you really think we are afraid of you?" Qing Ju said coldly. "If we continue to fight, we might not lose." Hearing this, Fong Chun waved his hand, stopping Bai Wuzong's actions. The latter understood and removed the Chaos Origin killing formation. "Brat, just you wait. I, Xie Chu, swear that the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave will be your burial ground." Before Xie Chu left, he glared fiercely at Fong Chun. The two powerhouses quickly disappeared into the void. Seeing this, the martial artists of the Qing Yuan Islands and the Evil Soul Islands also quickly left this place. Whoosh! Seeing this, Jian Wuhong and the others let out a sigh of relief. The three of them looked at Fong Chun. "Don't look at me like that. I will feel embarrassed." Fong Chun scratched his head awkwardly as the three of them stared at him with fiery gazes. "I can't believe it. I feel like I'm dreaming now," Bai Wuzong said. "Yeah, this is the biggest crisis we have encountered since entering the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Luckily, junior brother Fong is here," Ku Shu said. "Not only did he force Xie Chu and Qing Ju to retreat, but he also killed Xie Ying and Qing Huqiu. It won't be long before news of this will spread throughout the entire Coiling Moon Immortal Cave." Jian Wuhong said softly. The disciples of the old Hua Islands who were watching from afar were instantly excited. All the martial artists were cheering. They really did it. The four of them had created a miracle. The disciples of the Sword Sky Islands were also shocked. In the crowd, Jian Yinshun shook his head and sighed. The gap between him and Fong Chun was too big. "Let's go," Jin Yinshun said softly. After a while, the disciples of the Sword Sky Islands quickly retreated. Cheers resounded through the sky. In just 3 days, the news of this battle spread throughout the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Many martial artists found it unbelievable. The 4 martial artists of the Old Hua Islands fought Xie Chu and Qing Ju and even killed Qing Hu Chiu and Xiang. How is this possible? Putting everything else aside, just Xie Ing and Qing Hu Chiu's strength is enough to make Ku Shu wary. It's true. They killed Xie Ing and Qing Hu Chiu right under their noses. In the end, the 4 martial artists worked together and forced Xie Chu and Qing Ju to retreat. At first, no one believed the truth of the matter. But soon, someone came out to verify it. After everyone understood the situation, they were all shocked. The name that they talked about the most was Fang Chun. Fang Chun is ranked 10th on the Tianhua ranking. He's so strong. I heard that Fang Chun fought Xie Chu and Qing Ju alone to buy time for Ku Shu and Qing Ju. Oh my God, how strong is Fang Chun? Why do I feel like he's stronger than Ku Shu? You don't know this, right? The 4 from the Old Hua Islands were able to turn the situation around because of Bai Wuzong. Bai Wuzong is a 7-star divine array master. After learning that Bai Wuzong was a 7-star divine array master, everyone was in an uproar. Many forces wanted to find Bai Wuzong and rope him in. However, Bai Wuzong and the other 3 seemed to have disappeared into thin air. No one could find them. As for the news that Fang Chun was a genius of the purgatory, it didn't spread. Only a few experts knew about it. Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, in a certain ruin. A man with sword-shaped eyebrows wearing a black robe had a sword-shaped symbol on it. It was obvious that he was a martial artist of the Sword Sky Islands. This person was playing with a golden metal plate in his hand. He had just come out of the 13 palaces and obtained a token. He felt his communication jade pendant vibrate. Then he opened his communication jade pendant. After a while, his face darkened. The content of the message was very simple. It was nothing more than the battle between the 4 martial artists of the Old Hua Islands. Of course, the main point was that Bai Wuzong was a 7-star divine array master, and Fang Chun was even more terrifying. He was a genius of the purgatory. I didn't expect the Old Hua Islands to have a genius of the purgatory. The man with sword-shaped eyebrows put away the communication jade pendant and smiled. Fang Chun, what kind of martial artist are you? The man with sword-shaped eyebrows looked up at the blue sky and muttered to himself, I hope you won't disappoint me. Many martial artists had different attitudes after learning that Fang Chun was a genius of the purgatory. The martial artists of the Old Hua Islands were naturally very happy. However, the martial artists of the other 2 islands were very unhappy. Some even wanted to assassinate Fang Chun. A genius of the purgatory was too scary. Once he grew, he would be a threat to everyone. Therefore, they couldn't let him live. However, after the battle, Fang Chun and the other 3 martial artists seemed to have expected that it would cause a huge uproar. They had hidden long ago. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the 4 of them in such a huge moon fairy cave. Star Relic, Space-Time Island, Space-Time Battlefield. Fang Chun had just killed a space-time demon spirit when a smile appeared on his face. His original body already knew what had happened in the moon fairy cave. My doppelganger's combat power is almost on par with Xiang. It's still a bit weaker than Xie Chu. If I could take back the red glass sword, defeating Xie Chu won't be a problem. Fang Chun's original body grinned. Of course, there was another situation. When the true meaning of space-time reached the 7th grade, the strength of both his original body and doppelganger would skyrocket. After leaving the Moon Fairy Cave, the mission given by Realm Lord Fu Mo could be considered completed. Soon, it won't be long before I can leave this godforsaken place, Fang Chun said to himself. If the Oxhead Demon Beast found out that Fang Chun had called such a godforsaken place for cultivation, what would it think? After resting for a while, Fang Chun continued to kill space-time demon spirits. At the same time, in the core area of the Star Relic, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Don't worry. I will definitely find that thing, a graceful and elegant man said with a fawning face. However, The lady in green beside him turned a blind eye to it. The green-robed woman was extremely beautiful. She was devastatingly beautiful and had a unique temperament. She was like a fairy who didn't belong to the mortal world. She came to the star relic for a treasure. As for the graceful and luxurious man, he naturally wanted to curry favor with the green-clothed woman and followed behind her like a shadow. "You are," the man said softly. The lady in green frowned and was a little unhappy. An angry expression appeared on her pretty face. Then, her red lips opened slightly and let out a heavenly voice. "I said, don't call me you." Chapter 1402. Since entering the coiling moon fairy cave, they had encountered many strong enemies, and Fang Chun had never been able to display his strongest combat strength, although the power of the space-time strangulation technique was extraordinary. But in the end, it consumed too much energy and could not be maintained for a long time. Moreover, after this battle, Xie Chu and Qing Ju had already regarded Fang Chun as a thorn in their side. Once he encountered the two alone, he would definitely be attacked fiercely. Therefore, Fang Chun could not wait to find Fu Long and then seize the red glass sword. This time, Fang Chun and the other three hid and rested for about half a month before coming out of the hiding place. The four looked at each other and then smiled at each other. "Qing Ju and Xie Chu have been waiting for us to be alone," Ku Shu said in a deep voice. "If it's a one-on-one battle, we are definitely not their match." "It's better to be careful," Bai Wuzong said. Jian Wuhong nodded slightly and did not speak. Fang Chun thought for a moment and said, "Anyway, our goal has always been to get the tokens of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. Why don't we act together?" Hearing Fang Chun's words, Ku Shu nodded. In the end, the four reached a unanimous decision. Before looking for the tokens of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces, the four would not separate and act together. However, not long after, the four of them heard an important piece of news. When this news came out, it caused a great sensation. The tokens of the 13 palaces had all been born. This also meant that the 13 palaces had all been discovered by many martial artists, and the tokens had all fallen into the hands of martial artists. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He had 2 golden iron pieces in his hand. In other words, there were still 11 tokens in the hands of others. At the same time, Fang Chen also obtained very important information from the golden iron pieces. The moment the tokens of the 13 palaces were all born, the tokens resonated with each other. As long as they were within a certain range, the tokens would sense the existence of other tokens and emit a soft light. This seemed to be specially targeted at the holders of the tokens. Fang Chen told the 3 of them this point. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong's face was overjoyed and immediately said, "In this way, we can use Brother Fang's token to ambush other token holders." The withered tree pondered for a moment and felt that this matter was feasible. "Junior Bai is right. Let's try to get as many tokens as we can," said the withered tree. Fang Chun and the other 3 quickly walked through the coiling moon immortal cave, paying attention to the changes in the medallion. Fang Chun wasn't the only one who thought this way. Every martial artist who had a token had the same idea. Unfortunately, some people were destined to die because of the tokens. What surprised Fang Chun and the other 3 was that after running for an hour, the golden metal plate began to emit a soft light. "There's a token nearby," Fang Chun shouted. He immediately took out 2 badges and placed them in his palm. Sensing the information from the medallion, Xiao Chun followed the guidance of the medallion and quickly headed for the location of the other medallion. At the same time, in a nearby forest, there was an elder at the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Judging from his attire, he was most likely a cultivator of the older generation from the Qing Yuan archipelago. "Yes, there's a token nearby." This 9th level heavenly body tier elder's expression changed, and he immediately prepared to hide. However, it was already too late. Fang Chun activated his true intent of time and space to the extreme and rushed over first. Yes, there's only one person. Seeing that Fang Chun was alone, the 9th level heavenly body tier elder was secretly delighted. Immediately, a frightening aura spread out from his body. "Brat, I haven't even looked for you, and you've already found me." The elder sneered and said, Hand over your token. However, what answered the elder was Fong Chen's full-strength punch. Dong! With a single punch, the old man was sent flying. You, who are you? At this moment, the elder finally felt fear and asked in horror. Fong Chun. Hearing the two words Fong Chun, a storm surged in the elder's heart. How could it be you? Obviously, the elder had also heard of Fong Chen's name. The genius of the purgatory was so powerful that even the Azure Tiger Hill was no match for him. Although the elder was an older generation cultivator of the Qing Yuan archipelago, his potential was limited. If he couldn't obtain celestial qi, he probably wouldn't be able to step into the creation tier in his lifetime. Although he seemed to be at the 9th level, his true battle prowess was inferior to the Azure Tiger Hill. At this moment, when he heard that the person before him was Fong Chun, he lost without a fight. Run! The elder didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed, and he prepared to flee. Wong. However, just as he was about to flee, a terrifying formation suddenly descended from the sky, instantly trapping him. No! The old man let out a cry of unwillingness. If not for his greed, perhaps he would have already fled at this moment. Everything was his own fault for being greedy. Brother Fong, how do we deal with this? Bai Wuzong appeared and asked. Jian Wuhong and Ku Shu also appeared at the same time. Hand over your token, Fong Chun said in a low voice as he walked in front of the formation. The elder was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. I admit defeat. The elder took out his token and threw it to Fong Chun. The latter took the token, checked it, and found that it was real. He put away the token, then turned and left. Let him go. Fong Chen's voice sounded. In an instant, Fong Chun and the other three disappeared. The elder's heart raced, and he felt as if he was dreaming. He didn't kill me? The elder asked in disbelief. He had just walked through the gates of hell and managed to keep his life. In fact, Fong Chun wasn't a homicidal maniac. Even though Qing Ju wanted to kill him, he only hated Qing Ju. He couldn't hate the entire Qingyuan archipelago just because Qing Ju was a martial artist of the archipelago. This old man had no enmity with him, and he only attacked him because of the golden metal piece. Fong Chen naturally didn't have any killing intent. After successfully obtaining a token, Fong Chun and the other three became more confident, and they continued to check the nearby tokens. At the same time, other martial artists were also fighting for tokens. Among them, there were three people who attracted the most attention. Fong Chen recognized two of them. One was Qing Ju, ranked first on the Qingyuan ranking of the Qingyuan archipelago. The other was Xie Chu, ranked second on the Evil Soul ranking of the Evil Soul archipelago. These two had a token each, and they also received the news. However, their speed was obviously not as fast as Fong Chen's. In the dark, there was another person who was also fighting for tokens. In an instant, the martial artists who obtained tokens were panicking. The whole Coiling Moon Celestial Cave was in turmoil. The area where the 13 palaces were located could only be considered the outer region of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, and the 7 palaces were located in the inner region of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. It was said that the creation tier elites were all in the inner region of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. The 13 palaces didn't attract them at all, and the only thing that could attract them was the 7 palaces or even the last cave. There were no creation tier elites in the outer region, and 9th level heavenly body tier elites were the strongest. And now, without the ranked first on the Evil Soul ranking, the combination of Fong Chun and the other three was almost invincible. The 4 of them easily swept through, and in the following month's time, they obtained 3 tokens. Adding the 3 from before, there were a total of 6 tokens. There were a total of 13 tokens, and Fong Chen alone had obtained almost half. There were only 7 tokens left outside. A month later, the difficulty of finding tokens increased. At this time, Qing Ju only had 2 tokens, and Xie Chu also only had 2 tokens. As for the last 3 tokens, they were all in the hands of the man with the sword-like eyebrows. On a certain mountain peak, Qing Ju and Xie Chu stood quietly, looking at each other. Brother Qing, how about we team up? Xie Chu asked. Xie Chu's strength was even higher than Qing Ju's. However, if it was a battle of life and death, it was hard to say who would win. So, although Xie Chu was slightly stronger, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. How do we team up? Qing Ju asked. The difficulty of finding tokens has increased greatly. Just by ourselves, wanting to obtain tokens is extremely difficult, Xie Chu said. If you and I team up, perhaps we can obtain more tokens. Oh, you mean? Hearing this, Qing Ju's eyes revealed a trace of sly smile. As Fang Chun and the other three were searching for tokens, they received a piece of news. Yes, someone saw a token on the Sitting Gaze Mountain. Fang Chun muttered to himself. Will there be a trap? Bai Wuzong asked. If the four of us team up, even Qing Ju and Xie Chu wouldn't dare to fight directly. What are you afraid of? Ku Shu said. Let's go. Fang Chun nodded, agreeing with Ku Shu's opinion. And in another mysterious area, the man with the sword-like eyebrows also heard this news. Could it be Fang Chun? The man with the sword-like eyebrows thought to himself, and then his figure disappeared into the horizon. On a certain plain, Fu Long suddenly appeared. Not long ago, he had obtained an inheritance. During this period of time, he had been receiving the inheritance. Naturally, he didn't know what had happened in the outside world. He also didn't know about the battle more than a month ago. Fang Chun, if I see you next time, I will definitely kill you. Fu Long's face was ferocious as he said coldly. With a thought, a red long sword appeared in his palm. This was the red glass sword. He had a feud with Fang Chun because of the red glass sword. Although he was good at runes, the red glass sword was indeed a magic weapon that he liked very much. There was no reason for him to give up what he wanted. Putting away the red glass sword, Fu Long's eyes emitted a biting, cold, murderous intent. At this time, Fang Chun, who was continuing to move forward, suddenly stopped. Brother Fang, what's wrong? Bai Wuzong asked curiously. Fang Chun's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, I sense the aura of the red glass sword. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong's eyes flashed, and she instantly shot out. Fang Chun followed closely behind, rushing toward the place where the aura of the red glass sword was. Jian Wuhong helped Fang Chun forge the red glass sword, so she knew Fang Chun best. The red glass sword was stolen by Fu Long, and it had always been Fang Chun's obsession. And now, he sensed the aura of the red glass sword, which meant that Fu Long was nearby. No matter what, I will help you take back the red glass sword, Jian Wuhong said to herself as she flew. Fu Long, Fang Chun said through gritted teeth. The true meaning of time and space was pushed to the extreme, and his speed was extremely fast, and he soon caught up with Jian Wuhong. Seeing Jian Wuhong's speed, Fang Chun was a little surprised. Chapter 1403. Ku Shu and Bai Wuzong were dumbfounded. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The two of them are too fast. Bai Wuzong cried out involuntarily. Ku Shu shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he couldn't keep his first place on the Tianhua ranking. However, Ku Shu wasn't angry. The stronger Fang Chun was, the happier he was. He didn't care about the first place on the Tianhua ranking. He only cared about his own strength. Whoosh! In an instant, Fang Chun's red sword dance arrived 1,000 kilometers away. He saw Fu Long, who was about to leave. Fu Long! Fang Chun roared furiously. Soon after, he suddenly threw a punch through the air. Hearing this, Fu Long turned his head and saw the sudden attack. His expression changed greatly, and he immediately activated a rune. Dong! A deafening sound echoed in the sky. Fu Long took a few steps back and steadied himself. He lifted his eyes and looked at Fang Chun. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Fang Chun, I didn't go looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me, Fu Long said coldly. Fang Chun's aura skyrocketed as he walked towards the rune dragon. Fu Long, I, Fang Chun, swear that you'll die today, Fang Chun said. Jian Wuhong was about to attack, but Fang Chun stopped her. Let me do it myself. The red glass sword was his partner. He wanted to kill Fu Long and take the red glass sword back. Die! Seeing Fang Chun stop Jian Wuhong, Fu Long was relieved and sneered. Dong! Fang Chun gathered all his strength and threw a punch. Fu Long used a rune to block it. Okay. Fang Chun's strength was very strong. He shattered the burning rune with one punch and forced the rune dragon to retreat. This scene caused Fu Long's expression to change greatly. "How can you be so strong?" Fu Long asked. He had received the inheritance, and his strength had increased a lot. But he couldn't block Fang Chen's physical strength. How is that possible? Fu Long didn't believe it and continued to attack. However, no matter how he attacked, Fang Chen's iron fists responded to him. "Ah!" Fu Long roared at the sky, unleashing his trump card. The powerful runes were instantly ignited by him, erupting with the power of thunder. Fang Chen died. Fu Long let out a low roar and displayed his greatest technique. He believed that Fang Chen was undoubtedly going to die. However, when Fang Chen used the space-time strangulation technique, Fu Long fell into despair. Impossible! How can he be so strong? The space-time strangulation contained a strong, killing intent. Fu Long resisted with all his might. He had even taken out his trump card, but it was still useless. Crack! All the runes were shattered by Fang Chen. Fang Chen's figure quickly shuttled through the void and arrived behind Fu Long. Bang! Suddenly, a punch blasted out, smashing directly onto Fu Long's head. With a loud bang, Fu Long's skull shattered and a mist of blood spurted out. Fu Long screamed miserably. He was still burning runes, trying to escape. Impossible! Even now, Fu Long didn't know how Fang Chen was so strong. "I won't accept this." After Fang Chen smashed Fu Long's head with a punch, he roared at the sky. His fleeing origin spirit was also shattered by Fang Chen's punch. The space-time strangulation technique, combined with the true meaning of time and space, was extremely powerful. In addition, Fang Chen had stepped into the 6th level of the heavenly body tier, and his strength had increased greatly. Fu Long was no match for him at all. Crack! The second strongest on the Tianhua roll, the Grandmaster stage Talisman Master Fu Long, was killed by Fang Chen. Voila! Fang Chen shook his wrist, and Fu Long's spatial ring appeared in his hand. Opening the spatial ring, Fang Chen was extremely excited. Wong! The red glass sword trembled as it flew out of the spatial ring. It floated in the air and quickly spun around Fang Chen's body. Finally, the red glass sword stopped in front of Fang Chen's chest. A series of sword cries could be heard from the body of the sword. It seemed to be telling Fang Chen that it was very happy. Fang Chen raised his hand and gently grasped the red glass sword's hilt. Instantly, a familiar aura came from the red glass sword. "I said I would take you back with my own hands," Fang Chen said. A sword chime came from the red glass sword as a response. Jian Wuhong, who was watching from afar, smiled when she saw this scene. No one knew Fang Chen better than she did. He was very happy inside. Whoosh! At this moment, Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu arrived. Yes. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Ku Shu and Bai Wuzong felt helpless. "Aren't you two a little too fast?" Fang Chen put away the red glass sword, scratched his head, and smiled awkwardly. "Brother Fang, how was it?" Bai Wuzong walked to Fang Chen's side and asked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded with a smile. Now that the red glass sword had been taken back, he could devote himself to finding the token. "Since you have taken back what belongs to you and Fu Long is dead, let's go." "In that case, let's continue forward," Withered Tree said, sitting mountain gazing. In the center of the coiling moon fairy cave, it was surrounded by an endless plain. The sitting mountain gazing was very high. From afar, it towered into the clouds. But now, there were two people on the sitting mountain gazing, waiting for the holder of the token. "Brother Qing, do you think they will come?" Xie Chu asked. Qing Ju nodded. "They will definitely come. No one can resist the temptation of the token." Just as they were talking, ripples appeared in the void. Then, the man with the sword eyebrows appeared. The man with dashing eyebrows walked over step by step with a smile on his face. His eyes swept over Qing Ju and finally fell on Xie Chu. "Who are you?" Qing Ju and Xie Chu did not know him. However, they were able to sense a terrifying aura from that person. "Jian Xing," the man with the sword eyebrows said with a smile. Qing Ju and Xie Chu breathed a sigh of relief. They had heard of Jian Xing's name. He was the top expert on the Sword Sky list. Although this person's strength was very strong, The two of them were still at the same level as him. Jianxing, are you here to take our token? Qingju asked. Jianxing shook his head and then nodded. I'm not taking it. I am asking for it from you, Jianxing said gently. What a joke. Do you think that the top of the sword sky list can scare us? Xie sneered. Since you are here, please hand over your token. Otherwise, you will not be able to walk out of here alive, Qingju said coldly. I don't think so. Jianxing shook his head. He did not believe Qingju. You are courting death. Qingju attacked. Qingju was the top expert on the Qingyuan list. He was so powerful that he had few rivals among the younger generation. He was confident that Jianxing was no match for him. However, he did not think so after a few seconds. After a while, Qingju and Xie sat on the mountain, gazing mountain with gloomy faces. A few tokens appeared in their palms, and they handed them over to Jianxing unwillingly. That's more like it. Jianxing grinned. Qingju and Xie left the sitting mountain, gazing mountain in a hurry. When the two of them looked at Jianxing, their eyes were filled with terror. He was too powerful. The two of them were no match for him, even if they joined forces. Fangchun and the other three flew for a day and night and were finally about to reach the sitting mountain, gazing mountain. However, before that, he met two old acquaintances. Brother Fang, look, Bai Wuzong suddenly said. Fangchun turned around upon hearing this, and saw Qingju and Xie rushing toward them. Fangchun was confused. They had obviously come from the sitting mountain, gazing mountain. Had they arrived before him? Crash! The four of them appeared and blocked Qingju and Xiechu's path. What a coincidence. We meet again, Ku Shu said with a smile. It's you. Qingju frowned and said coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much? Xiechu said impatiently. The four of them could not do anything to them. Similarly, the two of them could not do anything to the four of them. Therefore, there was no point in continuing the fight. However, their tokens had just been snatched, and they had nowhere to vent their anger. When they saw Fangchun and the other three, they naturally had to vent their anger. Hand over your tokens, Fangchun said. In your dreams, Qingju roared angrily. Hearing the word token, Qingju went berserk. He already felt annoyed that his tokens had been snatched away. He did not expect Fangchun to have the audacity to snatch their tokens. Boom! Qingju attacked at lightning speed. His target was Fangchun. Whoosh! The red glass sword was unsheathed. He slashed out with his sword. It was earth-shattering. This was the first time Fangchun had used his full strength. Now that the red glass sword had been recovered, his control of the red glass sword had become even better. Whoosh! As the red glass sword was swung out, a thick sword light whizzed out instantly. Swoosh! With lightning speed, it pierced into Qingju's body. With a bang, Qingju was sent flying without any resistance and fell to the ground. On the other side, Xiechu was about to attack. Seeing the scene, he was dumbfounded. How can this guy be so strong? Xiechu could not believe it. He noticed the magic weapon in Fangchun's hand. Could it be the red glass sword that he mentioned? Xiechu thought to himself. Qingju felt that his internal organs were tumbling. His qi and blood were flowing in the opposite direction. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Cough, cough. Blood flowed out of his mouth. Qingju stood up with difficulty. His eyes were filled with fear. Have I lost? Qingju was a little depressed. Ever since he stepped onto the throne of first place on the Qingyuan roll, he had never been defeated among the younger generation. Among the younger generation of the Qingyuan archipelago, he was number one. Even in the four great archipelago, he could be invincible. And now, he was defeated by a 6th-level heavenly body tier martial artist with a single strike. This was something he had never imagined. 88-0 at this moment, Qingju seemed to have aged a lot. He shook his head and sighed. Then, he raised his head and looked at Fangchun with his pitch-black eyes. I've lost. Qingju admitted defeat. The number one elite of the Qingyuan roll admitted defeat. Fangchun was too strong, so strong that Qingju did not even have the courage to attack. Chapter 1404. Once upon a time, The #1 genius on the Qingyuan leaderboard had an invincible belief. But now, he was extremely dispirited. That was because his invincible belief had been defeated by Fang Chun. Qingju was one of the top geniuses in the entire Qingyuan archipelago. But compared to the purgatory geniuses, he was too far behind. Just one sword, defeated him. Fang Chun's strength was far beyond his. Only now did he know that Fang Chun had not used his full strength in the previous battle. The sword light from earlier was still echoing in his mind. He could not describe the feeling. It was too terrifying. He did not want to experience that sword light again. As the #1 genius on the Qingyuan leaderboard, Qingju could be considered to be flexible. But he could not let go of the fact that he had been defeated by a rising martial artist. But he had already given up the idea of fighting. They were not on the same level at all. Even if he fought with his life, he would not be able to threaten his opponent. Seeing Qingju's appearance, Xie Chu, who was about to attack, felt a sense of fear. He had not felt this for a long time. Is this his true strength? Xie Chu was extremely shocked. He thought that he was stronger than Qingju, but only by a little. If it was a life-and-death battle, the final result would definitely be a lose-lose. But Fang Chun had defeated Qingju with one sword. He did not think that he could do it. As he grown to this level, Xie Chu could not believe his eyes. He thought that this encounter could completely eliminate Fang Chun, who was a future threat. But he was wrong. Qingju was also wrong. Fang Chun was not on the same level as them. Maybe that person can fight with him. Xie Chu could not help but think of the mysterious expert who ranked first on the evil spirit leaderboard. Hand over the token. Fang Chun nodded. We don't have a token, Qingju said. Are you lying to me? Fang Chun's face darkened. Our token was taken away by someone else. Qingju sighed. But Fang Chun didn't believe it. How laughable. With the two of you working together, who would be able to steal your command medallion? Sneered Fang Chun. That person is the #1 expert on the heavenly sword ranking, Jian Xing. Qingju continued. If that's the case, then there's no other way. Fang Chun stopped talking nonsense. Xie Chu and Qingju were startled, but they did not say anything. However, their expressions had already told Fang Chun everything. If the situation was reversed, they would definitely not let go of this opportunity and would completely eliminate all future troubles. What do you want? Qingju asked. The winner takes all. They could not blame Fang Chun for his actions. If it were them, they would have killed the other party long ago. However, if Fang Chun's request was too difficult, they would not sit still and wait for death. Hand over your interspatial rings and break one of your arms, Fang Chun said calmly. Although he didn't like killing people, these two people had tried to kill him many times before. At this time, how could he let them off so easily? Fang Chun, you've gone too far. Xie Chu roared furiously. Qingju's expression was incomparably gloomy. How could I not be willing? Fang Chun smiled. He didn't fear Xie Chu or Qingju at all, and there was still Bai Wuzong and the other two. If the four of them worked together, they could kill the two of them in a matter of minutes. Qingju and Xie Chu exchanged a glance. Then Xie Chu took out a thumb-sized pill from his robes. Crash! He swallowed the pill. Immediately, a wild aura began to spread. Whoosh! Not good. Fang Chun cried out. Activating the true meaning of time and space, he instantly appeared beside Xie Chu. In truth, as soon as Xie Chu had taken out that thumb-sized pill, Fang Chun had been prepared to attack. But Xie Chu's movements were too fast. A terrifying aura erupted from Xie Chu's body. Fang Chun's group of four attacked Xie Chu fiercely. At the same time, Qingju silently disappeared from the plains. Pucci! Fang Chun's fist landed on Xie Chu's body. His body immediately exploded. Dong! The ground trembled. An extremely wild energy erupted from Xie Chu's body. Self-detonation. The four of them cried out. Xie Chu was actually self-detonating. Rumble. In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, Xie Chu's body completely exploded. The star pagoda in his chi was floating in the air. In an instant, it became the source of the energy. Crack! Cracks appeared on the star pagoda. At this time, Fang Chun suddenly realized that the pill Xie Chu had just swallowed was a pill that accelerated his self-detonation. After the cracks appeared on the star pagoda, an even more terrifying aura began to spread. Bang! Withered Tree was the first to bear the brunt. He was directly sent flying by this extremely powerful chi flow. Then Jian Wuhong was also sent flying. Bai Wuzong had just set up the primordial killing array to isolate Xie Chu. However, the primordial killing array could not withstand the attack of this terrifying chi flow. It instantly shattered. Even Bai Wuzong himself was sent flying. In the end, the chi flow bombarded Fang Chen's body. Dong! Fang Chen relied on the perfect sword body and the true meaning of time and space to escape into the distance. Rumble. The terrifying pressure pervaded the earth and did not dissipate for a long time. This scene shocked all the martial artists within 1,000 miles. Many martial artists who were moving quickly stopped at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked up at the sky. Oh my God! What the hell is going on? Why is there such a big shock? Could it be that there are strong people fighting? This kind of terrifying power, even from 1,000 miles away, makes me afraid. It's very likely that a strong person self-detonated. Many martial artists were discussing animatedly. At this moment, at the place where Xie Chu self-detonated, blood mist spewed out. Xie Chu was already beyond recognition, and the power of self-detonation gradually subsided with the passage of time. On the ground not far from here, Fang Chun was lying on the ground covered in blood. So painful. The perfect sword body was channeling, and Fang Chun felt as if his body was falling apart. It was too painful. The self-detonation of a 9th-level heavenly body tier martial artist, even a creation tier martial artist would not dare to face it head-on, Fang Chun thought. Fortunately, with the perfect sword body and the true meaning of time and space, a large part of the impact was offset. Although he was severely injured, his life was not in danger. Fang Chun struggled to get up. The star pagoda in his chi-si spun, and the power of stars appeared and spread throughout his body. After a long time, he could move again. He stood up and looked up. Jian Wuhong and the other two had been severely injured by the power of self-detonation just now, and had fallen unconscious. Whoosh! Fang Chun hurried to Jian Wuhong's side, and then gave her a medicinal pill. Then, Fang Chun came to Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu's side. To everyone's surprise, the withered tree woke up at this moment. Senior brother Ku Shu, are you okay? Fang Chun asked. I'm fine. Ku Shu's expression was serious, and he struggled to get up. The power of self-detonation just now has caused a commotion within 1,000 miles. We have to leave this place as soon as possible, Fang Chun said hurriedly. Ku Shu nodded and then carried Bai Wuzong. Fang Chun carried Jian Wuhong and quickly left this place. Xiao. Not long after Fang Chun and Ku Shu left, the man with sharp eyebrows, Jian Xing, appeared. His speed was extremely fast, but he still did not catch up. It's Xie Chu's self-detonation. Feeling the remnant aura of self-detonation in the air, Jian Xing's expression became extremely gloomy. They definitely haven't escaped far. Jian Xing's figure flashed, and he chased after Fang Chun. Not long after, many martial artists quietly hid in the dark, observing the situation. They were too weak and were frightened by the tremor just now and did not dare to approach. Who? Fang Chun and Ku Shu's speed was very fast, but Fang Chun vaguely felt that danger was approaching. Senior brother Ku Shu, if this continues, we will definitely be caught by the enemy, Fang Chun said. Then what should we do? Ku Shu asked. Jump down. Fang Chun pointed to a cliff on the side and said in a deep voice. Ku Shu was already injured, and he was carrying someone. If this continued, they would definitely be caught by the enemy. Ku Shu was a bit hesitant. Such a high cliff, bottomless, and he was seriously injured. Wouldn't he be courting death if he jumped down? But it was too late. Jian Xing arrived. It's too late. Fang Chun already felt the aura of an expert behind him approaching. Jump! Fang Chun bellowed and jumped off the cliff with sword dance red in his arms. Ku Shu hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and jumped down. Above the cliff, clouds curled up, and the bottom could not be seen. Who? Just as Fang Chun and Kushu jumped down, Jianxing arrived. Jianxing released his divine consciousness and looked around, but did not find Fang Chun and the others. Cliff. Jianxing's gaze fell on the cliff. Roar. He could vaguely hear the roars of beasts coming from below the cliff. It made Jianxing's body tremble slightly. Could it be that there are creation realm beasts below? Jianxing's face was gloomy, and he thought in his mind. In the end, Jianxing did not jump down, because it was too dangerous below, and it was not worth it for Fang Chun. Even I am afraid of the beast below. If you jump down, you will definitely die, Jianxing said softly. Immediately, Jianxing turned and left. Outside, Evil Soul Islands. On a hidden mountain, there was a thatched cottage. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the thatched cottage. His face was ferocious, and he roared, "Damn you, Fang Chun! I'm going to tear you to pieces." The figure was burning with rage. I won't lose my clone for nothing. If Fang Chun was here, he would definitely be shocked, because like him, Xie had also cultivated the doppelganger technique, and the one who self-destructed was just an avatar. However, for Xie, the death of the avatar was too great a loss. There were very few heavenly body tier martial artists who could cultivate the doppelganger technique. Xie also cultivated it by chance. And now, he was forced to self-destruct by Fang Chun. Chapter 1405. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chun gradually woke up. He moved his muscles and bones a little, and felt that his whole body was in pain. The withered tree at the side had already fallen unconscious. He looked up, but there was a gray fog, and he couldn't see anything. Is this the bottom of the cliff? Fang Chun muttered to himself. After resting for an hour, Fang Chun could move freely, and his injuries were healed. He stood up and checked on the other three. None of them were in any life-threatening danger. When coming to an unfamiliar place, the first thing to ensure was that there was no danger. Fang Chun looked around. This place was like a paradise. It was very comfortable and auspicious. The surroundings were lush, and he couldn't see any danger at all. Roar. However, just as Fang Chun relaxed, a deafening beast roar suddenly reverberated through the sky. Fang Chun's expression changed drastically, and his primordial spirit trembled. Fang Chun was filled with shock. The roar of the demonic beast just now made his heart palpitate. So powerful, a demonic beast that even made his heart palpitate had to be at least in the creation tier. There's a creation tier demonic beast here. There was a complicated expression on Fang Chun's face. He wasn't afraid of heavenly body tier demonic beasts, but if he faced a creation tier demonic beast, he would definitely die. "Brat, come here." Just as Fang Chun was shocked, a heavy voice sounded. "Who are you? Where are you?" Fang Chun looked around, but found nothing and was very surprised. "I'm right in front of you." The voice sounded again. However, when Fang Chun looked up, he did not discover anything. "This way." Voila! A palm-sized bird stood on a branch not far away, flapping its wings. "You?" Fang Chun was a little shocked. Was this bird talking to him? Fang Chun didn't go near the tree, because he didn't know if the bird had any ill intentions towards him. "Brat, you didn't die after falling from a cliff, which means that your physical body is very strong. Help me do something. As long as you can complete it, I can agree to any request," said the chick. "Why don't you do it yourself?" Fang Chun asked. The little bird did not speak and fell into silence. Fang Chun's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. After a long time, he asked tentatively, "Was that beast roar from before also caused by you?" Hearing this, the little bird nodded. Fang Chun's eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Chick. If that was the case, the little bird was definitely a creation realm demonic beast. How could such an expert ask him to do something for him? Could it be that he was unable to leave that tree? This thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chun's mind. Then, he looked at the little bird. "Can you tell me where this is?" Fang Chun asked. "Broken Soul Cliff," Chick said. "Boy, I can see that you're a soul cultivator, but you're stuck at a bottleneck. If you can help me with this, I'll teach you a soul technique that can help you reach the Grandmaster level." Fong Chen was stunned when he heard that. "I want to leave this place," Fong Chen said. Chick laughed. "Boy, don't even think about leaving. This place isn't a place where a weak martial artist like you can leave. If you want to leave, there's only one way. Help me do something." Fong Chen did not easily agree to Chick's request. He began to check his surroundings to see if it was as Chick said. There really was no way to leave Broken Soul Cliff. After checking for 6 hours, Fong Chen finally gave up. Chick's words were true. He had tried everything, but he was unable to leave. It was as if there was a very powerful restriction that isolated this place from the outside world. Finally, Fong Chen compromised. "What do you want me to do?" Fong Chen asked. "I've thought it through." Chick laughed and said, "Follow this direction and you'll find a mansion. There's a copper lion at the entrance. You just have to think of a way to lift it. It's that simple." Fong Chen asked. Chick looked at Fong Chen. "Boy, don't think it's that simple. You'll know once you try." Fong Chen followed Chick's directions and successfully arrived in front of a mansion. The mansion looked simple and unadorned, but it gave off a very shocking feeling. "What kind of mansion is this?" Fong Chen was a bit puzzled. There was a copper lion at the entrance. When Fong Chen approached the mansion, the copper lion spat out a raging flame from its mouth, blocking Fong Chen's path. Yes, Fong Chen was most familiar with flames. He immediately sensed that these flames could burn a martial artist's Yuan spirit. It was extremely terrifying. Fong Chen quickly retreated. After retreating to a certain distance, the flames stopped attacking. With such powerful flames, how am I supposed to lift the copper lion? Fong Chen muttered to himself. "Let's try again." This time, Fong Chen did not walk to the side. Instead, he walked in front of the copper lion. Strangely enough, the copper lion did not spit out any flames. That made Fong Chen realize that the copper lion was spitting out flames to prevent outsiders from entering the mansion. Could it be that by lifting the copper lion, I'll be able to enter the mansion? Fong Chen wondered to himself. He placed his hands on the copper lion. Roar! He gathered all his strength in his arms and raised them. But the copper lion did not move at all. Veins popped out on Fong Chen's forehead. "It's so heavy." He had already used all his strength, but he was unable to move the copper lion at all. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Fong Chen was very clear about his own strength. If even he was unable to lift the copper lion, then an ordinary manifestation expert would also be unable to do so. Returning the way he came, Fong Chen told Chick everything. "Kid, now you know." Chick smiled, as if this matter was within its expectations. "I used all my strength, but I was still unable to lift the copper lion. It seems I won't be able to help you." Fong Chen spread out his hands. Chick flapped its wings and flew back and forth on the tree. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be able to lift the copper lion immediately. In any case, you're trapped here. You have plenty of time. If 1 year isn't enough, then 10 years. If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years. For us martial artists, 1,000 years is just the blink of an eye." Chick said. Fong Chen frowned slightly when he heard that. He did not want to be trapped here forever. Chick's meaning was that he should strengthen his body and increase his strength until he could lift the copper lion. As if it had seen through Fong Chen's thoughts, Chick said, "Even if you don't want to help me, can you get out? Rather than waiting for death, why don't you try? Can I really get out by lifting the copper lion?" Fong Chen asked again. Chick nodded. In the end, Fong Chen did not ask any more questions. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the perfect sword body. After Fong Chen fell off the cliff, Jianxing continued to search for tokens. However, after a few days of investigation, he learned that the remaining tokens were all with Fong Chen and the other 3. He was also speechless. In the end, he left the outer area and entered the inner area. Since the opening of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, the inheritances in the outer area had already been obtained by many martial artists. And now, the 13 palaces had all appeared. It was almost impossible to find a powerful inheritance in this huge outer area. Moreover, Jianxing's goal was quite grand. The 7 palaces were in the inner area, and his goal this time was the inheritances of the 7 palaces. A few days after Jianxing entered the inner area, Chu's main body personally entered the coiling moon immortal cave. He could not swallow the fact that his clone had been destroyed. He wanted revenge. Although he knew that he was not Fang Chen's match, he had not come alone this time. There were other helpers. Fang Chen, you're dead, Chu said gloomily. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Withered Tree and the others finally woke up. How are you? Are you all right? Asked Fang Chen. Withered Tree shook his head. As for Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong, they were a bit flabbergasted. Brother Fang, what is this place? Asked Bai Wuzong. The situation was urgent. We were being chased, so we jumped off the cliff and arrived here, said Fang Chen. Then Fang Chen told the three of them what had happened here. When the three of them heard this, they were somewhat stunned. Brother Fang, you're saying we're trapped here? Bai Wuzong's eyes widened. Only by lifting the copper lion can we leave this place. Just what kind of existence is that little bird? The three of them asked. Fang Chen shrugged. He also didn't know. Suddenly, Bai Wuzong patted his head and laughed. Brother Fang, could the mansion you're talking about be one of the 7 palaces? Hearing Bai Wuzong's words, the trio was astounded. Fang Chen's heart was suddenly startled. Right? Why hadn't he thought of that before? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Bai Wuzong's words made sense. For a mansion to appear out of nowhere, it gives me an oppressive feeling. Fang Chen thought to himself. He felt that this mansion was most likely one of the 7 palaces, but he didn't know which mansion it was. Or perhaps the copper lion is just a test to enter the mansion. Lifting the copper lion allows you to enter, said Bai Wuzong. Each of the 13 palaces had a guardian, so the 7 palaces had to have one as well. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the little bird on the tree. Are you that mansion's guardian? The little bird looked at Fang Chen. Kid, if I were guardian, would I need your help? Then you are. Fang Chen continued to ask. Don't ask. Once you lift the copper lion, all your questions will naturally be answered, said the little bird impatiently. Fang Chen shrugged and looked at the other 3. According to what you said, the copper lion is extremely heavy. With our current strength, it'll be very difficult to lift it, said Jian Wuhong. Fang Chen nodded. Perhaps if we can't use brute force to lift the copper lion, there's another way, continued Jian Wuhong. No matter what, let's try it first and then think of a way. For people is always better than one, said Withered Tree. All right, let's go now. The 4 of them decided to try and see if they could lift the copper lion. In just a moment, the 4 of them arrived in front of the mansion. Chapter 1406. Withered Tree and the other 2 had been extremely shocked the first time they had come here. Their feelings were exactly the same as when Fang Chen had first come here. The shock this place gave them was unimaginable. The expert who built this place is definitely a peerless expert. Withered Tree couldn't help but sigh. Jian Wuhong was also shocked. Bai Wuzong's eyes widened as he stared at the mansion. After a long time, the 3 of them recovered from their shock and turned to look at the copper lion. This is the copper lion. Bai Wuzong was very curious about the copper lion. He took a step forward and arrived in front of it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the copper lion opened its mouth and spat out scorching flames. Not good. Fang Chen had noticed Bai Wuzong charging at the copper lion. At the critical moment, he extended his hand and pulled Bai Wuzong back. The raging flames brushed past Bai Wuzong. Bai Wuzong's heart pounded when he sensed the incomparably hot flames. What powerful flames, said Withered Tree. We can only approach the copper lion from the front. Otherwise, it'll spit out flames, explained Fang Chen. These flames are too powerful, said Bai Wuzong. Fang Chen nodded and said, you guys go a try. Bai Wuzong was the first to arrive in front of the copper lion. He used all his strength to hug it. However, as Fang Chen had expected, the copper lion didn't move at all. This greatly shocked Bai Wuzong. Wasn't this copper lion a little too heavy? Bai Wuzong wanted to try again, but Withered Tree stopped him. Junior apprentice brother Bai, let me try. Withered Tree came in front of the copper lion. Dense soul, Tao, aura surged out of his body and gathered in his hands. Huh! Withered Tree roared and used all his strength to hug the copper lion. Buzz! Although the copper lion didn't move, Fang Chen could clearly sense its body tremble slightly. Fang Chen caught on to this point. and his heart was in turmoil. Withered Tree, are you stronger than me? Fong Chen clearly didn't believe Withered Tree was stronger than him. Then, there must be a reason why the Withered Tree could make the copper lion sway slightly. Fong Chen's dark eyes stared at Withered Tree's body. Finally, his gaze landed on Ku Shu's hands. A dense soul, Dao, aura gathered on his hands. Could it be because of the aura of the soul Dao? Fong Chen thought to himself, it's too heavy. I can't lift it. Not long after, the Withered Tree was defeated. Even Withered Tree wouldn't work, so Sword Dance Red immediately gave up. She was not good at strength, so it was impossible for her to pick up the copper lion. Junior brother Fong, this copper lion is too heavy. Even if we join forces, we may not be able to lift it. Ku Shu spread out his hands and said helplessly. Fong Chen ignored the Withered Tree and walked straight to the copper lion. With a thought, Zhang Xian released the aura of the soul path from his mind. Then they gathered in his palm. He wanted to test if his guess was correct. When he held the copper lion with both hands, he vaguely guessed that his guess was correct. Sure enough, after using the aura of the soul path, Fong Chen felt that the copper lion had become a bit lighter. It seems I can start from here, said Fong Chen. Then he let go of the copper lion and walked over to the three of them with a smile. Brother Fong, you can still smile at this time? Asked Bai Wuzong. I've found a bit of a direction, said Fong Chen. What is it? Hurry up and tell us, shouted Bai Wuzong excitedly. Withered Tree and Jian Wuhong also looked at Fong Chen with astonishment. When senior brother Withered Tree tried it, I noticed that the copper lion swayed slightly. Although it was hard to see with the naked eye, I still noticed it. So I guess that it might be because of the aura of the soul path. I tried it just now, and it really was the case. Fong Chen said, when I used the aura of the soul path, I could feel that the copper lion seemed to show signs of loosening. And if I didn't use it, the copper lion wouldn't move at all. After hearing Fong Chen's words, Withered Tree's face lit up with joy. Could it be that only soul cultivators can lift the copper lion? Asked Withered Tree. Or perhaps this mansion is related to soul cultivators. Withered Tree looked at the mansion's entrance with a burning gaze. No matter what, we have to try. Fong Chen said, among the four of us, senior brother Withered Tree and I are soul cultivators. The two of us will now enter secluded cultivation. What about me? Asked by Wuzong. You and Wuhong will keep an eye on the situation here. Star Ruins, Spacetime Island. At a certain moment, a deafening sound erupted from the space-time battlefield. Then, a crack appeared in the space-time battlefield. A human figure quickly appeared from within. Whoosh! After being trapped inside for so long, he finally came out. Fong Chen landed on the space-time island and let out a sigh of relief. Dong! At this moment, the ox-headed monster beast woke up. Kid, not bad. The ox-headed monster beast said briefly. After using time acceleration, the space-time true intent finally reached the 7th stage. Fong Chen's body was filled with space-time energy, and his temperament had changed. Senior, can I leave now? Fong Chen asked. The ox-headed monster beast nodded, then grabbed Fong Chen with its big claws and threw him out. Whoosh! Fong Chen's figure vanished into thin air. The ox-headed monster beast looked at the void and muttered to itself. This kid has great potential. It's very likely that he can take that step. The place where Fong Chen was at was a dense forest. This was the inner area of the Star Ruins, and there were dangers everywhere. Fong Chen didn't dare to be careless. He spread out his divine sense and carefully observed the surroundings to see if there was any danger. However, contrary to his expectations, the forest was calm and there was nothing. Voila! Little Mouse came out of the interspatial ring. Finally out, he took a deep breath and stood on Fong Chen's shoulder. Boss! However, just as he was about to speak to Fong Chen, his face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Fong Chen saw this and asked hurriedly. Boss, southeast. Go quickly. Little Mouse said hurriedly. Although Fong Chen didn't know what Little Mouse found, he still flew toward the southeast without hesitation. What did you find? Fong Chun asked during the flight. Little Mouse's face was anxious. He turned to Fong Chun and said hurriedly, I feel a familiar aura. What familiar aura? Fong Chun asked, puzzled. Sister-in-law? It's sister-in-law's aura, Little Mouse said. Boom! Fong Chun's head exploded. He was stunned for a moment, then asked hurriedly, Are you sure about yours, aura? Star and Moon was resurrected by the buried Sword Emperor and sent to the God Realm. Until now, there had been no news about Star and Moon. Fong Chun was thinking about her all the time, but now Little Mouse said that he felt Star and Moon's aura. I'm very sure that the aura is definitely sister-in-law's, Little Mouse said in a deep voice. Because Star and Moon was his boss's aura, Little Mouse was very familiar with her aura. Even if they were thousands of miles apart, he could still vaguely feel it. Is she really in the Star Relic? Fong Chun's body was trembling, and his heart was beating faster. It was the first time he heard news about Star and Moon in all these years. How could he not be excited? Sister-in-law's aura is moving quickly, Little Mouse said. Could she have encountered some danger? Fong Chun's heart trembled. Then he said in a deep voice, Lead the way. Fong Chun pushed the 7th grade space-time true meaning to the extreme. His speed could be described with the word whirlwind. Traveling through space was too easy for Fong Chun. Under Little Mouse's guidance, Fong Chun advanced in that direction at an extremely fast speed. After an hour, Little Mouse stopped Fong Chun. Boss, there's danger ahead. Fong Chun was too focused on Star and Moon, so he did not even notice the danger ahead. His mind was filled with the shadow of Star and Moon. Roar! While Little Mouse was talking, a beastly roar was heard. Crash! Fong Chun's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He took out the hidden star sword and launched the fiercest attack possible. 3 minutes later, the monster was killed by Fong Chun. The price was that his arm was scratched by the monster, and blood flowed all over his clothes. At this time, Fong Chun did not care so much. The only thing in his mind was to find Star and Moon. Continue to lead the way. In the following time, Fong Chun rushed all the way. Although he encountered quite a few demonic beasts along the way, under his near-death struggle, all the demonic beasts that obstructed him died. As for himself, his body was covered with blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! He was still moving at a fast speed. At this time, in a certain area in the core of the Star Relic, whoosh! A bright light streaked across the sky and fell on a mountain peak not far away. The treasure has appeared, the graceful man exclaimed. Immediately, he glanced at the woman in green and said, Wait here. I'll help you get the treasure. After saying that, the graceful man leaped, went to the mountain peak, and disappeared. Seeing this, the woman in green did not move, because she knew that with the graceful man's strength, it would be very easy for him to get the treasure. After all, they came from that place. Suddenly, the girl in green clutched her chest with her small, fair hand. Why does my heart hurt? The green-clothed lady said in a gentle voice. A complicated expression appeared on her face. She closed her eyes and spread her divine sense. Suddenly, she found a shocking scene. Immediately, she opened her eyes and tears filled them. It's him. It's really him. Chapter 1407. The closer he got, the more excited he became. As he read Fong Chun, there was only one figure in his mind. Under the guidance of the little mouse, he traveled at an extremely fast speed. With every step forward, he could feel immense joy. This was the joy of reuniting after a long separation. Ever since he learned about the divine realm, Fong Chun had been working hard to improve his cultivation as soon as possible so that he could go to the divine realm. However, he knew that the divine realm was the pinnacle of the universe. It was too difficult for a cultivator to climb to the peak by relying on his own strength. Perhaps it would take decades or even longer before he could step into the divine realm. However, his heart had never changed. Everything he had done was for the sake of improving his cultivation and finding his wife. Fong Chun felt that the heavens were looking out for him. It allowed him to see his wife in the star relic. That's not an illusion. Fong Chun shook his head hard and said in a deep voice. At the same time, on the other side, The figure of the woman in green was quickly approaching Fong Chun. It was 100 miles away, but it felt like an endless distance. After a while, Fong Chun saw the green figure running wildly. His face was full of excited smiles. You are. The word you are expressed the bitterness of all these years. Brother Chun. Star and Moon's speed was much faster than Fong Chen's. In the blink of an eye, she came to Fong Chen's side. Then, she rushed directly into Fong Chen's arms. Holding Star and Moon with both hands, Fong Chun felt as if he was dreaming. This is real. Fong Chun rubbed his eyes, his heartbeat accelerated, and his face was filled with a wild smile. You are. Fong Chun hugged Star and Moon tightly. The latter's head hung in front of his chest, her black hair fluttering. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Little Mouse jumped to the side of the bluestone. Seeing this scene, it was also happy for its boss. All these years, Boss had been working hard all the time, and now, he finally got to see his wife as he wished. Fong Chun hugged Star and Moon tightly, afraid that she would disappear from his side again. The air was filled with joy. This was the first time Fong Chun smiled so brightly in so many years. In Fong Chun's eyes, there was only the Star and Moon. It was as if nothing else existed. Star and Moon's face was covered with tears. All these years in the God Realm, she had been thinking about Fong Chun. Brother Chun, I thought I would never see you again. Star and Moon said happily after a long time. I've been thinking about you all these years, Fong Chun said. Fong Chun, who had never revealed his inner feelings, also said it at this moment. Star and Moon's hands were wrapped around Fong Chun's waist. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and carefully looked at Fong Chun. You've lost weight. Star and Moon's white little hands gently stroked Fong Chun's face and said worriedly, As long as you are with me, it doesn't matter no matter what, Fong Chun said. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, and there was a lot to talk about. At this moment on this mountain peak, the graceful and noble man was seizing the treasure. This treasure was a treasure of extreme and extreme cold. However, the treasure's exterior was covered in thick flames. The power of these flames was too strong. Even if a creation realm elite were here, they would be burned in minutes. However, there was a layer of strange luster around the graceful and noble man's body, which prevented the flames from getting close to him. This treasure was very powerful. As the saying went, when extreme and extreme cold reached the extreme, a completely opposite aura would be produced. The flames on the exterior of his treasure represented that it had reached the pinnacle of extreme and extreme cold in the world. This treasure was very important to Star and Moon. That was why she had entered the star relic from the realm of the gods to obtain this treasure. Come here. The treasure was quickly dodging, not wanting to be caught by the graceful and noble man. The latter was obviously a little angry. His face was full of gloominess. This was an excellent opportunity to curry favor with Star and Moon. If he couldn't even subdue such a treasure, he would be laughed at by Star and Moon. Thinking of this, the graceful and noble man let out a low growl. Immediately, he stretched out his large hand and directly suppressed it. The moment he stretched out his large hand, the laws of heaven and earth in the surrounding air were affected. The space was distorted. The large hand passed through the laws of heaven and earth and directly suppressed the treasure. Humph! The graceful and noble man snorted coldly and immediately grasped the treasure in his hand. At this moment, the interior of the mountain peak had become a sea of fire. However, for him, there was no danger at all. Whoosh! The graceful and noble man leaped and left the mountain peak, ready to give the treasure to Star and Moon. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw a scene that made him very angry. This is, on a bluestone not far away, a strange man and Star and Moon were embracing each other. The latter had a sweet smile on her face. Could he be the husband that Star and Moon mentioned? In an instant, a nameless anger arose in the graceful and noble man's heart. The aura around him surged, and a fierce wind blew. Step by step, he walked toward the bluestone. Fong Chun and Star and Moon, who were chatting sweetly, felt a terrifying aura at the same time. Fong Chun was startled and immediately stood up. Star and Moon's small white hand held Fong Chun's large hand, indicating that Fong Chun should not be afraid. Fong Chun was a little surprised. However, when Star and Moon walked to the side of the graceful and noble man, he suddenly understood. Thinking about it, this man should be the warrior who entered the star relic from the heavenly realm with Star and Moon. From the chat with Star and Moon just now, he learned that although Star and Moon were in the heavenly realm, they could not descend. The reason why they were able to enter the star relic this time was a coincidence. Her master had lent a hand and allowed them to enter the star relic. The star relic was very important to Fong Chun and the others. However, the people of the heavenly realm did not care at all. The reason why the graceful and noble man followed them was entirely because of Star and Moon. Otherwise, he would not have come to such a place. Feeling the aura of the graceful and noble man, Fong Chun was shocked. Is this someone from the heavenly realm? He found that there were ripples around this person, as if he could destroy this place with a raise of his hand. Moon, who is he? The graceful and noble man asked with some displeasure. He is my husband, Star and Moon said. Moon, you are a person of the heavenly realm. How could you be with a mortal from the lower realm? The graceful and noble man said. His words were full of disdain for Fong Chun. I was also born in the lower realm, Star and Moon said coldly. You are different, the graceful and noble man continued. In his eyes, Star and Moon's status was much higher than that of the natives of the heavenly realm. Star and Moon had ascended to the heavenly realm from the lower realm. However, there was a very powerful existence behind Star and Moon. Star and Moon's master also had a lot of weight in the heavenly realm. In addition, Star and Moon herself was devastatingly beautiful, so he wanted to pursue Star and Moon. He is not good enough for you, the graceful and noble man said directly. My business is none of your business, Star and Moon said coldly. Her expression changed greatly when she heard this. Star and Moon was angry. She didn't care about others, but she couldn't talk about Fong Chun. She knew better than anyone that Fong Chun's potential was very strong. If they were given the same environment, she believed that her husband would be much stronger than this graceful and noble man in front of her. Moon, now that we have the treasure, we should go back. The graceful and noble man didn't want Star and Moon to have more contact with Fong Chun. After saying this, the graceful and noble man took out the treasure. Suddenly, a gloomy aura shot up into the sky. Star and Moon's expression changed when she saw this treasure. Then, she picked up the treasure and looked up at Fong Chun. Her beautiful eyes were full of complicated emotions. From the conversation just now, she learned that Star and Moon couldn't stay in the star ruins for long. Once they got the treasure, they had to return to the heavenly realm. Maintaining the passage to the heavenly realm consumed a lot of energy. Even her master couldn't maintain it for long. Brother Chun, Star and Moon walked toward Fong Chun, her eyes full of reluctance and longing. Fong Chun gently stroked Star and Moon's head and said with a smile, Moon, I'm satisfied to be able to see you in the star ruins. I can understand that you can't stay here for long. After a pause, Fong Chun continued, Wait for me in the heavenly realm. Believe me, one day I will go to the heavenly realm and look for you. At that time, no one will be able to separate us. Brother Chun, I believe in you. Tears flowed from Star and Moon's eyes. She really couldn't bear to leave. If she could, she would rather give up her current status and stay with Fong Chun forever. However, she knew that people in the world couldn't do as they wished. A toad lusting after a swan. How ridiculous. At this moment, the graceful and noble man sneered. With your strength, you won't be able to enter the heavenly realm even after tens of thousands of years. Maybe you won't be able to set foot in the heavenly realm in this lifetime. The heavenly realm was the pinnacle of the universe. Not everyone could enter. Anyone who could enter the heavenly realm was almost invincible in the mortal world. To the graceful and noble man, Fong Chun's strength was weaker than an ant. Boy, you should give up. Instead of delaying Moon's future, it's better to be straightforward and cut off all ties with her. The graceful and noble man laughed. I have cultivated for less than 40 years. What about you? Fangchen looked at the graceful and noble man and asked, if you cultivated for the same time as me, would you have the same achievements as me? Or rather, if you didn't have the support of an expert, would you still be able to strut around like you are now? For someone from the heavenly realm to strut around in front of a martial artist from the lower realms was in itself a very serious matter. You, the graceful and noble man, flung his sleeve and sneered. Status is determined. I am of noble birth, and you are of lowly birth. This is the difference. Although I am of lowly birth, my future achievements may not necessarily be worse than yours, Fangchen said coldly. He didn't have any good impression of the graceful and noble man. Chapter 1408. In the book, it was written about life and death, but in reality, I had to face death. This feeling was very painful. In life, things don't always go as planned. In 2015, Grandpa fell ill and was diagnosed with cerebral infarction. After treatment, he finally got better. On the 31st of May this year, the cerebral infarction relapsed. It was very serious. After 2 days of treatment, the hospital issued a notice of critical illness. After that, Grandpa has been fighting against the illness. However, a person's strength is ultimately limited. Just this afternoon, a piece of bad news made me cry bitterly. Grandpa left us forever. I've been fantasizing. It's fake. It's not real. However, reality is always so cruel. I can't lie to myself. Grandpa left and will never come back. My heart hurts. I keep thinking about the days when I used to be with Grandpa. However, I can't go back to the past. I can't go back. The only thing I can do now is to send Grandpa on his last journey. I hope Grandpa will be well in heaven. Chapter 1409. Fangchen and the elegant man looked at each other, their eyes filled with coldness. This man was obviously chasing after Star and Moon, and Star and Moon was his wife. No matter how strong the other party was, Fangchen couldn't ignore them. Kid, an ant like you won't understand how big the gap between us is. Listen to my advice. If it's for the sake of you heir, then leave you heir quickly. The graceful and luxurious man forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart as he looked at Fangchen and spoke in a deep voice. Although you and you are husband and wife in name, you can't be together. You're harming you er. Who said we can't be together? Fangchen retorted. Do you really think you can step into God realm? The elegant man frowned and waved his sleeves. Suddenly, the aura around him began to spread. In an instant, Fangchen felt an extreme pressure. Crack! Fangchen's body was imprisoned in the void. The surrounding air was filled with pressure, making Fangchen feel a little suffocated. Dong! Fangchen refused to accept it. He forced the perfect sword body to resist the pressure of the elegant man's aura. Enough, Star and Moon said coldly. Then, she waved her small white hand and the pressure disappeared. Fangchen regained his freedom. However, Fangchen was in a sorry state. The elegant man was from the God realm. No matter how weak he was still many times stronger than him. Kid, you can only hide behind a woman. The elegant man sneered. If it weren't for Star and Moon, he could kill Fangchen with a single glance. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of Fangchen's mouth. He held his head high. Even if he died, he would die standing. His mind was filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. His eyes were full of determination. No matter how strong the other party was, it was impossible for him to take a single step back. You're stronger than me right now. What about in another 10 years or 100 years? Fangchen asked coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Star and Moon's pretty face was filled with worry. However, when she saw Fangchen's firm conviction, her heart was filled with sweetness. Trash will always be trash, the elegant man said disdainfully. Star and Moon was just about to speak when a deafening bell chime resounded through the sky. Suddenly, Star and Moon's expression changed drastically. Seeing Star and Moon's expression, Fangchen was a little surprised. What exactly happened? Why did Star and Moon's expression change so drastically? The sound of the bell was deafening. However, Fangchen could not hear him at all. Only Star and Moon and the elegant man heard it. The sound of the bell was mixed with a gentle voice. Immediately, Xing Yu's face was filled with a strong reluctance to part with him. Brother Chun, Star and Moon turned around and looked at Fong Chun with watery eyes. Wait for me in the heavenly realm. Fong Chun nodded heavily. One day, they would meet again. At that time, no one would be able to separate them. Brother Chun, Master is summoning me. I must return to the heavenly realm now. Star and Moon was reluctant to part, but she could not disobey her master's orders. Brother Chun, as soon as Star and Moon's voice fell, a terrifying attractive force instantly enveloped her whole body. Then, Star and Moon's body involuntarily floated up. Seeing this, the elegant man looked at Star and Moon and then looked at Fong Chun. You go back first. I have a few words with him. If you dare to touch Brother Chun, I won't let you go, Star and Moon said coldly. Whoosh! A crack appeared in the sky. Star and Moon disappeared into thin air. After Star and Moon disappeared, the elegant man's face revealed a sinister smile. Kid, don't worry. I won't kill you. After saying that, the elegant man waved his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying formation spread out and surrounded Fong Chun in the middle. If you can't even break this formation, then you can never leave this place. After saying that, the elegant man took a step forward. A crack appeared in the void, and he was ready to leave. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. My name is Zhou Lei. I'll be waiting for you in the heavenly realm. The elegant man sneered and then disappeared. A moment later, the star ruin returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. At this time, Fong Chun was trapped in a complicated formation. Damn it! Fong Chun looked around the formation and cursed in his heart. This formation was beyond Fong Chun's knowledge. Compared to the chaos-killing formation, it was many times stronger. Fortunately, this formation was only a binding formation and could not attack. Otherwise, Fong Chun would definitely die. After thinking for a moment, he quickly adjusted his mentality. Finally, Fong Chun took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. He closed his eyes slightly and began to comprehend the formation. It was impossible to break the formation with brute force. Then, he could only use his talent in formations as a foundation to comprehend the formation. Maybe he could find some flaws. Coiling Moon Fairy Cave, in front of the mansion. Fong Chun and Ku Shu had been comprehending the soul Tao. Fong Chun's primordial spirit was slowly improving. His soul cultivation level had already reached the peak of the 7th grade. He was only one step away from the Grandmaster realm. Once he reached the Grandmaster realm, his combat strength would soar. Most importantly, he might have a chance to lift the Copper Lion. However, it was extremely difficult to step into the Grandmaster realm. On the path of martial arts, there were seniors to guide him. But on the path of the Soul Tao, there was almost no one to guide him. He could only rely on Fong Chun to figure out himself. The withered tree at the side was also cultivating. As for Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong, they were guarding them at all times. Half a month later, Ku Shu woke up and tried to lift the Copper Lion. The effect was obvious. The Copper Lion's body trembled more and more violently. This meant that Ku Shu's Soul Tao aura had strengthened a lot. If he couldn't lift the Copper Lion, everything was nonsense. Therefore, he continued to immerse himself in cultivation. As for Fong Chun, he was still training. In half a month's time, he raised his true meaning of force to the 5th grade. Then, his primordial spirit also improved a lot. A month later, the true meaning of force and the Soul Tao aura merged together. Fong Chun stopped cultivating and tried to lift the Copper Lion. Unexpectedly, when he tried, the Copper Lion's movements were much louder than when Ku Shu tried. Seeing this, Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong were overjoyed. With Fong Chun's improvement, it wouldn't be long before he could lift the Copper Lion. Outside the mansion was the huge inner area of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Of the 7 great mansions, a few had already been discovered by elites. In the inner area, the weakest was a creation tier elite. Of course, there were also some heavenly body tier cultivators who thought they were strong. Jian Xing was one of them. They were all busy searching for the 7 great mansions. Every time a mansion opened, a shocking treasure would appear, causing a huge commotion. As for Fong Chen's residence, no one had discovered it for the time being. A month's time wasn't long. His original body in the star ruins was trapped in a formation. Using 100 times time acceleration, it was equivalent to 100 months, almost 8 or 9 years. One had to admit that time acceleration was indeed a sharp blade. Only a month had passed in the outside world, and Fong Chun found some loopholes in the formation. Of course, being able to find the loopholes had a lot to do with the Golden Heart. Because this formation was set up by someone from the immortal realm, the formation had the aura of the immortal realm. After the Golden Heart, since the aura of the immortal realm, it became very active and actively helped Fong Chun find loopholes. Voila! At a certain moment, Fong Chun opened his eyes. He stood up, and a thick aura of formation permeated the surroundings. I see. He glanced over and saw the trajectory of the array formation. Of course, he only saw it clearly. If he wanted to use this to break the formation, it would be impossible. Not to mention other things. How could a heavenly body tier cultivator break a formation set up by someone from the immortal realm with brute force? Fong Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked around the formation, and finally landed on a corner of the formation. There was a ripple of space here. Looks like this guy called Zhou Lei isn't a professional formation master, Fong Chun said to himself. A professional formation master wouldn't set up such a formation with loopholes. The loophole of this formation was very obvious. Break the formation. Fong Chun exerted force and began to break the formation. After a while, Fong Chun walked out of the formation using the loophole. Oh, Fong Chun breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he turned to look at the formation, his expression gradually became gloomy. When he saw the formation, he thought of Zhou Lei, and this was only the one he met. The immortal realm was vast, and there were countless outstanding geniuses. Fong Chun could imagine that the star and moon must be greatly troubled. Voila! At this moment, a voice sounded in the sky. When Fong Chun heard this, he was instantly excited. Brother Chun, I'm leaving. Although I'm very reluctant, I have to leave. Fong Chun was very sad. He and his wife were separated by 2 realms, yet they couldn't see each other. He clenched his fists and stared at the sky, then roared. I will definitely step into the immortal realm. A loud echo sounded. The little mouse appeared on Fong Chen's shoulder at some point. His face was also a little gloomy. Brother Chun, the path of martial arts is incomparably difficult and dangerous. You have to cultivate steadily. Don't take shortcuts because you're eager for quick success. That will put your life in danger. Star and Moon's word were nothing more than to tell Fong Chun not to be too anxious. The star relic is very dangerous for you. After I leave, you should go out and come back when you're stronger. Although the feeling of being separated is very painful, at least I see hope. Star and Moon's last words drifted over. CCC Pavilion, her voice was full of hope. Indeed, as she said, she saw hope. She believed that one day, Fong Chun would appear in front of her in a way that no one would have expected. At that time, no one could stop them from being together. Fong Chun fell into silence. After a long time, he looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 14:10. In life, things didn't always go as planned, and some stubbornness was also very necessary. At this moment, Fong Chun had a deep obsession in his heart. If he couldn't step into the God realm and find his wife, then this obsession could become an inner demon, causing his cultivation to be unable to progress and eventually go berserk. Of course, it was too early to say this. Fong Chen's potential was comparable to the 3 God Clan's geniuses. Moreover, it was still improving at every moment. If he stepped into the God realm, he would definitely find his wife with an invincible attitude. After a long time of emotional turmoil, Fong Chun finally recovered. He shook his head slightly and immediately loosened his clenched fists. His nails pierced into his palms and blood flowed out, but he didn't feel any pain. He looked up at the void where Star and Moon disappeared one last time and then turned to leave. Only by knowing when to let go could one go further on the path of martial arts. He knew that with his current strength, it was impossible to go to the God realm. If he kept thinking about this, it would affect his cultivation. Although Fong Chun was relieved, he remembered a name in his heart. Zhou Lei, the pride of the God realm. Relying on his strength, he humiliated him in the star relic. One day, he would let him know how ridiculous what he had done today was. The star relic was very dangerous. Before Star and Moon left, they left a message for Fong Chun to leave this place quickly. Fong Chun didn't stop at all and went back the way he came. Not long after, he arrived at the periphery. Then, he smoothly returned to the periphery and finally left the star relic. This time, he was forced to enter the star relic because he had no other choice. However, he also gained a lot in the star relic. His space-time true meaning had reached the 7th grade. Most importantly, he saw his wife, who he missed day and night. After confirming that his wife was safe and sound, he was relieved. After leaving the star relic, Fong Chun appeared on an empty land. What is this place? This place was not far from the void ocean, and he could see the roaring ocean at a glance. After a while, Fong Chun found that he had actually arrived at Qingyi Island. It seemed that the legend of the star relic constantly moving was true. Since he had come to Qingyi Island, he had to pay Bai Qingqing a visit. Fong Chun leaped and disappeared into the horizon. Clear Away Island, Clear Away City. Bai family residence. Currently, the Bai clan was the only clan in power on Qingyi Island. The Zhou clan had been defeated in the previous battle. As a result, the Zhou family quickly declined. The current Zhou family was not even comparable to some first-rate forces. After the Bai clan unified Clear Divergence Island, all the cultivators on Clear Divergence Island had to obey their orders. And the reason why Clear Away Island was able to achieve what it had today was all because of one person. That was the son-in-law of the Bai family, Fong Chun. Of course, Fong Chun didn't know any of this. When he arrived at Qingyi City, he couldn't help but sigh when he saw the bustling scene. It's developing quite quickly. Fong Chun sighed. He spread out his consciousness and sensed the Bai family's residence. Immediately, the true will of space-time was unleashed, and he arrived outside the Bai family's residence. With his attainments in the true will of space-time, almost none of the cultivators on Clear Away Island could discover him. Standing in the sky above the Bai family's residence, Fong Chun used his consciousness to check, but didn't find Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing isn't here. Fong Chun was a little confused and immediately found a cultivator to ask. He found out that Bai Qingqing had left Clear Away Island a long time ago and went to the core of Old Hua Islands. Then, Fong Chun left. Hidden Devil World, Second Heaven. The moment Fong Chun appeared, Hidden Devil World's master knew. Come to my place. Hidden Devil World's master's voice entered Fong Chun's ears. Fong Chun nodded and quickly came to the garden where Hidden Devil World's master was. Realm Master. Fong Chun cupped his hands and greeted. Kid, you surprise me every once in a while. Hidden Devil World's master carefully sized up Fong Chun and grinned. Your clone left Hidden Devil World and entered the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, right? Fong Chun nodded and told him the truth. The master of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave is very powerful. Even in the divine world, he's still an expert. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave has his inheritance. Work hard. Hidden Devil World's master said. Thank you for telling me. Fong Chun cupped his fists and thanked him. Hidden Devil World's master laughed. Go and rest. By the way, before you enter the creation realm, don't let anyone know that you have a clone. Fong Chun nodded and turned to leave. His clone was in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, while his original body directly cultivated in Hidden Devil World. Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. As time passed, someone finally found this residence. The person who came was a first-level creation realm expert. In residence. Seeing this, the creation realm expert was overjoyed and immediately rushed to the entrance of the residence. Whoosh! Copper Lion spat out scorching flames from its mouth and instantly forced the creation realm expert to retreat. At the same time, it also woke up Fong Chun and Ku Shu. The four of them stood side by side, a hint of fear in their eyes. Scram, I found this place. The creation realm expert flung his sleeve and rebuked coldly. We clearly found this place first. Why should we scram? Bai Wuzong had a violent temper and couldn't stand it anymore. In the eyes of creation realm experts, heavenly body tier martial artists were ants. Bai Wuzong dared to talk back to him. This was a capital offense. Brat, do you want to die? The creation realm expert stretched out his hand, wanting to kill Bai Wuzong. Voila! Bai Wuzong set up the chaos element killing array and trapped the first-level creation realm martial artist in an instant. You want to trap me with a mere formation? The creation realm expert sneered and immediately broke the formation with great force. Fang Chun and the other two exchanged glances. Then, they leaped into the formation and launched a fierce attack. Dong! A deafening sound echoed through the sky. The three of them joined forces and blocked the creation realm expert's power. The latter took a few steps back and stabilized himself, a sinister aura surging on his face. Are you seeking death? The creation realm expert said coldly. Creation realm martial artists aren't invincible legends, Ku Shu said. He had improved in Soul Dao and was eager to try. Jian Wuhong and Fang Chun were also ready to attack at any time. With the Chaos Origin killing formation hindering this creation realm expert, Fang Chun and the others joined forces and actually fought to a draw with this person. Damn it! 3 minutes later, this person finally flew into a rage out of humiliation. He launched a fierce and domineering attack. Pucci, the anger of a creation realm expert, was too terrifying. Cracks instantly appeared in the Chaos Origin killing formation, and the attacks of Fang Chun and the others were also instantly disintegrated. Not good. Fang Chun shouted inwardly and used the space strangulation technique and the second layer of the Five Thunder Tribulation technique at the same time. Ku Shu activated a powerful soul technique and formed a double soul technique attack with Fang Chun. It blasted directly at the creation realm expert's head. At the same time, the red glass sword and Jian Wuhong's long swords quickly stabbed at the creation realm expert. Bai Wuzong controlled the Chaos Origin killing formation with all his strength, and the terrifying attack instantly condensed into a long spear and stabbed at the creation realm expert. The three attacks caused the manifestation stage martial artist to be at a loss as to what to do. Bang! He punched out with both fists and blocked the attacks of Fang Chun and Jian Wuhong. But it was too late to block the double soul technique attack. The lightning flashed and hit his head, and suddenly a scream was heard. Bang! The Chaos Origin killing formation shattered, and Fang Chun and the others were forced to retreat. The clothes on the manifestation stage practitioner's body had been torn to shreds. A gray luster flickered on his head as it blocked the dual soul technique attack. His face was ferocious. After a long time, he finally blocked the double soul technique attack. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief and looked gravely at Fang Chun and the others. The four of them can actually force me to retreat. The creation realm martial artist was extremely shocked. In the outside world, the four of them were definitely geniuses among geniuses. The four of you have good strength, but if you really fight, you will definitely die, the creation realm expert said. If you want to kill us, you have to be prepared to be seriously injured, Ku Shu said. The creation realm expert laughed, withdrew his aura, and said, "How about joining forces?" He also sensed the threat of the four and was unwilling to fight with them. It would not be too late to deal with them after he got the treasure in the mansion. If my guess is right, the four of you can't enter the mansion, the creation realm expert continued. Fang Chun and the others looked at each other, and then looked at the creation realm expert, and said, "We can join forces, but after entering the mansion, you can't attack us." "Okay, I promise you." "Make a martial arts oath," Fang Chun said. The creation realm expert was a little displeased when he heard that, but in the end, he still made a martial arts oath to not attack the four of them in the mansion. When we leave the mansion, all of you will die, the creation realm expert said to himself. The five of them reached a preliminary agreement. Then, Fang Chun told the creation realm expert about the test. He came in front of the copper lion and hugged it with both hands. Roar! With a loud roar, he gathered all his strength in his arms and tried to lift the copper lion. Buzz! The copper lion's body shook slightly. Finally, it calmed down. Seeing that, the creation realm expert's face darkened, and he continued to exert his strength. The next scene shocked Fang Chun and the others. The extremely heavy copper lion was actually lifted by the creation realm expert. His feet were about 30 centimeters off the ground. Dong! In the end, the creation realm expert failed. The copper lion was too heavy for him to lift. Even so, it shocked Fang Chun and the others. He was indeed a creation realm expert. He could lift the copper lion off the ground with just one move. The four of them could not do it, and they could not even make the copper lion shake. This copper lion is too heavy. How can I lift it? The creation realm expert said with some dissatisfaction. Soul Path Aura can make the copper lion's body lighter, Fang Chun said. Okay. The creation realm expert looked at Fang Chun in confusion. Then, Fang Chun told the manifestation realm martial artist everything that had happened. Soul Path Aura. Chapter 14:11. The aura of the soul path could reduce the weight of the copper lion. This news made the creation realm martial artist's expression extremely solemn. Although he was a creation realm expert, he was not a soul cultivator. The aura of the soul path was even inferior to that of Fang Chun and Ku Shu. Strange. The creation realm martial artist's face was a little gloomy as he pondered carefully. After a long time, the creation realm martial artist turned around and looked at Fang Chun and Ku Shu. Assist me. Fang Chun and the other three looked at each other and then nodded. There was no other way. Immediately, a strong aura of the soul path emerged in the minds of Ku Shu and Fang Chun, and then all gathered on the creation realm martial artist. Buzz! The creation realm martial artist came in front of the copper lion and then wrapped his hand around the copper lion. Suddenly, the aura of the soul path increased the weight of the copper lion by a lot. Huh! As the creation realm martial artist growled, Fang Chun and the other three were shocked to see that the copper lion's body was actually rising. At this moment, the little bird stood on the towering tree in the distance. His face was full of anxiety. Hurry up! The little bird seemed to know that the two soul cultivators could lift the copper lion with the assistance of the creation realm martial artist. He kept muttering in his mouth. Hiss! Hiss! A complicated aura continuously surged out from the manifestation realm practitioner's body. What no one noticed was that the copper lion's eyes actually moved. Although it was only a slight movement, a trace of a strange aura was emitted from its gong-sized eyes. Soon, the strange aura completely enveloped the manifestation realm ancient martial art practitioner. At this moment, the creation realm martial artist's face was full of excitement, because the copper lion was already a long distance from the ground, which he could not do before. Sure enough, at this moment, the creation realm martial artist believed what Fang Chun and the other three said. The aura of the soul path could indeed reduce the copper lion's weight. However, what he did not know was that his vitality was rapidly fading. Increase the strength. The creation realm martial artist roared and immediately exerted his strength, trying to completely lift the copper lion. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A dazzling light shot out from the copper lion's eyes and instantly absorbed the manifestation realm martial artist's life force. No! The manifestation realm martial artist noticed this and roared hysterically. He wanted to break free from the copper lion's control, but he was unable to do so. In the blink of an eye, the manifestation realm martial artist's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Retreat. Fang Chun was the first to see it. With a roar, he activated the true meaning of space-time and retreated out of the copper lion's range. The other three also left in a line. The copper lion slammed into the ground, and a strong life force appeared around it. It was as if it was about to revive. What happened? Fang Chun was filled with doubts. The creation realm martial artist had died in the hands of the copper lion in just a few seconds. This copper lion is too terrifying. At that moment, Fang Chun thought of Chick. In a flash, he arrived under the tree and looked up at the little bird. Crash! The little bird flapped its wings, its face full of smiles. Under Fong Chen's dumbfounded gaze, the bird actually left the tree. "You've been deceiving us," Fong Chun roared angrily. If he had lifted the copper lion, he might have been the one to fall to the ground. Fortunately, this manifestation realm martial artist had interfered, allowing him to escape. "Kid, without his help, how could we enter the mansion?" The little bird flapped its wings and quickly arrived above the copper lion, then flew straight into the mansion. "What's going on?" Fong Chun and the other three were even more shocked when they saw this. The copper lion actually did not attack the little bird. What was going on? "Brother Fong," Bai Wuzong hurriedly asked. Withered Tree and Sword Dance's red eyes also looked at Fong Chun. The latter pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "We were used by the little bird." "Yes, if my guess is correct. The little bird is also a demonic beast that entered the coiling moon immortal cave from the outside world. It knows the copper lion very well, so it planned for us to lift it," Fong Chun said. With the battle strength of a manifestation realm martial artist and a powerful soul Dao aura, it can lift the copper lion. "Then what's going on with the copper lion?" asked Bai Wuzong. "I don't know the specifics. I'm guessing that when the copper lion is lifted, it will absorb the martial artist's life aura and make itself more active. The little bird can fly and so unscrupulously because the copper lion won't attack us at all," said Fong Chun. Hearing this, the three's expressions kept changing. After being busy for so long, they were actually tricked by a little bird. They were somewhat unable to accept it. "What do we do now?" asked Withered Tree. He wanted to enter the mansion to take a look. After all, it was one of the 7 mansions, not something the 13 palaces could compare to. "Of course we have to go in." Fong Chun nodded. One of the 7 mansions was right in front of them. If they did not go in, they would be letting themselves down. "All right, let me try." Bai Wuzong wanted to take the risk himself. There were 2 reasons for this. The first was because he was a 7-star divine array master and could set up arrays to block the copper lion's attack. Secondly, he simply wanted to share Fong Chen's burden. Voila! Bai Wuzong leaped and flew above the copper lion. His body was surrounded by the chaos origin killing array. Then he took a step forward and instantly stepped over the copper lion, entering the mansion. There's no attack. Seeing this, Withered Tree and Jian Wuhong were extremely excited. "Let's go in," Fong Chun said. Jian Wuhong and Withered Tree took the lead and jumped into the mansion one after another. When it was Fong Chen's turn, he had just leaped above the copper lion when he felt a terrifying suction force. "What is this?" Fong Chun was shocked and struggled hard, but he shockingly discovered that this terrifying suction force was coming from the copper lion. It was extremely terrifying. "Damn it!" Fong Chun roared and struggled desperately. Voila! It was useless, and he was instantly sucked into the copper lion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the copper lion calmed down and the life aura around it was instantly withdrawn. In a narrow space, Fong Chun couldn't even stand up. He could only sit cross-legged on the ground, and the surrounding walls were tightly pressed against his body. From the initial panic, he gradually calmed down. What is this place? Fong Chun only knew that he was being sucked away by the terrifying suction force from the copper lion. In the end, his vision turned black and he arrived here. Could it be inside the copper lion? Fong Chun guessed that this was the interior of the copper lion. Why didn't the others absorb it but me? Fong Chun was very puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. In the end, Fong Chun shook his head and carefully observed his environment. It was at this time that Fong Chun saw some small handwriting on the wall in front of him. This is his divine sense spread out and instantly enveloped the wall. After a while, Fong Chun finished reading the small handwriting on the wall. At this time, his heart was extremely excited. This is a soul cultivation breakthrough method. If it was an ordinary soul cultivation breakthrough method, Fong Chun wouldn't be so excited. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, a Class 7 soul cultivator was already an incomparably powerful existence. However, there were higher realms above Class 7 soul cultivators. One of them was the Grandmaster realm. Only by stepping into the Grandmaster realm could one be considered to have reached a higher level in the soul path. Previously, it could only be regarded as laying the foundation. The first condition to step into the Grandmaster realm was the primordial spirit, followed by soul techniques. Previously, he had been suffering from the lack of a powerful soul technique to allow his primordial spirit to break through to a higher level. But now he actually obtained such a soul technique by chance. What a powerful soul technique. After reading it, Fong Chun couldn't help but sigh. According to the records, such a soul technique, if one succeeded in the initial cultivation, would allow one's primordial spirit to transform and reach a higher level, becoming a Grandmaster soul cultivator. That's great. Fong Chun was excited with a smile on his face. At this time, Fong Chun finally understood why the soul path aura could weaken the gravity of the copper lion. Let's start cultivating. Fong Chun closed his eyes and immediately began to cultivate. Subduing demon world, second heaven. The original body was cultivating when he suddenly opened his eyes. Soul technique. A playful smile appeared on the original body's face. Then he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. However, at this moment a voice sounded. Senior Brother Fong. Hearing the voice, Fong Chun opened his eyes. Barbarian Dragon. Besides Barbarian Dragon, who else could it be? Barbarian Dragon came to Fong Chun's residence, panting. What's going on? Seeing Barbarian Dragon like this, Fong Chun hurriedly asked. Under normal circumstances, Barbarian Dragon wouldn't be like this. Something big must have happened. Senior Brother Fong Chun, something bad happened. Barbarian Dragon said hurriedly. Speak slowly, don't worry. Fong Chun said. Don't worry. Barbarian Dragon wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Murong Bing had some conflict with a disciple of the third heaven. What? Hearing this, Fong Chun's face changed greatly. There was almost no anxiety between the second heaven and the third heaven. How could Murong Bing have a conflict with a disciple of the third heaven? What's going on? Fong Chun asked in a deep voice. The tortoise dragon explained everything that had happened to Chu Feng in detail. It turned out that a senior brother of the third heaven had come to the second heaven for some matters. Unexpectedly, he met Murong Bing. The latter's beauty had successfully attracted this senior brother. He then made a request to Murong Bing, asking her to be his maid. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely agree, because this way, they could enter the third heaven. However, everyone knew Murong Bing's character. How could she agree? She immediately rejected this senior brother's request. This senior brother felt that he couldn't bear to lose face and began to look for trouble. When Barbarian Dragon saw this, he hurriedly came to find Fong Chun. Make Murong his maid. Fong Chun frowned. Senior brother Fong Chun, subduing demon world, doesn't care about this kind of thing. As long as the disciples are willing, it's fine. Barbarian Dragon explained. Chapter 14:12. Subduing demon boundary, 9 heavens. Every heavens was independent of each other. Moreover, there was a person in charge of each heavens. The person in charge was also a disciple of this heavens. In subduing demon boundary, other than the subduing demon boundary master, there were almost no elders. There were only a few with extremely high status. When Fong Chun heard that a disciple of the third heavens was looking for trouble, his heart skipped a beat. It was not that he was afraid of a disciple of the third heavens. To be honest, with Fong Chun's current strength, there were only a few disciples in the third heavens who could fight with him. He was not afraid of the other disciples. Let's go, take me to see, Fong Chun said. Man Long nodded and quickly brought Fong Chun to the square. At this moment, there were many disciples surrounding the square. In the middle of the square, there was a man and a woman. The man was naturally a disciple of the third heavens, and the woman was Murong Bing. The surrounding disciples were all pointing and discussing, but no one dared to make a sound. After all, the other party was a disciple of the third heavens. If they angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Murong Bing, I'm giving you face by letting you be my maid. You don't know how many people wanted to be my maid, but were rejected by me. The person said coldly and arrogantly. Murong Bing lowered her head, and her face could not be seen clearly. No one knew what she was thinking. Her long hair fluttered and covered her face. Murong Bing frowned slightly when she heard the disciple's words. She was a little unhappy, but she still endured it. Strength was respected. If she was strong, this disciple would not be so afraid. This Murong Bing is in danger. Senior brother Chu, he wants to take her as his maid. She has to agree even if she doesn't want to. Yeah, I heard that senior brother Chu, he has a bad reputation in the third heavens. Sigh, we are disciples of the second heavens. Chu he alone could look down on all the second heavens disciples. That was why he was so unscrupulous. Although in subduing demon boundary, the disciples helped each other. But where there were people, there were conflicts. Where there were conflicts, there were conflicts. There would always be scum everywhere, and Chu he was one of them. When Fong Chun arrived at the square, he saw Chu he forcing Murong Bing. Murong, Man Long shouted at the top of his lungs. Immediately, the crowd opened up a path for him. Tu Long and Fong Chun came to Murong Bing's side. Seeing Fong Chen's arrival, Murong Bing's face broke into a smile. However, she still tried to dissuade Fong Chun. Senior brother Fong, this matter has nothing to do with you. In fact, Murong's intention was very clear. He did not want Fong Chun to get involved. Although Fong Chun was very strong, Chu he was still a third sky disciple. Moreover, his cultivation level had already reached the 9th level of the heavenly body tier. Within the third heaven, he was considered to be above average. Leave it to me. Fong Chun gently patted Murong Bing's shoulder and stood in front of her. He lifted his eyes and stared at Chu He. Brat, who are you? Seeing that someone dared to obstruct him, Chu He asked somewhat unhappily. Fong Chun, I don't care who you are, apologize to me. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Chu He smiled sinisterly, his face full of disdain. You stole my line. Fong Chun grinned, revealing his white teeth. For some reason, Chu He was very angry when he saw Fong Chen's bright smile. Brat, do you know that you were playing with fire? Chu He said coldly, his face completely gloomy. Murong Bing was very worried about Fong Chun, but she was stopped by Tu Long. Don't worry, believe in senior brother Fong. In Tu Long's heart, there was nothing that Fong Chun could not solve. At this moment, in the clouds and the sky, the person in charge of the third heaven and the person in charge of the second heaven stood side by side. This little guy is here. The person in charge of the second heaven saw Fong Chun and grinned. Although he did not know how strong Fong Chun was, he knew that Fong Chun was someone that Realm Lord Fu Mo had his eyes on. What, you think this guy can defeat Chu He? The person in charge of the third heaven laughed. From the start, he didn't think there was anyone in the second heaven who could stop Chu He's attack. The person in charge of the second heaven faintly smiled, but he didn't say anything. Below in the plaza, Fong Chun and Chu He were facing off. The latter emitted a terrifying aura as he attempted to suppress Fong Chun and instill fear in him. If it was someone else, they might have succeeded. Unfortunately, he had encountered Fong Chun. A grand third heaven senior brother only knows how to bully his second heaven junior brother, sneered Fong Chun. Brat, don't say that. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will I have the face to stay in the devil's subduing world in the future? Fong Chun glanced at Chu He and then shook his head. If you attack me today, I guarantee that you won't have the face to stay in the devil's subduing world in the future. Fong Chen's words caused a huge uproar. Was he declaring war on Chu He? Ever since they had joined the devil's subduing world, there were very few lower heavens disciples who challenged higher heavens disciples. That was because there was a huge gap between them. Buzz. A terrifying aura was emitted from Chu He's body, instantly enveloping Fong Chun. What are you going to use to embarrass me? Chu He said coldly. Are you sure you want to attack? Fong Chun asked again. As fellow disciples of the devil's subduing world, he didn't want to attack. However, Chu He was bullying Murong Bing, so he couldn't sit idly by. Brat, cut the crap. Chu He roared, preparing to attack. Bang! Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in the plaza, and the next moment, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. All the cultivators were completely dumbfounded at this moment, because the one who was sent flying was not Fong Chun, but Chu He. Oh my God, what's going on? In a flash, Chu He was sent flying by Fong Chun. All the cultivators widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. Fong Chun was still standing in the plaza, as if he hadn't moved, while Chu-He spat out blood. He was obviously injured. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu-He tried hard to shake his head, shouting hysterically. At this moment, the two people in the clouds opened their eyes wide. This brat, the person in charge of the third heaven, looked down in disbelief. Others didn't see it clearly, but he saw it very clearly. Fong Chen's attainments in the Tao of space had reached an unimaginable level. Earlier, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he had used spatial travel to suddenly appear beside Chu-He and send him flying. Although it was a trick, he already knew that Fong Chen's strength was not below Chu-He's. I can't accept this. Below, Chu-He stood up and roared angrily. Stop. At this moment, the person in charge of the third heaven appeared. He stopped Chu-He's madness. Senior brother. Chu-He lowered his head. The person in charge of the third heaven looked at Fong Chun. His eyes widened and asked with a smile, Junior brother Fong Chun, are you willing to join our third heaven? Boom! There was an uproar. The person in charge of the third heaven invited Fong Chun to join. This was too crazy. Chu-He's face was gloomy and angry. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Chun. The latter thought for a moment, then said, I'm willing. The cultivation environment of the third heaven was much better than the second heaven. Fong Chun was naturally willing. Just like that, a crisis was easily resolved. Murong Bing was very grateful to Fong Chun, and Torvosaurus also admired him. Fong Chen's name resounded in the second heaven. Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, inside Copper Lion's body. After a period of cultivation, Fong Chun had gradually mastered the spirit technique on the wall. Now, he had memorized the essentials of the spirit technique. It wouldn't take long for him to successfully cultivate this spirit technique. Soon, Fong Chun could already feel that his primordial spirit was transforming. It wouldn't take long for his soul cultivation to reach the Grandmaster realm. Inside the mansion, Jian Wuhong and the other two separated and each had their own inheritance. Among them, the one who benefited the most was Withered Tree. After all, the owner of this mansion was an ancient soul cultivator. His attainments in the Soul Dao were very powerful. Withered Tree obtained one of the Soul Dao inheritances and was very excited. He accepted the inheritance wholeheartedly. As time went by, most of the 7 mansions in the inner area of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave were also opened by everyone. In the end, only the mansion where Fong Chun was located was not discovered by other martial artists. Relatively speaking, this mansion was still relatively safe. In a certain open space, a martial artist suddenly appeared. He was wearing a black robe, and his face was gloomy. If Fong Chun was here, he would definitely be shocked, because this person was Xie Chu, the second strongest on the Evil Soul list of the Evil Soul Islands. No one knew that Xie Chu had a clone except for him. Previously, he was forced by Fong Chun to self-destruct his clone. He was very angry and wanted revenge, so he entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. After searching for a long time in the periphery, he couldn't find Fong Chun. In the end, he entered the inner area. Just as Xie Chu was looking around, suddenly there was a sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. Xie Chu looked up and was surprised to find that it was a Creation Realm powerhouse. However, this Creation Realm powerhouse was seriously injured and seemed to be being chased by someone. Help me. This Creation Realm powerhouse could no longer walk. He stretched out his palm with difficulty, wanting Xie Chu to help. Xie Chu was unmoved. Seeing this, the Creation Realm powerhouse took out a rag from his arms. Help me. Xie Chu's eyes widened, because he could see that this rag was extraordinary. If his guess was right, it should be a treasure map. Crash! Xie Chu snatched the rag from the Creation Realm martial artist's hand. Then he punched out. Crack! This Creation Realm martial artist died in an instant, and then he quickly left this place. After finding a safe place, Xie Chu opened the map and took a closer look. He was instantly overjoyed. The map of the last mansion of the 7 mansions. Xie Chu's palm tightly held the rag, his heart ecstatic. He didn't expect that this last mansion would be discovered by him first. This is heaven's will. Xie laughed loudly, memorized the map in his mind, and then completely burned it. Chapter 14:13. Coiling Moon, Celestial Cave. So far, the 13 outer palaces have been discovered by many martial artists. The tokens of the 13 palaces had all landed in the hands of many martial artists. After this period of sweeping, there were almost no inheritance treasures left in the outer area. Many heavenly body tier martial artists had already left the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Of course, there were also some bold heavenly body tier martial artists who entered the inner area. For example, Xie, Jian Xing, and the others. Of course, there were still many martial artists hiding in the dark. It was just that everyone did not know. As everyone knew, there was one cave, 7 residences, and 13 palaces. Inside the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, the most precious place was the so-called cave. And this cave was also the core of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. To open this cave, one had to gather all the tokens of the 7 residences and 13 palaces. Without anyone, it could not be opened. Therefore, the tokens of the 7 residences and 13 palaces were especially precious. There were 13 palaces in the outer area and 7 residences in the inner area. Among the 7 residences, the last one was called Heavenly Soul Residence. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that this last residence was related to Soul Path. In fact, it was so. However, many creation tier martial artists searched all the places in the inner area, but still could not find the location of Heavenly Soul Residence. Xie, by chance, obtained a rag and discovered the location of Heavenly Soul Residence. He was very excited. If he could obtain a token, in the end, he would also have the right to negotiate with creation tier elites. Therefore, Xie rushed to Heavenly Soul Residence with all his strength. Of course, Xie was also very careful along the way. After all, his clone had already been destroyed, and only his main body was left. If his main body died, it would completely disappear from this world. Although inheritance was important, life was obviously more important. In front of Heavenly Soul Residence, the Copper Lion stood quietly. Fang Chun was trapped inside the Copper Lion, cultivating soul techniques. Soul techniques, for soul cultivators, were the best way to improve the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was the foundation of soul cultivation. If one could improve the primordial spirit to a certain extent, the soul cultivation level would undergo a qualitative leap, reaching a higher level and stepping into the realm of Grandmaster. This was the most urgent thought in Fang Chen's heart so far. Actually, cultivating soul techniques for Fang Chen was not a difficult thing, because he had a heaven-defying, peerless true intent. The 7th grade true meaning of space and time had allowed him to completely master the acceleration of time. As one's strength increased, the time acceleration would also increase. However, even so, 100 times faster was enough for him to shake off any martial artist of the younger generation. Half a month had passed in the outside world, but Fang Chun had been cultivating for almost 4 years by using time acceleration. At this moment, Fang Chun was surrounded by a strong soul Dao aura. If Ku Shu and the others were here, they would be shocked. The current Fang Chun was much stronger than he had been half a month ago. Geniuses were called geniuses because they had a comprehension ability that ordinary people could not reach. In this regard, Fang Chun had always been far ahead. Of course, other than the Golden Heart, all of this was also related to his own hard work. Just like a famous saying on Earth, a genius is 99% sweat and 1% talent. The moment Fang Chun opened his eyes, some cracks appeared on the walls of the Copper Lion. The small handwriting on the wall in front of him had all fallen off. Crack! A subtle sound came into Fang Chen's ears. Immediately, he found that the Copper Lion seemed to be about to explode. With a thought, a strong soul Dao aura filled his mind and instantly enveloped his whole body. The next moment, with a bang, the Copper Lion directly exploded. The Heavenly Soul Palace came into view. What a powerful soul technique. Fang Chun restrained the aura around him and couldn't help but sigh. Although this soul technique was only an entry-level soul technique to step into the Grandmaster realm. But for Fang Chun, it was already very strong. He stood up, looked around, and then looked inside his mind. To his surprise, he discovered that the little golden man in his mind had more than doubled in size. This scene made Fang Chun speechless. How could he not know that the bigger the primordial spirit, the more powerful it was? It's a pity that the primordial spirit is transforming. It needs time to transition before it can step into the Grandmaster realm. Fang Chun said to himself. The entry-level soul technique had been cultivated to the perfection realm. As long as he was given some time, his soul cultivation level would automatically step into the Grandmaster realm. Therefore, Fang Chun was not worried about this. Collecting his thoughts, his gaze fell on the gate of the Heavenly Soul Palace. I wonder how Jian Wuhong and the other two are doing, Fang Chun whispered. However, just as he was about to enter the Heavenly Soul Palace, suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard. Immediately after, Xie shot over. Seeing Fang Chun, Xie was also a little surprised. At first, he thought that someone had beaten him to it. However, when he saw Fang Chun's face clearly, his face was full of a sneer. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. The purpose of his original body entering the coiling moon immortal cave was to avenge his clone. Fang Chun, your death date has arrived. Xie didn't care that Fang Chun had discovered that he had a clone. He landed not far behind Fang Chun. His aura filled the air and killing intent filled the air. Xie. Fang Chun turned his head and looked at Xie, his eyes filled with shock. However, in a moment he guessed. The one who self-destructed before should be Xie clone. I really didn't expect you to have a clone. Waking up from a shock, Fang Chun whispered. Forcing my clone to self-destruct. If I don't avenge this, I'm not human. Xie said coldly. The strength of his original body was stronger than his clone. He believed that there was no suspense in killing Fang Chun. Unfortunately, you won't be able to get what you want. Fang Chun shook his head. Although Xie was strong, he was not afraid. Go to hell. Seeing Fang Chun's arrogant look, Xie roared, clenched his fist, and punched out. Dong seeing this, Fang Chun immediately punched out. The two fists collided and suddenly burst out with a deafening sound. Fang Chun couldn't help but take a few steps back. The perfect sword body instantly erupted, and the sword-shaped runes revolved, flowing light shooting in all directions, forming the strongest defense. Today, I'd like to see who can save you. Xie fighting spirit was overflowing, and his aura erupted. He looked down at Fang Chun with a cold smile. Crash! Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space, and his figure disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Xie sneered. A folding fan appeared in his hand, and with a strong wave, the folding fan opened. Immediately, a sky full of hidden weapons shot out from the folding fan and struck the air. Bang! Bang! Fang Chun, who was hiding in the void, was forced out by the hidden weapons in the folding fan. Time and space strangulation. Fang Chun's feet slammed, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Xie, and then formed a strangling posture. You're courting death. Xie was enraged. He suddenly exerted force, and the folding fan in his hand actually broke apart into 5 pieces. They all shot toward Fang Chun in different directions. Every single one of them contained tyrannical power. Ding! Ding! Fang Chun ignored Xie attack, and his feet suddenly attacked Xie neck. The 5 attacks of the folding fan all hit Fang Chun's body. However, these attacks did not break Fang Chun's defense, and all fell to the ground. Seeing this, Xie heart was set off by stormy waves. Soon after, a sense of fear emerged in his heart. Unfortunately, it was too late. The time and space strangulation hit Xie. Suddenly, Xie was blasted away, and his skull almost burst open. Xie's head was covered with blood, and his bones were broken, and his face collapsed. His face was ferocious, and he roared angrily, venting his dissatisfaction. Damn it! Xie completely fell into madness, and an evil aura emerged from his body. He was forcibly using the forbidden technique. This forbidden technique was his trump card. If he wanted to hurt others, he would hurt himself first. Under normal circumstances, he would never use it easily. But now, he had no other choice. Fang Chun, you will die without a doubt. Xie Chu laughed sinisterly, and blood kept flowing from his collapsed face. Xie Chu could no longer care so much. After using the forbidden technique, his whole body changed. Seeing this, Fang Chun frowned slightly. Then, with a thought, he took out the red glass sword. Swoosh! The red glass sword was swung out, and sword chi was everywhere. Green thunder, instant kill sword. A bright sword light suddenly shot out from the red glass sword, and finally, it kept transforming in the sky. It contained extremely terrifying sword chi, and with lightning speed, it pierced into Xie Chu's head. Bang! Xie Chu's head instantly exploded. The escaping primordial spirit was also directly pierced by the sword light. Hiss! Hiss! The primordial spirit kept struggling, trying to escape. But its injuries were too serious, and it could not break free. In the end, it was swallowed by the sword light. Bang! Xie Chu's body fell to the ground. An elite of a generation fell just like that. At this point, both the original body and the clone were destroyed. With Xie Chu's potential, in time, he would definitely surpass the #1 elite of the evil soul list, and his future was limitless. But he chose to go against Fang Chun. He thought that he had cultivated a clone at the heavenly body tier, and was already standing at the top of the heavenly body tier. However, what he did not know was that Fang Chun had also cultivated a clone. The universe was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. Although it was very difficult or even impossible for a heavenly body tier to cultivate a clone. However, there were some cultivators with heaven-defying potential who could do it. The path of martial arts is indeed full of monsters. Fang Chun glanced at Xie Chu's body and sighed. Then, he took a step forward and entered the Heavenly Soul Palace. Both the original body and clone were destroyed, and even a life and death realm Imperial Emperor could not revive. Not to mention that he was just a heavenly body tier cultivator. Not long after, a person came to the Heavenly Soul Palace. The #1 genius of the Sword Sky Archipelago's Sword Sky ranking, Jianxing, seeing Xie Chu's body, Jianxing frowned. Immediately, he came to a realization. He cultivated a clone and even hid it from me. Jianxing narrowed his eyes and stared at Xie Chu's body on the ground. Chapter 14:14. Within the Heavenly Soul Palace. 8 Study. After Fang Chun entered, he felt that the aura here was very friendly to him. Could it be because I've cultivated the Copper Lion's secret technique? Fang Chun felt that his guess was correct. Jian Wuhong and the other two had already entered the Heavenly Soul Palace. He didn't know where they were. Let's go find them first, said Fang Chun. However, just as Fang Chun was about to search elsewhere, a nine-tailed spirit phoenix that blotted out the sky appeared. The nine-tailed spirit phoenix was bathed in flames. As it flapped its wings, the air around it began to rapidly flow. Human, you are the 5th person to enter the Heavenly Soul Palace, said the nine-tailed spirit phoenix. Fang Chun raised his head to look at the nine-tailed spirit phoenix. This should be the palace's guardian. The nine-tailed spirit phoenix race was a special race in the world of demon beasts. They were born from the phoenix race, but they were a bit different from the phoenix race. Once a member of a nine-tailed spirit phoenix race reached adulthood, they would have 9 tails. These 9 tails were the difference between them and the phoenix race. The phoenix race had always been ashamed to be associated with the nine-tailed spirit phoenix race. They believed that the phoenix race was noble, but it had been tainted by the nine-tailed spirit phoenix race. So in the world of demon beasts, the phoenix race and the nine-tailed spirit phoenix race had always been mortal enemies. The 5th. Fang Chun was startled, but then he understood. It seemed that mysterious little bird was also a demon beast from the outside world. You need to pass the Heavenly Soul Palace's test before you can move freely within the palace, continued the nine-tailed spirit phoenix. Senior, may I ask if my 3 human friends have passed the test? Fang Chen couldn't help asking. The 4 people who entered before you all passed the test. Do you want to accept the test now? Asked the 9-tailed spirit phoenix. Once you choose to accept the test, you must complete it. If you can't complete it, you will die. You can't give up now. I accept the test, said Fang Chen without hesitation. If even the other 3 could pass, then this test shouldn't be too hard. According to the strength of the warrior, everyone's test is different. Stand on that round plate. The 9-tailed spirit phoenix flapped its wings and pointed at a round plate below. The disc suddenly appeared, and Fang Chen quickly stood on it. Immediately, the disc emitted a beautiful light. 1, 2, 3. Not long after, the number of lights emitted from the disc had reached 7. The 9-tailed spirit phoenix was a little surprised. She looked at Fang Chen with bright eyes. While the 8th brilliant light appeared. While the 9-tailed spirit phoenix was shocked, the 9th ray of light appeared. The 9-tailed spirit phoenix was shocked. It had been a long time since he had met such a monstrous martial artist. The 9-tailed spirit phoenix flapped its wings, and the disc disappeared. Brat, your strength is close to invincible in the heavenly body tier, so you need to undergo the 3rd trial, the 9-tailed spirit phoenix said. Fang Chen nodded. He had some understanding of his own strength. The invincibility in the heavenly body tier that the 9-tailed spirit phoenix had mentioned was most likely in the outside world. It didn't include the purgatory. Otherwise, he would be far from it. For the 3rd trial, you need to break open a soul foundation forged with soul power within 2 hours. As the 9-tailed spirit phoenix spoke, a 3-meter-tall stone platform appeared in front of Fang Chen. This stone platform was illusory, and it contained a rich aura of soul Tao, a soul foundation forged with soul power. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the soul foundation in front of him. Although he didn't know what a soul foundation was, his intuition told him that this soul foundation was extraordinary, truly amazing. This kind of extravagance is truly rare, said Fang Chen. As long as you can destroy a corner of the soul foundation, you pass, the 9-tailed spirit phoenix said. Fang Chen nodded. After thinking for a moment, he finally decided to use his soul power to destroy the soul foundation. While in his mind, his origin spirit shook, and the aura of soul Tao instantly spread out. Then, under Fang Chen's control, it slowly came into contact with the soul foundation. When the aura of soul Tao came into contact with the soul foundation, it seemed to enter a bottomless pit. I can't sense it. Fang Chen was surprised to find that his connection with the aura of soul Tao had been cut off. Again, Fang Chen was unwilling to give up and continue to try. He tried for an hour, but to no avail. In the sky, the 9-tailed spirit phoenix shook her head, as if sighing, thinking that Fang Chen couldn't pass. In front of the soul foundation, Fang Chen closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the soul foundation. In order to destroy the soul foundation, he had to understand it thoroughly. Fang Chen touched the soul foundation step by step. As long as it wasn't the aura of soul Tao, the soul foundation wouldn't reject it. Fang Chen's consciousness went back and forth in the soul foundation. It was as if he had entered a sea of soul power. What a familiar feeling, Fang Chen exclaimed. He felt as if he was in a sea of soul power. He had this feeling before. It was in the soul foundation in the star ruin. The structure of the soul foundation seems to be similar to the soul foundation. Thinking of this, Fang Chen recalled his experience in the soul foundation. He connected with the soul foundation and began to think hard. At a certain moment, Fang Chen's mind flashed. Then he laughed mischievously. In his mind, his primordial spirit was completely opened, and a terrifying aura of soul Tao poured out. Finally, under Fang Chen's control, it instantly enveloped the soul foundation. The soul foundation was devouring Fang Chen's soul Tao aura, but the latter had already expected it. Keep! Fang Chen shouted, and the soul foundation was forcibly kept into Fang Chen's mind. In an instant, his primordial spirit entered the soul foundation. For the primordial spirit, the soul foundation was a holy land for cultivation. The primordial spirit was rapidly absorbing the soul power in the soul foundation. In the blink of an eye, cracks had appeared on the soul foundation that contained terrifying soul power. And Fang Chen's primordial spirit was rapidly improving. Continue. Fang Chen's face was filled with joy. According to his plan, if he succeeded, it would help him break through to the Grandmaster realm. In a flash, the soul power in the soul foundation was sucked dry. At this moment, the soul foundation finally could not hold on and shattered. The shattered soul foundation turned into specks of starlight and sank into Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Buzz. His primordial spirit expanded rapidly, and his soul Dao aura rose rapidly. Dong. Suddenly, Fang Chen's mind trembled. Immediately, he was overjoyed. His soul cultivation had finally reached the Grandmaster realm. Now, Fang Chen felt as if he was in an ethereal state, and it was very comfortable. So comfortable. Fang Chen closed his eyes and enjoyed. When a soul cultivator reached the Grandmaster realm, the primordial spirit would undergo a qualitative change. At the same time, Fang Chen discovered that a small stone platform had appeared in the center of his primordial spirit. And this stone platform was exactly the same as the soul foundation he had devoured before. Forging the soul foundation, Fang Chen muttered to himself. A series of information appeared in his mind. This was information about the Grandmaster Realm Soul Cultivator. So that's how it is. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood. It turned out that when a soul cultivator reached the Grandmaster Realm, they would forge the soul foundation. This soul foundation was the source of the soul cultivator's power. Phew! Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, very happy. However, the nine-tailed spirit phoenix in the sky was not happy. Boy! The nine-tailed spirit phoenix's angry voice broke the silence of the heavenly soul hall. Senior, did this junior pass the test? Fang Chen cupped his hands and asked. Pass. The nine-tailed spirit phoenix was flustered and exasperated, and there was a trace of a sneer on its face. Well, didn't you say that as long as you destroy a corner of the soul foundation, you'll pass? I destroyed the entire soul foundation, so I should pass. Seeing the nine-tailed spirit phoenix angry, Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Devouring the soul foundation is against the heavenly soul hall's rules. The nine-tailed spirit phoenix said coldly, If it weren't for the fact that you are a Grandmaster Soul Cultivator, I would definitely kill you. Senior. Hearing the nine-tailed spirit phoenix's words, Fang Chen's expression became solemn. The soul foundation you devoured was forged with my master's soul force. Although countless years have passed and the soul force in the soul foundation is about to dissipate, every time I see the soul foundation, I will think of my master. The nine-tailed spirit phoenix said solemnly, And now, you actually devoured the entire soul foundation. My master once said that Grandmaster Soul Cultivators can be spared even if they break the rules of the Heavenly Soul Hall. They can be kicked out of the hall. You are no longer qualified to receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Soul Hall. The nine-tailed spirit phoenix's words made Fang Chen feel very helpless. From a nine-tailed spirit phoenix's words, he could tell that this rule was set by it. It missed its master, so it did not allow other cultivators to devour the soul foundation. He could only blame himself for being unlucky to have touched the nine-tailed spirit phoenix's reverse scale. However, thinking about it carefully, it was not bad that his soul cultivation had reached the Grandmaster realm in advance because of this. If I'm not qualified, then I'm not qualified. Fang Chen muttered in a low voice. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Kid, you should be content. The soul foundation forged by my master is the dream of many soul cultivators, but you devoured it. I was careless. Otherwise, how could you have succeeded? The nine-tailed spirit phoenix was very unhappy with Fang Chen. It did not want to waste any time, so it waved its hand and sent Fang Chen out of the heavenly soul hall. Master, the nine-tailed spirit phoenix's sorrowful voice sounded in the wind. Outside the heavenly soul hall, Fang Chen's face was full of helplessness. I can't believe I encountered such a thing. How unlucky. As he spoke, he walked to where the copper lion was originally sitting and sat down. Jian Wuhong and the other two were still in the heavenly soul hall. Although Fang Chen was kicked out, he still had to wait for the other three. I hope the three of you can obtain the inheritance. Fang Chun thought to himself. Outside the coiling moon celestial cave, deep in the void ocean. This was a forbidden area for humans. It was much deeper than the coiling moon celestial cave. Even creation realm elites did not dare to enter rashly. There was a crystal palace here. This was near the coiling moon celestial cave, the territory of the sea demon race. Recently, the leader of the sea demon race had gathered all the sea demons. The crystal palace was very lively. All the sea demons that could participate in this event were at least at the heavenly body tier. For the sea demon race, this could only be considered a diving area. The sea demons that lived in this diving area were the weakest sea demon race. Even so, this was not something that humans could imagine. Groups of sea demons shuttled through the crystal palace and hurried toward the main palace. Chapter 14-15. Diving area inside the crystal palace. More and more sea demons gathered here. They didn't know why their king called them here. They only knew that their king's orders were unquestionable. The crystal palace was the main camp of the sea demons in this diving area. Groups of sea demons discussed with each other. Why isn't the king here yet? It's been a long time since such a grand event was held. Could it be that some supreme treasure has appeared? I think it's possible. Countless supreme treasures have been hidden in the void ocean for countless years. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures would often appear, and the sea demon clan would benefit from them. Thus, many sea demons thought that their king must have summoned them for something important. Amidst the clamor, a figure suddenly appeared on the throne at the top of the crystal palace. In an instant, the noisy main hall fell silent. Many sea demons knew that this human-looking ancient martial art practitioner was their king. Their king was from the demon whale race, and this was only one of its clones. The king's clones liked to transform into human appearances. King. Many sea demons saluted. The sea demon leader looked around, then nodded lightly, and said, "Everyone, I called you here today for an important matter." The sea demon leader went straight to the point. In the diving area, there's a cave left behind by human elites. It's called the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. For a long time, this cave has been rejecting the Sea Demon clan. However, not long ago, I found a loophole that can send heavenly body tier sea demons into the cave. The sea demon leader continued. As for creation tier sea demons, at most 10 can be sent in. There was an uproar below. They all knew about the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, and they all wanted to enter. However, they didn't have a way to do so. They could only watch as human cultivators entered and left the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Just by looking at the appearance of the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, one could guess that there must be a supreme treasure inside. King, is what you said true? Can our sea demon race really enter the Celestial Cave? Ah, that's great. As long as we can enter, we'll definitely drive the humans out of the Celestial Cave and occupy it. Many sea demons were very excited after hearing their leader's words. The sea demon leader waved for everyone to be quiet, then explained in detail how to enter the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Outside the Heavenly Soul Palace, Fang Chun sat down cross-legged, waiting for Jian Wuhong and the others. Little did they know that within the mansion, the three of them had encountered a crisis. In a certain plaza, Jian Wuhong and the other two had all obtained their own gains, so they met up here. Senior brother Withered Tree, your primordial spirit has become even stronger. Bai Wuzong looked at the Withered Tree and grinned. Your Array Dao aura has also improved a lot. Withered Tree nodded. Jian Wuhong, who was standing to the side, remained silent. She looked left and right, looking for Fang Chen's figure. Unfortunately, she couldn't find him. Among the three of them, Kushu had gained the most after entering the Heavenly Spirit Palace. Because the prefect was a soul cultivator, he left behind a soul Dao inheritance. The Withered Tree's strength had increased by a lot. I wonder where Brother Fang went, Bai Wuzong suddenly said. With Brother Fang's strength, he shouldn't be in any danger. He must be receiving some kind of inheritance, said the Withered Tree. Let's look around, Jian Wuhong said worriedly. Kushu and Bai Wuzong nodded. Just as the three of them were about to leave, a black figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. Jian Xing. Seeing the newcomer, the three of them exclaimed. Jian Xing, the top genius of the Heavenly Sword ranking of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago. Why was he here? The three of them were puzzled. Hee. Jian Xing's face revealed a sinister smile. Then, without saying a word, he directly attacked. Rumble. Jian Xing held a long sword in his hand and instantly swung it. Suddenly, a sword light that tore through the sky slashed towards the three of them. Not good. Bai Wuzong secretly shouted and set up a Chaos Origin killing array, trapping Jian Xing inside. At the same time, Ku Shu used a powerful soul technique to attack Jian Xing's primordial spirit. As for Jian Wuhong, she used the myriad lightning heaven fusion technique to launch a fierce attack. Whoosh! The sword light shot out from Jian Xing's long sword collided with the Chaos Origin killing array, causing it to shake violently. You want to stop me with a mere formation? Jian Xing smiled sinisterly and immediately emitted a terrifying, evil aura. Seeing this, the three of them were shocked. Jian Xing put away his long sword and raised his hand. An extremely dense black aura gathered in the center of his palm. This black aura contained the aura of death. Kill! Jian Xing waved his hand, and the black aura in the center of his palm immediately spread out. In an instant, the Chaos Origin killing array was shattered. Ku Shu's soul technique attack was also blocked. My strongest attack is not a sword technique. Seeing Jian Wuhong in front of him, Jian Xing said sinisterly. Then, he stretched out his hand and directly suppressed Jian Wuhong. Bang! Jian Wuhong's long sword was grabbed by Jian Xing's hand, and then, with a forceful swing, the long sword flew out of her hand. Jian Xing's other hand clenched into a fist and suddenly punched Jian Wuhong's body. With a bang, Jian Wuhong's body flew out. How is this possible? Bai Wuzong and Ku Shu opened their eyes wide and looked at Jian Xing in disbelief. How could a martial artist of the Sword Sky Archipelago have such a powerful, evil aura? You are... Ku Shu's eyes flickered as he seemed to have thought of something. That's right. I am the mysterious #1 expert of the Evil Soul Archipelago. Jian Xing revealed his identity. He thought that the three of them would definitely die and would not be able to escape. It's actually you. Ku Shu and the other two were shocked. They never thought that the mysterious #1 expert of the Evil Soul Archipelago would actually be Jian Xing. Jian Xing had hidden himself too deeply. Everyone thought that he was a powerful sword cultivator, the most outstanding disciple of the Sword Sky Archipelago's younger generation. Who would have thought that he had another identity, the #1 genius of the Evil Soul Archipelago? No wonder, Ku Shu said in a deep voice. Jian Xing's attack just now contained a powerful evil aura that was very similar to Xie Chu's attack. Those who know my identity are all dead, Jian Xing said in a hoarse voice as a powerful evil aura spread out from his body. At this moment, Jian Xing no longer concealed himself and launched a thunderous attack. We can't continue fighting. Although the three of them were very strong, Jian Xing was too mysterious and his methods gave Ku Shu a headache. Run! Bai Wuzong roared. With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Origin killing array was set up and blocked Jian Xing. Then, he picked up the injured Jian Wuhong and quickly left with Withered Tree. Boom! Jian Xing shattered the Chaos Origin killing array with a punch. His face was ferocious as he looked at the three escaping people and said eerily, I said that the three of you can't escape. With that, Jian Xing's figure flashed and chased after them. Huff! Huff! Ku Shu and Bai Wuzong's speed was very fast, but Jian Xing's speed was not slow either. Fortunately, the Heavenly Soul Palace was not big. In the blink of an eye, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the palace. Get out! Ku Shu carried Jian Wuhong and directly left the Heavenly Soul Palace. As for Bai Wuzong, he stopped and turned his head to look at Jian Xing, who was rushing over. Voila! The Chaos Origin killing array was set up again. I said that this trash array is useless against me. Jian Xing was a little angry as he smashed the Chaos Origin killing array with a punch. a powerful aura locked onto Bai Wuzong. You think that by staying here and buying time for them, you can let them escape smoothly? What a joke. Jian Xing sneered, as if everything was under his control. Kill. Jian Xing launched a tyrannical attack on Bai Wuzong. At the same time, outside the Heavenly Soul Palace, Fang Chun was resting with his eyes closed when Ku Shu and Jian Wuhong suddenly rushed out. Junior brother Fang. Ku Shu was a little surprised to see Fang Chun. Yes. Fang Chun opened his eyes and looked at Ku Shu. His gaze fell on Jian Wuhong, who was in Ku Shu's arms. What happened? We encountered Jian Xing. His true identity is the #1 expert on the evil soul list. He is very strong, and the three of us were not his match. Jian Wuhong was seriously injured. Ku Shu hurriedly said, "What about Bai Wuzong?" Fang Chun asked, "In order to buy time for us, Brother Bai is fighting with Sword Star in a mansion," said the withered tree. For a moment, Fang Chun was very anxious. He was rejected by the Heavenly Soul Palace and could not enter. It was also impossible to save Bai Wuzong. Senior brother Ku Shu, I can't enter the Heavenly Soul Palace. Leave Wuhong to me and go save Brother Bai. Fang Chun said. Ku Shu thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Ku Shu plunged into the Heavenly Soul Palace. Fang Chun hugged Jian Wuhong and fed her a few healing pills. Then, he put her aside and waited for Jian Xing to appear. First on the Sword Sky list, first on the Evil Soul list. Fang Chun's eyes flickered as he muttered. After about 3 minutes, there was a huge commotion in the Heavenly Soul Palace. Then, someone appeared. The first martial artist to appear was Bai Wuzong. His body was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Behind him was Ku Shu. All of you will die. Following closely behind was Sword Star. At this moment, Jian Xing's body was filled with an extremely dense, evil aura. There was no trace of a sword cultivator. As soon as Jian Xing appeared, Fang Chun confronted him. Fang Chun. Seeing Fang Chun, Jian Xing licked his dry lips and sneered. Good, I'll deal with you too. I didn't expect that Jian Xing, the #1 expert on the Heavenly Sword list, is actually from the Evil Soul Islands. Fang Chun said in a deep voice. He felt a strong pressure. Jian Xing's strength was much stronger than Xie Chu's. No wonder the martial artists of the Evil Soul Islands were so afraid, even though they had never seen the #1 expert on the Evil Soul list. If it wasn't for a little problem midway, the #1 of the 4 islands would be mine. Jian Xing smiled sinisterly. His goal was to be #1 on the 4 lists. However, there were some problems midway, causing him to only be #1 on the Heavenly Sword list. However, his identity was hidden very well. Even some Creation Realm experts couldn't discover him. Sword-shaped runes revolved around Fang Chun's body, and the perfect sword body was pushed to the extreme. Chapter 14:16. Jian Xing's strength was beyond Fang Chun's expectation. Most importantly, Jian Xing had 2 identities. The #1 genius on the Sword Sky Island Sword Sky list was just a cover. His real identity was the most mysterious top genius on the Evil Soul Island. Fang Chun's sword principle runes revolved around him, and his defense was raised to the highest level. You're courting death. Seeing Fang Chun take out the red glass sword, Jian Xing held his sword and sneered. It's ridiculous to use a sword in front of me. As the top genius of a younger generation on the Sword Sky Island, Jian Xing's talent and sword principle was obvious. All along, Jian Xing had been very conceited. In front of him, all sword principle geniuses were nothing. The guy in front of him knew that he was a sword cultivator, but he still dared to use his sword. This was a provocation. It was a blatant provocation. Jian Xing's way of dealing with provocateurs was to kill them completely. Buzz. In an instant, Jian Xing's robe fluttered without wind. Soon after, the sword aura that covered the sky and covered the earth instantly spread out. The sword in Jian Xing's hand let out a deafening sword cry. What a powerful sword chi! Fang Chun was stunned for a moment before he grinned. Although the sword chi that erupted from the Sword Star was very strong, Fang Chun was not afraid. He, Fang Chun, also majored in Sword Dao. Green Thunder Instant Kill Sword. When the aura around them rose to the peak, Fang Chun took the initiative to attack. It was the sword art that he had inherited from the Blue Lightning Monarch. The attack was extremely powerful. As soon as he used it, a terrifying sword light burst out from the red glass sword. This sword light was at least 10 meters thick. It floated in the sky, and the sword chi spread out. Break! Seeing this, Jianxing roared, and the sword in his hand drew a strange trajectory. With a loud thud, the sword pierced the 30 feet thick sword chi. Puff! They thought that the 30 feet thick sword chi would break. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did the sword chi not break, but also burst out with a powerful aura and swept Jianxing's sword away. Suddenly, Jianxing's eyelids twitched, and his body moved several meters in the air without any warning. Just as he was about to leave, a 10-meter thick sword chi suddenly emerged from the void and exploded at the spot where he had just stood. The terrifying explosion caused the ground to tremble. Jian Wuhong and the other two quickly retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the terrifying sword energy fluctuations. Thump, 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 the powerful airflow forced Jianxing to take a few steps back. His face was gloomy as he looked at the long sword in Fang Chen's hand, burning with anger. Interesting. Jianxing's gloomy face revealed a sinister smile. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was beyond his imagination. Most importantly, Fang Chen was the first person among the younger generation to be able to snatch his sword away from him. You should be proud to be able to snatch my long sword, Jianxing said coldly. Fang Chen looked up at Sword Star. His hand that was playing with the long sword suddenly flung it. Suddenly, the long sword, with a vast aura, whizzed out and shot towards Jianxing bang. Jianxing exerted strength in his palm and grabbed the longsword. Kid, I admit that your talent in swordsmanship is stronger than mine. However, swordsmanship is just my secondary cultivation, Jianxing said coldly. His real trump card was the evil skill of the Evil Soul Islands, and not the secret skill of swordsmanship on the surface. After saying that, Jianxing kept his long sword, and the sword chi around him instantly converged, replaced by an extremely evil aura. Looking at Jianxing's ferocious face, Fang Chen's face turned solemn. Kill! Jianxing roared and raised his hand. Black light gathered in his palm, and then he slammed it into the void. In an instant, the void collapsed. Fang Chen did not say anything and displayed the space-time true meaning. His body disappeared into the void. Space-time true meaning? Looking at the scene, Jianxing sneered coldly. Then, he disappeared into the void. He had 3 true meanings, and one of them was the stronger space-time true meaning. Displaying the space-time true meaning in front of Jianxing, wasn't that just showing off in front of an expert? Rumble. In the void, there was a deafening sound. Outside the Heavenly Spirit Manor, Jian Wuhong and the other two stood nervously. They could not detect the two figures at all, but through the fluctuations in space, they knew that there was a battle going on in the void. After about a minute, the void shattered. Fang Chen and Jianxing appeared at the same time. Jianxing's face grew increasingly solemn. What true meaning is this? Ever since Jianxing became the first on the Evil Soul list, he had been wandering around the 4 great islands. He had seen countless geniuses and seen many true meanings. However, he did not know Fang Chen's true meaning. At this moment, there was a storm in his heart. Fang Chen's true meaning seemed to be the space-time true meaning, but it was different. What true meaning is this? Could it be a superior true meaning? Jianxing thought that Fang Chen's true meaning was a superior true meaning. He did not dare to think that it was a peerless true meaning. After all, there were too few monstrous geniuses who had a peerless true meaning. No matter what true meaning you have, you will definitely die. After thinking for a moment, Jianxing collected his thoughts and said in a low voice. At this moment, Jian Wuhong and the other two walked to Fang Chen's side. They wanted to fight side by side with Fang Chen. Fang Chen wanted to refuse, but seeing the determined attitude of the 3, he did not say anything in the end. Just a few pieces of trash, and you want to defeat me, Jianxing. What a joke. Jianxing said eerily. Buzz. Bai Wuzong took the lead to set up the Chaos Element Killing Array, and trapped Jianxing. At the same time, Fangchun and the other two entered the killing array. Without giving Jianxing any chance to break the array, the four of them started fighting. The main force of the battle was Fangchun, Jian Wuhong, and Wither Tree were just providing some help. Wither Tree used a soul technique to attack Jianxing's primordial spirit. As for Jian Wuhong, she used a sword technique to support Fangchun. Green Thunder Insta-kill. Fangchun once again used this sword move. Suddenly, the sky and earth spun. This move is useless against me. An evil aura emerged from Jianxing's body as he clenched his fist and punched out. Crack! Jianxing's fist emitted an extremely evil aura that instantly enveloped the sword light in the sky. A powerful corrosive force directly penetrated into the sword chi. It instantly disintegrated the thick sword chi and broke Fangchun's attack. Is this the attack that you are so proud of? Jianxing looked down at Fangchun and sneered. He thought that Fangchun's strongest attack was the Green Thunder Insta-kill. However, he was wrong. The #1 expert on the evil soul list actually cultivated such an evil technique. Fangchun said. As soon as they exchanged blows, Fangchun felt it. The secret technique that Jianxing cultivated was definitely a forbidden secret technique in the Evil Soul Islands that the human race could not tolerate. If the martial artists of the outside world knew about it, they would definitely punish him. So what if it's an evil technique? Jianxing sneered and punched out again. Fangchun gave up on using the Green Thunder Insta-kill and used the space-time strangulation instead. The 7th grade space-time true meaning, coupled with the space-time strangulation, reached the strongest power. Fangchun's body was constantly changing, and it was faintly discernible. Damn it! Jianxing found that he could not capture Fangchun's real figure, dealing with changes by sticking to the status quo. Jianxing did not move. A terrifying black aura was contained in his palm, guarding against Fangchun. Swoosh! At a certain moment, Fangchun's body suddenly appeared, and the space-time strangulation burst out instantly. Jianxing was already prepared and punched out. Dong! The two collided, and a brilliant light burst out. However, at this moment, Fangchun smiled devilishly. Buzz! The second level of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique was instantly displayed. After the soul cultivation reached the Grandmaster realm, the power of the 5 Thunder Calamity technique became more and more powerful. He was only one step away from reaching the 3rd level. Everything Fangchun did before was to confuse Jianxing. And now, the time was ripe to give Jianxing a fatal blow. Buzz! Within Fangchun's primordial spirit, an extremely rich soul path aura emerged. Immediately after, the soul path aura condensed into a black sharp sword in the sky. This sharp sword emitted a dark light that was suffocating. So strong. Withered Tree, who was attacking at the side, could not help but sigh. They were both Grandmaster Realm Soul cultivators, but Fangchun's attack power was much stronger than his. The new generation surpassed the old. At this moment, Withered Tree suddenly felt that his era had passed. The golden era was coming, and more monstrous geniuses appeared. Go against the current. Withered Tree said to himself. In the sky, lightning flashed. The terrifying thunder snake swooped down and merged with a black sharp sword, forming a terrifying primordial spirit attack. At this moment, Bai Wuzong's chaos killing array also played a great role. It successfully interfered with Jianxing's attack. What kind of attack is this? Jianxing's eyes widened as he stared at the thick thunder snake that swooped down. He exerted all his strength, wanting to block the thunder snake, but he found that the killing power in the chaos killing array was attacking him. Damn it! Jianxing roared angrily as he raised his hand and punched away the attack of the killing power. It was also at this moment that the thick thunder snake swooped down with a suffocating aura. Kill! Jianxing's eyes were scarlet as a layer of red halo appeared around his head. The thick lightning snake slammed into the red halo and was momentarily obstructed. Dong! Jianxing stood quietly with scarlet eyes. The red halo was fighting fiercely with the thick thunder snake. The seemingly calm battlefield was actually extremely dangerous. Fang Chun was in a game with Jian Xing, and if he was not careful, he would die. Break it. Jian Xing increased his strength, and the star pagoda in his sea of qi shook as all the star power poured into the red halo. Suddenly, the defense of the red halo increased again, and the thick thunder snake was also rapidly corroding the red halo. Soul technique. Jian Xing recognized Fang Chen's attack, and at the same time, he also found out about Fang Chen's other identity. He was a soul cultivator. His sword Dao potential was heaven-defying, and he was suspected to have a transcendent grade sword intent. He was also a Grandmaster Realm Soul Cultivator. Chapter 14:17. Soul cultivators were terrifying existences to begin with. Their soul techniques were elusive and often killed people without leaving a trace. Hence, when he saw Fang Chun unleash the soul technique, Jian Xing's heart was very shaken. This made him even more murderous. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. He had to kill him to prevent future troubles. Hiss, hiss, hiss in the sky. The thick thunder snake and the red halo collided. The thunder snake was hitting the red halo, and the latter was trying to corrode the thunder snake. For a moment, the two were entangled with each other. On the ground, Fang Chun and Jian Xing were motionless, facing each other. The battle in the sky was a game between the two. Now that the two had reached the most critical moment of the battle, the slightest carelessness would lead to death. Even Fang Chun did not dare to be careless. A wild aura spread out, and Bai Wuzong and the other two felt extremely oppressed. However, they seemed to have discovered Fang Chen's predicament. Let's attack together. Bai Wuzong controlled the chaos killing array. Ku Shu used his soul technique, and Jian Wuhong used her fierce and domineering sword principle. The three of them attacked at the same time, breaking the silence of the confrontation. When the three attacks landed on Jian Xing's body at the same time, Jian Xing immediately spat out blood, his face pale, and his body flew out. At the same time, the red halo in the sky dissipated instantly and was swallowed by the thick thunder snake. Bang Jian Xing's body fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. But he was very rational, knowing that he was seriously injured at the moment and could no longer fight. After this thought swept across his mind, Jian Xing's aura surged, and he suddenly got up. Fang Chun, your strength is beyond my expectations. You are qualified to be my enemy. One day, I will kill you. As soon as Jian Xing's voice fell, his body once again emitted a red halo and immediately disappeared into the void. Jian Wuhong and the other two wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by Fang Chun. No need to chase, Fang Chun said. Brother Fang, Jian Xing is heavily injured. He can't run far. Why don't we take this opportunity to kill them all? Bai Wuzong asked. Fang Chun shook his head, his face pale. I can't catch up. After saying that, he sat down cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Seeing this, Jian Wuhong and the others didn't say anything else. Jian Xing's speed was very fast. He executed some kind of secret technique and burned his own blood essence to escape. Fang Chun, your life is mine. Just you wait. It won't be long before I kill you, Jian Xing said viciously as he fled. This battle was the most tragic battle in Swordstar in all these years. After the battle with Fang Chun, Swordstar found out that there was such a heaven-defying monster hidden in the Four Great Archipelago. However, so what if he was a monster? In the end, he still had to die. A sinister smile appeared on Jian Xing's face. Then, his figure disappeared into the darkness. A few days later, in the inner area of the coiling Moon Immortal Cave, a piece of important news spread out. The last of the 7 palaces, the Heavenly Soul Palace, had appeared. However, what surprised everyone was the precious inheritance of the Heavenly Soul Palace. One of the 7 palaces was actually obtained by a few Heavenly Body Tier fellows. Moreover, these fellows were martial artists from the old Hua Islands. After this piece of news appeared, it caused a huge uproar. Martial artists who could enter the inner area of the coiling Moon Immortal Cave were almost all creation tier martial artists. The Heavenly Soul Palace which they had searched so hard but couldn't find, was obtained by heavenly body-tier martial artists. They were naturally indignant. Soon, there were creation-tier martial artists heading towards the heavenly soul palace. On a certain mountain peak, the leader of the Sword Dao faction suddenly opened his eyes. The news from the communication jade pendant made him restless. Fang Chun, the leader of the Sword Dao faction, immediately made the decision to head to the heavenly soul palace as soon as possible to find Fang Chun. Once other creation-tier martial artists found Fang Chun, the latter would definitely die. One had to know that Fang Chun was the Sword Dao faction's treasure. They couldn't afford to lose him. The leader of the Sword Dao faction was especially concerned about Fang Chun. Apart from the leader of the Sword Dao faction, many other people also received the news. As if someone was secretly spreading the news, even the location of the Heavenly Soul Palace was known to the world. For a time, the entire inner area of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was turbulent. Outside the Heavenly Soul Palace, Fang Chun was still recuperating, and his expression was much better. His injuries were obviously better. Beside him, Jian Wuhong and the others had basically recovered from their injuries. Sword Star escaped, and he might call the elites of the evil Soul Islands, Ku Shu suggested. We should leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Chun and the others nodded, then stood up and prepared to leave. Just at this moment, a ripple appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a drop of blood fell from the void. Blood! Seeing this, Bai Wuzong cried out involuntarily. Whose blood was this? However, just as Bai Wuzong cried out, Fang Chen's eyes caught the rapidly fleeing little bird in the void. It's him! This little bird tricked Fang Chun, making him lift the copper lion. Then, it entered the Heavenly Soul Palace, but now hurriedly came out and was obviously heavily injured. He seems to know something, Fang Chen softly muttered. Soon after, he made a decision. Chase. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, he used the true meaning of time and space, traveling through space and chasing after the little bird. Jian Wuhong and the others looked at each other, then followed closely behind. Soon, the distance between Fang Chun and the little bird was infinitely close. At this time, the little bird also discovered Fang Chun. Brat, what are you doing? The little bird transmitted. Fang Chun didn't say anything and continued to chase. Only by capturing the little bird could he obtain important information from it. For a time, the little bird and Fang Chun began a guerrilla warfare. Outside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, a large number of heavenly body-tier sea demons in the diving area had gathered, as well as a small number of creation-tier sea demons. These sea demons were all preparing to enter the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. They gathered outside the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, waiting for the arrival of their king. Rumble. Suddenly, a deep whirlpool appeared outside the door. This whirlpool contained an extremely terrifying power, and the aura it emitted caused the expressions of many sea demons to change drastically. Wong. In an instant, the sea demon leader appeared. King. Many sea demons were overjoyed and hurriedly called out. The sea demon leader signaled for everyone to be quiet, and then walked to the entrance of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Soon, a slight fluctuation appeared in the restrictions of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Enter, the sea demon leader roared. Instantly, a large number of sea demons entered the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. When the last sea demon disappeared, the restriction crack disappeared. A strange light shot out of the sea demon leader's eyes, and then it returned to the Crystal Palace. This was a very important day for the sea demons. However, the human cultivators didn't know that danger was approaching. They were hurrying to the Heavenly Soul Palace. The Heavenly Soul Palace was made public. The first creation tier elite to arrive at the Heavenly Soul Palace was called Dao Ancestor Imoluo. He was an elite of the evil Soul Islands. His speed was extremely fast, and he was the first to arrive. Looking around, he didn't find anything. He frowned slightly, and there was some displeasure on his face. Let's go, Dao Ancestor Imoluo muttered to himself. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he entered the Heavenly Soul Palace. Fang Chen must have left long ago. Instead of looking for Fong Chun, it was better to enter the Heavenly Soul Palace personally to check. With the arrival of Tao ancestor Imo Luo, one creation tier elite after another arrived. At this time, Fong Chun was still chasing Little Bird. He maintained a certain distance from the Little Bird. Little Bird couldn't get rid of him, and he couldn't catch up to Little Bird. "Kid, give up. You can't catch me," Little Bird said coldly. "Impossible." As soon as Fong Chen's voice fell, his speed suddenly soared again. Seeing this, Little Bird's face changed drastically. It originally thought that this human cultivator's speed had reached the limit. Who would have thought that he could still improve? "Run!" Little Bird burst out with its life potential, and its speed soared. However, Fong Chen didn't give a chance. His figure turned into an afterimage, blocking Little Bird's path. With its path blocked, Little Bird no longer fled. Its eyes coldly stared at Fong Chun. "Kid, why are you chasing me so hard?" Little Bird said coldly. "Why did you lie to me and make me lift the copper lion?" Fong Chun questioned. He had seen with his own eyes that the creation tier elite who lifted the copper lion had died instantly. And when Little Bird told him to lift the copper lion and said that he could leave this place, it was clearly lying to him. "I didn't lie to you. Only by lifting the copper lion will Heavenly Soul Palace open, and you can leave this place," Little Bird said. Fong Chun coldly snorted. Sword chi surged around his body, and he was ready to attack. "Kid, if you let me go, I can give you an opportunity." Little Bird was seriously injured, and its body was dripping blood. When it saw Fong Chun about to attack, it hurriedly said, "If it was any other time, it wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Damn it, a tiger will be bullied by a dog." Little Bird muttered in its heart. How could Fong Chun not know what Little Bird was thinking? Little Bird was very strong. If he didn't use this chance to capture it, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. Crash! Without another word, Fong Chun directly attacked. His space-time true intent was pushed to the limit, and his body became indistinct. Little Bird didn't even have time to react before Fong Chun grabbed it. "Kid, you dare attack me?" Little Bird struggled with all its might, but due to its heavy injuries, it was unable to escape from Fong Chen's grasp. "Speak. Why did you lie to me? Don't try to lie. This is your last chance. I hope you can cherish it," Fong Chen said coldly. Little Bird no longer struggled and gave up on resisting. "Kid, I already said that if you let me go, I'll give you an opportunity," Little Bird said sincerely, trying to convince Fong Chun. "CCC Pavilion, this opportunity is extremely important to you. Perhaps you can use it to break through to the creation tier." Hearing this, Fong Chun was slightly moved, but he quickly recovered. Crack! Fong Chun tightened his grip, and Little Bird immediately let out a miserable cry. Its feathers fell off, and its body was dyed red with blood. "Kid, I don't believe you're indifferent to this opportunity," Little Bird shouted. "The opportunity I'll give you has something to do with immortal chi." Chapter 14:18. Everyone knew that the coiling moon celestial cave hid mysterious celestial chi. If a heavenly body tier cultivator obtained it, they would have a chance to enter the creation tier. Thus, celestial chi was still very attractive to Fong Chun. Even if his cultivation hadn't reached the 9th level of the heavenly body tier, celestial chi was still very important to him. If he could absorb celestial chi, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Fong Chun grabbed the Little Bird and asked in a deep voice, "Speak." Hearing this, Little Bird hurriedly said, "Although the Heavenly Soul Prefecture is one of the 7 prefectures, its most important thing isn't the so-called soul technique inheritance. Back then, the Heavenly Soul Prefecture Lord was the most outstanding disciple of the Coiling Moon Warrior Immortal. His position in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave was second only to the Coiling Moon Warrior Immortal. In his hand, he held a key, and this key was the place where the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave stored celestial chi," Little Bird said. Hearing Little Bird's words, Fong Chun was shocked. Stored celestial chi in the outside world, the appearance of a strand of celestial chi would cause a huge commotion. Celestial chi was naturally born from heaven and earth, and it was very difficult to obtain. And in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave, there was actually a place to store celestial chi. Could it be that the coiling moon warrior immortal traveled the universe to collect celestial chi for his descendants? As if knowing what Fang Chun was thinking, Little Bird explained, celestial chi is very important to the mortal world, but to people of the immortal realm, it's beneath contempt. Moreover, the most important thing is that although celestial chi is born from heaven and earth, when cultivators reach a certain level, they can also create celestial chi. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. When cultivators reached a certain level, they could actually create celestial chi. That was celestial chi, the barrier to creation tier, and it could actually be artificially created. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's face was filled with shock as he looked at Little Bird in his hand. Little Bird said the place where celestial chi was stored. Could it be that the celestial chi that was created by the coiling moon warrior immortal himself? That should be the case. Otherwise, why would an existence like the coiling moon warrior immortal waste time searching the universe? Fang Chun muttered to himself, "Kid, the means of almighty figures of the deity realm are not something you or I can imagine," Little Bird continued. Fang Chun looked at Chick with a burning gaze. Since the latter knew this secret, it must have gained something from entering the heavenly soul hall. "You got the key?" Fang Chun asked. The Little Bird nodded. It was heavily injured, and its life was in Fang Chen's hands. It didn't dare to be careless. He told Fang Chen the truth, and when he heard it, he was even more shocked. The chick took out a key from its bosom. The key was yellowish in appearance, and there were complicated patterns on it. It could be seen that the key had been around for a long time, and there were already signs of mottling. Fang Chen took the key and observed it himself. When his divine sense enveloped the key, a vast aura shot out from the key. Fang Chen involuntarily took a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Fang Chen's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the key. "Kid, I had originally wanted to take all the immortal energy for myself. But now that I have met you, why don't we work together?" The Little Bird asked. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, "Why should I work together with you?" Fang Chen's meaning was clear. Since he had the key, all he had to do was find where the immortal energy was stored, and he could easily obtain it. But the Little Bird clearly didn't think that was the case. "Aren't you curious as to why I am the only one who knows this secret out of all the cultivators who entered the coiling moon immortal cave?" There was no fear on its face, as if it was certain that Fang Chun wouldn't kill it. "Oh." Fang Chun raised his eyebrows and looked at the Little Bird. "Of course I'm curious," said Fang Chun. "The secrets I know are far from what you can imagine. Furthermore, I can guarantee that without my help, you won't be able to obtain the immortal energy," said the Little Bird. Fang Chun sank into thought. The Little Bird continued to persuade him. "Kid, you should be content. If I wasn't injured, how could you get your hands on this key?" said the Little Bird. "If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. Once this matter is over, we can go our separate ways." The Little Bird was very confident that Fang Chun would accept its request. After all, he needed immortal energy. After thinking for a long time, Fang Chun nodded. The two signed a contract of equality. The so-called contract of equality was to help each other, and within the contract, they couldn't betray each other. The contract of equality was also a kind of vow on the martial path. It was very binding for cultivators. After the contract was signed, Fang Chun let go of the Little Bird. The Little Bird flapped its wings and said, "Let's go. The longer we wait, the more unforeseen things will happen." Fang Chun followed the Little Bird to find the place where the immortal energy was stored. His intuition told him that he would definitely gain something this time. After Fang Chun left, Jian Wuhong and the others took a long time to arrive. They followed closely behind Fang Chun, but the latter's speed was too fast, and they soon lost him. "What do we do?" asked Jian Wuhong. "Junior apprentice brother Fang is too fast. We can't catch up," said Withered Tree. "We don't know where brother Fang is. Where should we go to find him?" asked Bai Wuzong. The three of them thought for a moment, then decided on a direction and chased after him. During this process, the news of Heavenly Soul Manor became more and more intense. Many creation realm experts gathered in heavenly soul manor. Feng Chen's disappearance made the blessed realm experts of the evil soul archipelago and the Qingyuan archipelago extremely furious. However, compared to the inheritance of heavenly soul manor, Feng Chen was obviously not that important. A large number of creation realm experts gathered in heavenly soul manor. A shocking battle broke out in the manor. Every creation realm cultivator wanted to obtain the inheritance of heavenly soul manor and the token. However, no one wanted to give in. In the end, a great battle broke out. Even the leader of the Sword Dao faction was involved in a great battle. The battle between creation realm experts was earth-shaking. The entire heavenly soul manor was shaken. As the main character, Feng Chun naturally didn't know about this. He didn't even know that heavenly soul manor had been exposed. A few days later, he and the little bird arrived at a very hidden mountain peak. "It's here." Standing on a mountain peak, Feng Chun looked around and asked, "Yes, it's here." The little bird nodded. "There's nothing here," Feng Chun said. The little bird flapped its wings, and a large amount of powerful aura instantly spread out. A black halo appeared around the little bird's body. The black halo gathered together and enveloped the little bird. Finally, under the little bird's control, the black halo drilled into the ground. Buzz! It was at this moment that the mountain peak trembled. Cracks appeared on the ground, and Feng Chun was shocked. He immediately rose into the air and looked down. The cracked ground revealed its true appearance bit by bit. A moment later, a palace rose from the ground and stood on the mountain peak. There were very strong restrictions around the palace. Feng Chun looked at it from a distance, and his heart palpitated. What a strong restriction! Feng Chun couldn't help but exclaim, "Key!" The little bird spoke in human language. Feng Chun threw the key. The little bird caught it and directly inserted it into the palace gate. Dong! A loud rumble could be heard as the restrictions around the palace began to ripple. Under Feng Chen's gaze, the palace gate opened. "Go in!" The little bird roared. Feng Chun used the true meaning of space-time and instantly entered the palace. Bang! After a man and a bird entered the palace, the gate instantly closed. The palace was empty, and there was nothing in it. Feng Chun frowned. He felt that the little bird was lying to him. Just as he was about to get angry, he suddenly discovered that the surrounding walls of the palace were emitting a bright light, floating in the sky. Feng Chun was dumbfounded. Immortal Qi, the legendary immortal Qi. It was as thick as an arm, 10 feet long, and incomparably illusory. There was an unimaginable aura around it. Why is there so little? The little bird's voice broke the silence of the palace. Feng Chun woke up from a shock and had the urge to curse. There were about 30 streaks of immortal Qi floating in the air above the palace, and this was not considered much. It was said that a 9th-layer heavenly body tier martial artist could step into the creation tier after absorbing 1 streak of immortal Qi. And in historical records, the limit of heavenly body tier martial artists was 3 streaks of immortal Qi. Is this immortal Qi? Feng Chun was very shocked. The star pagoda in his Qi sea was trembling as if sensing the existence of immortal Qi. The immortal Qi seemed to have a spirit, constantly flowing. "Brat, there are a total of 36 streaks of immortal Qi. I need 25 streaks, and the rest is yours. How about it?" The little bird asked. Feng Chun was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded. In reality, too much immortal Qi was a waste, so it was better to give it to the little bird. Along the way, he felt that the little bird was very mysterious. He vaguely felt that the little bird's identity should be extraordinary. Great, Feng Chun agreed, which was beyond the little bird's expectations. He thought that Feng Chun would refuse. In reality, if it were anyone else, they would probably not be able to control themselves in front of immortal Qi. Yet, Feng Chun was still able to remain so calm. It was rare and commendable. The little bird nodded calmly and said, "Brat, not bad. You have a future." How to subdue immortal Qi? Feng Chun asked. "You're in the heavenly body tier, so try to absorb immortal Qi first. If you can absorb immortal chi, you can let the star pagoda store other immortal chi. If you can't absorb it, then there's no way, the little bird said. What I need to pay attention to? Fang Chen asked. Immortal chi was extraordinary, so he couldn't be careless. Therefore, Fang Chen had to ask clearly. There's nothing to pay attention to. Immortal chi has a spirit, and if it acknowledges you, you can easily absorb it. If it doesn't acknowledge you, even if you're a creation tier elite, you can't do anything to immortal chi, the little bird said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression became even more serious. He was a little nervous. Would immortal chi acknowledge him? Shaking his head, he threw away the messy thoughts in his mind. Fang Chen looked at the immortal chi in midair, relaxed, and prepared to absorb it. And at the side, the little bird looked at the immortal chi in midair, and a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. Chapter 14:19. The absorption of the immortal chi was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. He thought that the process would be very difficult, but who would have thought that the moment Fang Chen came into contact with the immortal chi, he would be instantly recognized by the immortal chi. Then, a strand of immortal chi entered his sea of chi. Buzz. Fang Chen could clearly feel that after the immortal chi entered his sea of chi, it circled around the 6-story star pagoda. What strong power! Fang Chen clenched his fists, his eyes shining with shock. After the immortal chi circled around for a while, entered the 6-story star pagoda. Immediately, a terrifying power spread out. The immortal chi was disintegrating. Once it succeeded, the power contained in the immortal chi would all enter the star pagoda. Absorb! Fang Chen shouted in his heart. Then he activated the star pagoda with all his strength to absorb the power from the immortal chi. At this moment, in the distant demon subduing world, the main body suddenly opened his eyes. The golden heart was beating rapidly, attracting Fang Chen's attention. What's going on? Fang Chen looked at the golden heart. The latter was emitting a golden luster, incomparably bright. Then, Fang Chen learned about the situation of his clone in the coiling moon celestial cave. Absorbing the immortal chi actually caused the golden heart to vibrate. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The golden heart had always been with the main body. However, the clone was also a part of Fang Chen's main body. It enjoyed everything that the main body had. Although the golden heart was no longer with the clone, because it was condensed by the main body, it was closely related to the main body. The clone's absorption of the immortal chi alarmed the golden heart. It was also because of the golden heart that the immortal chi easily accepted Fang Chen. The absorption process was not too difficult. Fang Chen quickly resisted the pressure of the immortal chi and began to take control of the situation. In the coiling moon celestial cave, where the immortal chi was stored, the little bird opened its eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Isn't this too exaggerated? It had never seen a cultivator like Fang Chen. The speed of absorbing the immortal chi was too fast. It was shocked. He was directly recognized by the immortal chi. While the little bird was still in shock, the first surge of immortal energy had already been absorbed. At this time, Fang Chen's Chi Si Star Pagoda was filled with astral power, as if it could break through at any time. I feel like my entire body is filled with power, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he began to absorb the second strand of immortal energy. Just like that, the little bird was stunned. In just 1 hour, Fang Chen had absorbed 3 strands of immortal chi. After absorbing the third strand of immortal chi, Fang Chen felt that he had reached his limit. He would not be able to absorb any more for a while. Looks like the limit of heavenly body tier cultivators is 3 wisps of celestial chi. This is not a baseless rumor, Fang Chen thought. He was controlling the star pagoda and digesting the power brought by the immortal chi. Rumble a moment later, the star pagoda shook. The power of the stars between heaven and earth crazily poured into Fang Chen's Chi Si and gathered on the 6th floor of the star pagoda. In the blink of an eye, the 7th floor of the star pagoda was condensed. Dong Fang Chen felt that his sea of chi was greatly shaken. Immediately afterward, the aura around his body rose rapidly. 7th level of the heavenly body tier. After absorbing 3 strands of immortal qi, Feng Chen's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. He had stepped into the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. If the elites of the outside world knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. He's practically a genius among geniuses. The little bird was dumbfounded. Thousands of thoughts were running through its mind. In fact, at this moment, the idea of befriending Feng Chen appeared in its mind. That was because Feng Chen was really too frightening. This kind of freakish genius, if he did not die prematurely, might become a top-notch existence in this world in the future. Amazing. At this moment, the little bird's admiration for Feng Chen was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. Invincible in the same cultivation level. This was the little bird's evaluation of Feng Chen. Moreover, it felt that Feng Chen was worthy of this evaluation. Dong! Feng Chen clenched his fists. His whole body exuded a terrifying power. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the immortal qi floating in the air. After absorbing 3 strands of immortal qi, Feng Chen had already achieved a simple communication with the immortal qi. Now, he was confident that he could store this immortal qi. Voila! Feng Chen waved his hand. Instantly, 8 strands of immortal qi flew toward him. Then he clenched his hand. The 8 strands of immortal qi entered his body through his palm. Finally, they entered the 7-story star pagoda in his sea of qi. Wang. The star pagoda had already reached its limit. It could not absorb immortal qi in a short time, but it could store it. The 8 strands of immortal qi floated in the 7-story star pagoda. Feng Chen's face revealed a smile. Kid, among the younger generation, I've never admired anyone. You're the first. The little bird looked at Feng Chen and said in a low voice, You're the most outstanding person of the younger generation I've ever seen. There's no other. Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded and said, I have to thank you for the information. Okay, now it's my turn. The little bird nodded and then walked under the immortal qi. Feng Chen was also very curious about how the little bird would collect the immortal qi. However, what shocked Feng Chen was that he did not even see the little bird's method clearly. 25 strands of immortal qi disappeared into thin air. Where did they go? Feng Chen muttered to himself as he stared at the chick. Let's go, the little bird said with satisfaction. Feng Chen was stunned. Then he asked in disbelief, 25 strands of immortal qi were all taken away by you? The little bird nodded and asked, Any other questions? Feng Chen's heart was in turmoil. The more he came into contact with the little bird, the more he realized that the little bird was extraordinary. After a while, a man and a bird left the palace and appeared on the mountain peak. Rumble. The palace drilled into the ground and disappeared. A message appeared in Feng Chen's mind. The equal contract was lifted. He looked at the little bird warily, afraid that the latter would attack. The little bird seemed to see Feng Chen's caution. It grinned and said, Brat, although because of you, I did not get enough immortal qi. However, to be able to witness the rise of such a freakish genius, I am very happy. I have already gotten the immortal qi. I am leaving Pan Yu Celestial Cave. I hope we can meet again if fate allows, the little bird said. Feng Chen was stunned. Then he smiled awkwardly. Voila! The little bird flapped its wings and left Feng Chen's line of sight. What a mysterious guy, Feng Chen said softly. After watching the little bird leave, Feng Chen withdrew his gaze. I wonder how Ku Shu and the others are doing. That day, Feng Chen left without saying goodbye. The 3 of them must be anxiously looking for him. Immediately, Feng Chen left the mountain peak to search for Ku Shu and the others. The appearance of the Heavenly Soul Palace attracted all the creation tier elites. The huge inner area of Pan Yu Celestial Cave was empty. Apart from a few Heavenly Body tier martial artists, there was not even a single creation tier martial artist. On a certain plane, there was a great battle. If Feng Chen was here, he would definitely recognize it. The first on the Evil Soul ranking, Jian Xing, was battling the first on the Heavenly Soul ranking, Ku Shu. Although Ku Shu was a master tier soul cultivator, Jian Xing's strength was even more terrifying. After Jianxing was defeated last time, he burned his blood essence to escape. By chance, he obtained a great treasure. This time, he made a comeback to kill Fang Chun and the others. As soon as he appeared, he found Ku Shu. A great battle instantly broke out. The battle had already lasted for 30 minutes. Ku Shu was completely at a disadvantage. He was suppressed by Jianxing. Ku Shu, your death is here. Jianxing looked down at Ku Shu and said coldly. Ku Shu's spirit technique was useless against Jianxing. Jianxing had a black gourd in his hand. Every time Ku Shu's spirit technique attacked, Jianxing would pull out the stopper. Suddenly, a terrifying aura slowly came out and devoured Ku Shu's spirit technique attack. Ku Shu was best at spirit techniques. At this moment, spirit techniques were useless against Jianxing. Of course, he was suppressed by Jianxing. Fortunately, he was the first on the Tianhua ranking and had some foundation. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Jianxing Bang. Ku Shu was already at the end of his rope. He had been holding on. Jianxing found an opening and sent Ku Shu flying with a punch. Ku Shu's body fell heavily on the ground. Dust flew and blood splattered everywhere. Jianxing walked towards Ku Shu step by step. Evil aura surrounded him as he aimed the black gourd at Ku Shu. The first place of the Tianhua ranking is so weak, Jianxing said sinisterly, his face full of mockery. Despicable, Ku Shu said coldly. He gave up resisting on the ground. So what if I'm despicable? You're the one who's going to die. Jianxing sneered. Among the younger generation of the 4 archipelagos, almost no one was his match. His target was no longer the 36 archipelagos, but the 3 legendary holy tribes. After killing you, I'll kill Fang Chun, Jianxing said. Jianxing said, one day, I will bring pressure to the younger generation of the 3 divine clans with my absolute strength. Every martial artist of the younger generation had a dream. That was to be on par with, or even surpass the young geniuses of the 3 holy tribes. The 3 holy tribes were the strongest forces in the realm of the gods. The younger generation of the tribes had dominated the 36 archipelagos. Jianxing felt that he was the most qualified to challenge the younger generation of the 3 holy tribes. Ku Shu, Fang Chun, and the rest were just stepping stones on his path of martial arts. You? Ku Shu sneered. He knew Fang Chen's strength very well. If junior brother Fang was here, would you still dare to speak so arrogantly? Ku Shu asked. Buzz. When Jianxing heard what Su Mo had said, he was enraged. Suddenly, an evil aura filled the air around him. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Jianxing uncorked the black gourd without hesitation. A terrifying aura shrouded Ku Shu. The life force on Ku Shu's body was fading rapidly. Ha! This is the so-called number 1 elite of the Tianhua role? What a joke. Seeing this, Jianxing laughed wildly. When Ku Shu's life force was fading, Fang Chun, who was thousands of miles away, felt a terrifying energy wave. What's this? Fang Chun caught the energy wave in the air. Let's go take a look. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he sped away. 1,000 miles was nothing to a heavenly body-tier martial artist. After a while, Fang Chun saw the figure on the plains far away. Jianxing. Fang Chun noticed the terrifying power of the black gourd in Jianxing's hand. However, when he saw Ku Shu's life force fading, he roared. Chapter 14:20. The black gourd was a treasure that Jianxing had obtained. Even with his strength, he could not control it completely. Although he had only mastered a small part of it, the power it contained shocked Jianxing. He treated the black gourd as his trump card and would not use it unless it was a critical moment. This time, in order to kill Withered Tree, he could not care less. Seeing that Withered Tree was shrouded by the aura from the black gourd, Jianxing laughed wildly. However, just as Withered Tree could not hold on any longer, a roar was heard from afar. When Jianxing heard it, he stopped laughing and his face turned gloomy. He continued to activate the black gourd and wanted to take Withered Tree's life. At the same time, he turned his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. Because the person who came was Fang Chun, who had humiliated him before. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck. Jianxing licked his dry lips and said eerily, "Rumble." Fang Chun was extremely anxious as he could feel the terror of the Black Gourd. Seeing that Withered Tree's life was fading, Fang Chun roared and activated the space-time true meaning to the extreme. He shuttled through the void in an attempt to save Withered Tree. However, it was too late. The terrifying power that was released from the Black Gourd was too violent. In the blink of an eye, Withered Tree was drowned. When Fang Chun arrived, cracks appeared on Withered Tree's face. His face was pale, and his essence had been sucked away by the Black Gourd. The reason why he was able to hold on until now was because of the obsession in his heart. Junior brother Fang. Withered Tree was elated to see that Fang Chun had risked everything to save him. However, he knew that even if Fang Chun came, he could not change the fact in front of him. "Don't!" Withered Tree roared in a hoarse voice. Immediately, he used the last bit of strength in his body and charged toward Jianxing. At the same time, the 9-story star pagoda in Withered Tree's sea of qi exploded. The star pagoda exploded and the terrifying power of the stars burned. Damn it! Seeing this, Jianxing put away the Black Gourd and dodged in a flash. Swoosh! However, no matter how fast Sword Star was, he was still affected by the explosion. His sleeves were charred. Jianxing, who had stabilized himself, was burning with rage. Ho-ho! At this moment, Fang Chun arrived. His eyes were bloodshot as he descended into madness. He had come too late. Senior brother Withered Tree was dead. Fang Chun looked at the scattered bones on the ground and roared into the sky. The entire world was shaking. His eyes shot out an extremely cold gaze. Sword Star. Fang Chun gritted his teeth as he stared at Jianxing. He wished he could kill Jianxing with his gaze. "Fang Chun, you came just in time. I'll take care of you as well." Last time, in front of the Heavenly Spirit Manor, Fang Chun and the other 3 besieged him. This caused Xiao Chun to escape with severe injuries. By chance, he obtained the Black Gourd. Now, he was making a comeback in order to wash away the humiliation. At the same time, it was also to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Senior brother Withered Tree won't die in vain, Fang Chun said in a deep voice. Jianxing sneered, thinking that Fang Chun was overestimating himself. If Fang Chun had said this before he obtained the Black Gourd, he might have been afraid. But with the Black Gourd in hand, he was not afraid of Fang Chun at all. "I will avenge senior brother Withered Tree." Fang Chun roared and immediately took out the red glass sword. Suddenly, a bright sword light shot out from the red glass sword. Green Thunder Insta-kill. Unknowingly, Fang Chun had cultivated the Green Thunder Insta-kill to the perfection of martial arts. The perfection of martial arts was even more powerful. As soon as he used it, a green thunder snake appeared in the sky. The green thunder snake contained a terrifying power of thunder and lightning, which quickly merged with the sword light. At the same time, Fang Chun used the true meaning of time and space. His body flickered so that Jianxing could not find his real body. "You're courting death." Jianxing sneered and punched out. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A crack appeared in the void, and Fang Chun's figure walked out of the void. The Green Thunder Insta-kill whistled and stopped in front of Jianxing. However, Jianxing was already prepared. His punch landed on the sword light and instantly shattered the sword light. Fang Chun already knew that it was impossible to defeat Jianxing with the Green Thunder Insta-kill alone. After using this killing move, he continuously used the time and space strangulation. Xiao! Suddenly, Fang Chun's body appeared on Jianxing's left side, and then he kicked Jianxing's body. Bang! Caught off guard, Jianxing's body flew out. Damn it! Jianxing was furious and took out the Black Gourd. He pulled out the stopper without hesitation. Suddenly, a terrifying black light surged out. So strong. Fang Chun was stunned, and then his aura instantly rose. This was the first time he used his full strength after stepping into the 7th level of the Heavenly Body tier. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the power of the time and space strangulation. Fang Chun's attack merged with the void, mysterious and unpredictable. However, the black light spewed out from the black gourd was even more terrifying. Instantly, it spread out and enveloped Fang Chun. "You're dead." Jian Xing was very confident. Fang Chun definitely couldn't withstand the black gourd's attack. In an instant, Fang Chun was caught in the black gourd's attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin kept disappearing. The perfect sword body couldn't withstand the black gourd's attack. This black light was too powerful. "This can't go on," Fang Chun thought anxiously. After a short moment of thought, his eyes were scarlet, and he used the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Rumble, the first and second layers of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, were used one after another. However, Fang Chun's goal this time wasn't so simple. Thunder boomed in the sky, and streaks of lightning kept flickering. At this moment, Fang Chun made a difficult decision. Breakthrough. He wanted to use the power of the breakthrough to withstand the black gourd's attack. Rumble, the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, was activated to the extreme, and there were more and more lightning in the sky, giving people a sense of oppression. "It's useless." Jian Xing sneered and activated the black gourd to attack Fang Chun. The latter's primordial spirit was fully opened. He had cultivated the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique for a long time and had accumulated a lot of experience. Suddenly, a Thunder Tribulation appeared in the sky. This was the Thunder Tribulation of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. At this moment, he had successfully cultivated the 3rd layer of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique. Seeing the Thunder Tribulation in the sky, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. He immediately used the space-time true meaning and forcibly came to Jian Xing's side. Jian Xing seemed to have discovered Fang Chun's goal and wanted to avoid it. However, Fang Chun wasn't afraid of him avoiding it. He was afraid that he couldn't. The black gourd was still emitting a terrifying pressure. However, the Thunder Tribulation in the sky suddenly tilted down after a short while. Dong! When the first Thunder Tribulation descended, heaven and earth changed color. Fang Chun had previous experience, so it was easy for him to accept it. However, it was different for Jian Xing Crack. The black gourd's attack was instantly interrupted by the Thunder Tribulation. Then, Jian Xing's body flew out backward. Kacha! The sound of bones shattering could be heard, and blood flowed out from the corner of Jian Xing's mouth. He got up with difficulty, picked up the black gourd, and prepared to kill Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun didn't give him the chance. It was impossible to avoid the attack of the true meaning of space and time. A supreme true meaning wasn't a joke. In the 4 archipelago, there wasn't a single person with a supreme true meaning. Huff, huff. No matter how Jian Xing dodged, he couldn't avoid the attack of the Thunder Tribulation. Every time one cultivated the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, they would have to transcend a Thunder Tribulation. Wherever the person transcending the tribulation was, the Thunder Tribulation would descend. Fang Chun used all his strength to block the black gourd's attack and attacked Jian Xing. In the blink of an eye, Jian Xing's body was charred black. It was obvious that he was hit by the Thunder Tribulation, and the black gourd in his hand seemed to have consumed too much energy, and the stopper automatically plugged back, no longer attacking. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was secretly delighted. The time had come. Immediately, the 3rd level of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique was instantly displayed. A Grandmaster Realm Soul Cultivator displaying the 3rd level of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique was not something that ordinary martial artists could resist. Boom! Together with the Thunder Tribulation that was about to descend. At this moment, Fang Chun's attack reached its strongest. Dong! The Thunder Tribulation descended, and Jian Xing desperately resisted. But it was useless. No! Jian Xing screamed miserably, his face full of unwillingness. He thought that with the black gourd, he could sweep away all the martial artists of the younger generation. But now, he felt that his life was threatened. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't avoid Fang Chun's attack. I can't accept this. The lightning light condensed from the 3rd level of the 5 Thunder Tribulation technique, merged with the last Thunder Tribulation, and bombarded Jian Xing's body. Suddenly, Jian Xing's body was torn apart, and his essence spirit completely dissipated. Phew! At the same time, Fong Chen's thunder tribulation disappeared. He stood quietly on the ground, staring at the dead Jian Xing. The process of killing Jian Xing was beyond Fong Chen's expectations. If it weren't for the breakthrough of the 5 thunder tribulation technique, he would have died. Thinking of this, he walked in front of the black gourd, picked it up, and then put it in his space ring. Jian Xing, a genius of a generation, died in the hands of Fong Chun. As the saying goes, one can survive a disaster of one's own making. Fong Chun dragged his exhausted body and walked in front of Withered Tree. Withered Tree's body was already beyond recognition after his self-destruction. Some bones were scattered on the ground, and Fong Chun felt sad. Senior brother Withered Tree. Although he had avenged senior brother Withered Tree, he couldn't be resurrected. Fong Chun slowly picked up senior brother Withered Tree's bones and put them in his space ring. After leaving the cave of Moon Fairy, he would bury senior brother Withered Tree. Then, he put away senior brother Withered Tree in Jian Xing's space rings and left. At the same time, in the Old Hua Island's Old East Alliance, the guard of the Life Tablet Hall suddenly screamed. Then, he hurried to the main hall of the Old Hua Alliance. What? Withered Tree's life tablet shattered? Hearing this, Alliance leader Gu Hua was shocked. He knew what it meant to have a life tablet shattered. Withered Tree was the #1 genius on the Tianhua ranking and the most promising cultivator in the Old East Alliance to reach the creation realm. But now, he died in the cave of Moon Fairy. Alliance leader Gu Hua immediately sent a message to the leader of the Sword Sect. Chapter 14:21. After killing Sword Star, a few days passed. Fong Chun found Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong. Their encounters were much better than Ku Shu's. At least they didn't encounter any danger. Brother Fong, Bai Wuzong called out. Jian Wuhong's beautiful eyes also looked at Fong Chun. They had been looking for Fong Chun, but they couldn't find him. Seeing that Fong Chun didn't look good, Jian Wuhong asked, "What's wrong?" Brother Ku Shu was killed by Sword Star, Fong Chun said in a low voice. His voice was filled with sadness. What? Brother Ku Shu is dead? Hearing that, Bai Wuzong was shocked. Ku Shu's strength was obvious. Although he couldn't defeat Sword Star, but he wouldn't be killed by Sword Star. He looked at Fong Chun in disbelief, waiting for the follow-up. Fong Chun waved his hand and took out a black gourd. I don't know where Sword Star got this black gourd. It's very powerful. Brother Ku Shu couldn't resist it. When I arrived, it was already too late. Fong Chun blamed himself. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong fell silent. Before this, the 4 of them had already formed a small team. Now that Ku Shu was dead, it was a huge blow to them. What about Sword Star? Bai Wuzong asked hurriedly. I killed him. Fong Chun was a little tired. He didn't want to say more and sat on the ground. For a moment, the air was filled with sadness. After a long while, Bai Wuzong calmed himself down and said slowly, Brother Ku Shu is dead, but Sword Star is also dead. We've avenged him. I just don't know if Brother Ku Shu has any unfulfilled wishes. Hearing that, Fong Chun was stunned. Then, he quickly took out Ku Shu's spatial ring. Things without an owner could be opened directly. Ku Shu's spatial ring was basically filled with soul cultivation secret techniques and body tempering secret techniques. In addition, there was a large number of purple crystals and purple crystal soul stones. There's nothing. Fong Chun was a little confused. Logically speaking, Ku Shu, who was ranked first on the Tianhua leaderboard, should have something in his spatial ring. Fong Chun continued to check. Suddenly, he saw a communication jade pendant in the corner. He took out his communication jade pendant and activated it. Suddenly, a figure appeared. I hope that this illusory figure will never appear, because when it appears, it means that I am already dead. The virtual shadow said regretfully, I, Withered Tree, besides pursuing the peak of martial arts, have always had one wish. That is to protect his sister. My younger sister lives on a carefree island. The martial artists there are very simple and honest. I would often go back to visit them. All the treasures I've obtained in my life, except for the ones I've used, have been placed on that island. If you manage to obtain my spatial ring and see these words, you can go to that island and search for the natural treasures I left behind. I only ask that you help my sister settle down." After saying that, the illusory figure disappeared. After that, a map appeared in the communication jade pendant. If ordinary heavenly body tier cultivators knew about the natural treasures left behind by the withered tree, they would definitely be excited. Senior brother Withered Tree's wish, Fong Chun said inwardly. "When we leave the coiling moon celestial cave, we will help senior brother Withered Tree fulfill his wish," Jian Wuhong said. Fong Chun nodded and stood up. "Prepare to absorb the divine qi," Fong Chun suddenly said. Hearing this, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong were a little stunned. Fong Chun willed, and a thick streak of divine qi appeared in his palm. The moment the divine qi appeared, the surrounding heaven and earth changed color. This is Bai Wuzong's breathing quickened. The legendary divine qi, it really was divine qi. Divine qi, it's actually divine qi. Jian Wuhong couldn't help but become excited. However, after the excitement, Bai Wuzong suddenly thought of something. "Brother Fong, divine qi is precious. You should keep it for yourself," Bai Wuzong said. "I've already absorbed 3 streaks of divine qi," Fong Chun said. "I can't absorb anymore. Hurry up and absorb it, and try to enter the creation realm. That way, we'll be able to gain a firm foothold in the coiling moon celestial cave." Bai Wuzong and Jian Wuhong weren't procrastinators. Without saying anything else, they took the divine qi and began to absorb it. Each person had a streak of divine qi, and the process was a little troublesome. However, the two of them successfully overcame the difficulty and absorbed the divine qi. When they finished, Jian Wuhong was the first to break through. Rumble! The power of the stars in this heaven and earth madly surged into Jian Wuhong's body. A breakthrough! Fong Chen's eyes widened as he watched this scene. The 9-level star pagoda in Jian Wuhong's sea of qi was disintegrating. In the blink of an eye, the 9-level star pagoda turned into nothingness. At the same time, a thumb-sized streak of starlight appeared. There was only a corner of this streak of starlight, and it contained an extremely majestic power. The appearance of the streak of starlight caused Jian Wuhong's aura to suddenly rise. She experienced a qualitative leap. When a heavenly body tier stepped into the creation realm, the 9-level star pagoda would turn into starlight. And starlight was the source of power for creation realm cultivators. It contained the creation realm cultivators' comprehension of the path of martial arts, and was extremely powerful. The streak of starlight was divided into 9 corners, and the first layer of creation realm was a corner of starlight. Until the 9-corner starlight, the creation realm seized the fortune of heaven and earth, and stole the essence of the sun and moon. Stepping into the creation realm was seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. In the following days, every time one could seize the fortune of heaven and earth, a corner of starlight would appear. The creation realm was extremely mysterious. Stepping into the creation realm could already be considered an elite of the archipelago. One had to know that the master of the archipelago only had battle prowess at the peak of the creation realm. Jian Wuhong's body was filled with the power of creation. Mysterious king-tier cultivators absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and heaven dipper tier cultivators absorbed the power of astral origin. Heavenly body tier cultivators naturally absorbed the power of the stars. As for creation realm cultivators, they were known to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and naturally absorbed the power of creation in the air. The power of creation was extremely rare, but even a tiny bit was enough to shock people. Stepping into the creation realm was an essential change. In Jian Wuhong's qi ocean, a corner of starlight was rapidly revolving. Bit by bit, the power of creation was replacing the power of the stars, filling her qi ocean. An hour later, Jian Wuhong's cultivation level stabilized. She opened her eyes, her beautiful face full of joy. "Many thanks," Jian Wuhong said with a smile. If it weren't for the celestial qi Fong Chun gave her, it would be too difficult to step into the creation realm. Some people, even if they spent their entire lives, could not step into the legendary creation realm. Reaching the creation realm was one step closer to the peak of martial arts. Wu Hong, you have accumulated enough. Even if I don't give you celestial qi, it won't be long before you can still break through, Fang Chun said with a smile. As the two of them spoke, Bai Wuzong also broke through. His breakthrough, compared to Jian Wu Hong, was much more low-key. In the blink of an eye, starlight formed. Then, his cultivation level stabilized. In a short hour, the two of them underwent earth-shattering changes. There was a huge difference between the heavenly body tier and creation realm. In the eyes of creation realm cultivators, heavenly body tier was only an ant. Ha! Our team's battle prowess soared here, Bai Wuzong shouted excitedly. Both of them broke through to the creation realm, and Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also amazed. As expected of celestial qi, it could actually allow cultivators to step into the creation realm so easily. In the vast universe, there was really too little celestial qi. And in the archipelago, there were no powerful beings that could create celestial qi. Thus, for endless years, the celestial qi hidden in the dark had long been taken away by elites. As the celestial qi became less and less, it became more and more difficult to step into the creation realm. The Coiling Moon Celestial Cave once had a large reserve of celestial qi. However, for endless years, the celestial qi had been lost too quickly. As a result, when Fang Chun and Little Bird discovered it, there were only 36 flashes of celestial qi left. Fang Chun absorbed 3 flashes of celestial qi and broke through to the 7th level of the heavenly body tier. If his cultivation level had reached the 9th level, he would have stepped into the creation realm long ago. However, Fang Chun was not anxious at all. He knew his own battle prowess the best. The current him was completely tyrannical against 9th level heavenly body tier cultivators. Even against purgatory geniuses, he could also fight them. Now, Fang Chun still had 6 flashes of celestial qi. He had already decided that these 6 flashes of celestial qi would be given to his family and friends. With our current strength, even if we encounter creation realm cultivators, we have nothing to fear. Bai Wuzong was extremely excited. Beside him, Jian Wu Hong also nodded. Creation realm, that was the realm that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. However, just as Bai Wuzong was speaking, Fang Chen's ears twitched slightly, and he immediately grinned, saying, "It's time to test your strength." After he finished speaking, there were some sounds of the air being torn apart in the distance. Immediately after, several black figures appeared. And when he saw the black figures clearly, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Sea demons. These sea demons maintained their original forms and rapidly advanced. Why would the sea demons enter the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave? Bai Wuzong turned pale with fright. Of course, he was not afraid of the sea demons in front of him. Instead, he was thinking if the sea demons could enter and exit the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave without restraint, then the human race would face the greatest danger. In the blink of an eye, several sea demons surrounded Fang Chun and the other two. Kiki, one of the sea demons, looked at Fang Chun and the other two and sneered. Fang Chun did not attack, allowing Jian Wu Hong and Bai Wuzong to attack. The attacks of creation realm cultivators were extremely powerful. The power of creation constantly rotated on the battlefield. Although one of the sea demons had just entered the creation realm, it was still a sea demon. It was still unable to block Jian Wu Hong and Bai Wuzong's joint attack. An hour later, the last sea demon was killed by the two of them. Although the sea demon was killed, the three of them were not happy. What's going on? Bai Wuzong looked at Fang Chun. Why would the sea demons appear here? Jian Wu Hong asked curiously. Fang Chun's mind was filled with thoughts, and he had a bad premonition. My guess is that the sea demons must have grasped some kind of loophole and can send some sea demons into the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave without being able to launch a large-scale attack, said Fang Chun. Hearing this, Bai Wuzong and Jian Wu Hong looked at each other and nodded. Fang Chun's guess was not without reason. If the sea demons could launch a large-scale attack, the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave would have been occupied long ago. Chapter 1422. Fang Chun and the others had guessed correctly. That was indeed the case. The sea demons in the diving area had grasped some kind of loophole. Heavenly Body Realm sea demons could enter and leave as they wished, but Creation Realm sea demons had some restrictions. More and more sea demons entered the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. A few days after Feng Shun and the others killed the first wave of sea demons, they encountered several waves of sea demons along the way. Fortunately, the sea demons were very weak and couldn't withstand the attacks of Feng Shun and the others. Jian Wuhong, a Creation Realm Master, a 7-star Formation Master by Wuzong, and an even more freakish Feng Shun. With the three of them together, they could easily kill a first-level Creation Realm Sea Demon. Even if they encountered a second-level Creation Realm Sea Demon, they could still fight it. Unknowingly, the strength of the three-man team had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The three of them felt the seriousness of the situation. After killing the last wave of sea demons, they found a secluded place and began to cultivate. It was a race against time. Only by increasing their strength could they survive in the Coiling Moon Celestial Cave. Moreover, Feng Qin guessed that it wouldn't be long before the holders of the tokens of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces headed to the so-called cave. At that time, there would be as many experts as there were clouds, and it would be even more difficult to obtain one's own opportunity. While Feng Shun and the others were cultivating in seclusion, the Creation Realm martial artists who entered the Heavenly Soul Manor finally came out. Some people obtained some inheritances, while others obtained nothing at all. When everyone left, the Heavenly Soul Manor was filled with blood. Many weak Creation Realm martial artists lost their lives because of this. After the numerous Creation Realm martial artists left the Heavenly Soul Manor, they all had the same thought in their minds, and that was to head to the core area. However, at this time, they encountered sea demons. A powerful 5th-level Creation Realm sea demon led a large number of sea demons to an earth-shattering battle with the human martial artists. The end result was also very tragic. On the human side, many Creation Realm martial artists were killed or injured. However, in the end, they still killed the 5th-level Creation Realm sea demon. This battle made the human martial artists realize the seriousness of the matter. Then, a respected Blessed Realm elite suggested that they find the core before the sea monsters launched a large-scale attack. For a time, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was filled with the flames of war. The human martial artists used half a month's time to find the so-called first cave. However, in order to open a cave, one would need the tokens of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. In the end, the human clan warriors spread the news that warriors with the tokens of the 7 mansions and 13 palaces would gather here to open the cave mansions and search for the inheritance. Many people with tokens hurried over. During this period, the human race and the sea demons had a great battle. Every time there was a battle, some human warriors would be lost. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The human warriors were very anxious. Holders of the 13 palaces tokens, come to the core area immediately. The news swept through the entire inner area of Coiling Moon Immortal Cave, and all the Creation Realm experts were helpless against it. Without the token, there was no way to open the cave abode. They had been looking forward to it. In a month's time, Feng Shun had gained a lot. Ever since he obtained the Immortal Qi, his comprehension had become much stronger. He had cultivated the Green Thunder Insta-Kill and the space-time strangulation to the Perfection Realm. Both secret techniques had been cultivated to the Perfection Realm, and Feng Qin's strength had greatly increased. At the same time, Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzong also stopped cultivating. Their cultivation had been completely stabilized, and they had gained a lot. As soon as they came out of seclusion, the 3 of them heard the news. In the end, the 3 of them decided to go to the core area. No matter what, this was an opportunity. Moreover, the leader of the Sword Dao sect was also in the core area. When the time came, if someone wanted to deal with them, they would have to consider their own strength. Half a month later, Feng Shun and the other 2 arrived at the core area. The so-called core area was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. On the mountainside, there was a cave abode. The door of the cave abode was made of a huge stone, and there was a terrifying aura around it. 1 cave, 7 mansions, 13 palaces. Fangchen was shocked, because he felt that the immortal qi stored in the sea of Qi Star Pagoda had resonated. From this, it could be seen that the inside of the cave abode was extraordinary. It is said that there are some inheritances of the Moon Warrior Immortal in this cave abode, but I don't know if it is true. The Moon Warrior Immortal is an almighty of the god realm, and the inheritances he left behind must be extraordinary. We just have to wait for the owner of the token to come, and then we can enter. The mountainside was filled with martial artists, and they were all laughing and discussing. At the place closest to the stone door stood 3 powerful martial artists. These 3 powerful martial artists were surrounded by an extremely dense aura, and it was very terrifying. They were the strongest martial artists in the creation realm who had entered the Moon Divine Cave, and the martial artists of the human race were also led by them. The token of the 13 palaces hasn't appeared yet, the old man on the left said in a low voice. The token of the 7 mansions, but it is the token of the Heavenly Soul Palace, the armored old man on the right said. The old man in green in the middle had a serious expression, and he fell into deep thought. At this moment, someone spoke. I'm afraid the owner of the token is too weak and doesn't dare to appear. Yes, once he appears, the token will definitely be snatched away. Immediately, everyone was talking about it. Hearing this, the old man in green in the middle finally spoke. I guarantee with my dignity that if the owner of the token appears, we will definitely let him enter the cave abode, and we will definitely not lower ourselves to attack him. The old man on the left also spoke. That's right, the 3 of us have discussed, and each holder of the 13 palaces token can bring 3 martial artists into the cave abode. And the holder of the 7 mansions token can bring 6 people into the cave abode. So, if anyone here has a token, please hand it over. The 3 strongest martial artists spoke, and everyone looked at each other. Hearing this, Fangchen's heart skipped a beat. Then he walked out from the crowd. Seniors, I was lucky to have obtained some tokens, Fangchen said. Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 lit up, and they looked at Fangchen. What token did you get? The old man in green in the middle hurriedly asked. Fangchen waved his hand, and the token of the Heavenly Soul Manor appeared in his hand. This token was given to him by Jian Wuhong and the other 2. The token of the Heavenly Soul Manor is great. The 3 of them had been worried about not having enough tokens to open the cave abode. Now, someone had finally taken out a token. Ha ha! Young friend, you have a token, so you can bring 6 people into the cave abode. The armored old man laughed. The other 2 also nodded. With the words of the 3 old men, although many of the manifestation realm martial artists were greedy, they did not dare to snatch it. Kid, this token originally belonged to the Evil Soul Islands, but you snatched it. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads and found that the speaker was an old man from the Evil Soul Islands. You killed my Evil Soul Islands disciple and snatched the token. You deserve to die. With that, he waved his hand, and a cold aura instantly spread out, quickly condensing into an icicle that shot towards Fangchen. Crack! The icicle was too fast, and Fangchen did not have time to react. Stop! The leader of the Sword Dao faction in the crowd roared, but it was too late to make a move. He was extremely anxious and roared angrily. However, when the icicle was about to touch Fangchen, the azure-robed old man stretched out his hand and easily crushed the icicle. This young friend has the token, so we will ensure that he doesn't die. The azure-robed old man's words were very authoritative. Hearing this, the old man from the Evil Soul Islands no longer made a move. However, he was not prepared to let Fangchen off just like that. Clear River Ancestor, this kid is vicious and merciless. He killed my Evil Soul Islands disciple. Are we going to let him off just like that? The old man from the Evil Soul Islands said, Moreover, this token was taken from my Evil Soul Islands disciple. How shameless. What evidence do you have to prove that the token belongs to the Evil Soul Islands? Fangchen sneered. The leader of the Sword Dao faction stood beside Fangchen. Old Xie, as a dignified manifestation realm expert, Don't you find it embarrassing to attack a junior? Brat, if you know what's good for you, hand over the token and I can spare your life. The old man from the Evil Soul Islands was still threatening Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun was not afraid. The leader of the Sword Dao faction was about to speak, but the azure-robed old man spoke first. Enough. No one is allowed to attack this young friend in the coiling moon immortal cave. After going outside, you can do as you please. With the azure-robed old man's words, no one dared to have any thoughts about Fang Chun. The old man from the Evil Soul Islands also coldly glanced at Fang Chun, then turned and left. Fang Chun cupped his hands in thanks to the three old men, then looked at the leader of the Sword Dao faction. Leader, I'll give this token to you. As he spoke, Fang Chun threw the token to the leader of the Sword Dao faction. The leader of the Sword Dao faction was a bit stunned. Fang Chun actually gave away such a precious item just like that. This, as a disciple of the old Eastern Alliance, this is what I should do, Fang Chun said. The leader of the Sword Dao faction no longer pretended. He put away the token and said, Fang Chun, you've done a great service. The old Eastern Alliance will certainly reward you handsomely. The token was very useful to the leader. He could bring 6 people into the cave, greatly increasing his chances of obtaining the inheritance. The tokens of the 7 manors have appeared, but the tokens of the 13 palaces have not. The old man in armor spoke, drawing everyone's attention. Fang Chun heard this, scratched his head, then laughed mischievously. He walked in front of the azure-robed old man. Elder, when I was in the outer regions, I was lucky enough to obtain a token of the 13 palaces. Hearing this, the 3 elders' gazes all fell on Fang Chun. You have a token of the 13 palaces. Quickly take it out. The 3 old men were very happy. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chun took out all the tokens he'd obtained from Sword Star, Xie Chu, and the others. Crash! Suddenly, there was an uproar halfway up the mountain. All the warriors were thoroughly shocked. The tokens of the 13 palaces had all been obtained by Fang Chun. 13 tokens this. Chapter 1423. There were only 20 tokens in total from the 7 mansions and 13 palaces. Fang Chun had already taken out a token from the Heavenly Spear Hall. Now, all the tokens from the 13 palaces were with him. At this moment, everyone's gazes were filled with complicated emotions as they looked at him. The 13 palaces were in the periphery and were not very attractive to Creation Realm experts. Most of the forces sent their younger generation to the 13 palaces to compete for the tokens. To be able to gather all the tokens from the 13 palaces, one could imagine that this person's strength must be extremely rare among the younger generation. Even the 3 old men were looking at Fang Chun with burning gazes. Young friend, the green-robed elder was very surprised and speechless. The armored elder and the plain-robed elder smiled brightly. It was a good thing that the tokens from the 13 palaces were with one person. Good, very good. Since the tokens from the 7 mansions and 13 palaces have been gathered, we can consider opening the cave abode. The plain-robed elder said. Young friend, you can choose to bring anyone in. The armored elder said. Because of the 3 elders, no one dared to have any ideas about Fang Chun. However, there were always some people who had other ideas. Young friend, give me 1 token and I can give you anything. Suddenly, someone said, Yes, I can give you treasures. As long as you say the word, I can agree to all your requests. Young friend, as long as you have 1 token, you can enter the cave abode. Why don't you sell all the other 12 tokens? Following one of the people's suggestion, many of the Creation Realm warriors spoke up. Their eyes were filled with burning desire to get the tokens. For a moment, Fang Chun became the focus of attention halfway up the mountain. The leader of the Swordway faction did not expect things to turn out like this. He had a smile on his face as he watched quietly. Fang Chun, if you have too many tokens, you will easily become a target. Why don't you? Seeing that Fang Chun was deep in thought, the leader of the Swordway faction transmitted his voice to him. Fang Chun nodded. In fact, he had the same idea. He could take advantage of this opportunity to extort a large sum of money. I am willing to sell 12 tokens, but the premise is that you can give me something that interests me. Fang Chun said. while the entire mountainside was in an uproar. Young friend, I'll offer 13 kilograms of void meteoric iron. Little friend, I offer 15 kilograms of yellow crane ice magic iron. Little friend, many cultivators stated their prices one after another, wanting to exchange for a token. The three old men chuckled as they watched this scene. Little friend Fong is indeed a dragon among men. The three of them had sharp eyes and could tell that Fong Chun was extraordinary at a glance. Coupled with the fact that he had obtained the token of the 13 palaces, he was even more impressed. After quietly waiting for all the cultivators to finish speaking, Fong Chun opened his mouth. I want to increase the level of my weapon, so I need some materials to refine it. As he spoke, Fong Chun took out the red glass sword. Among the crowd, there was someone who was a divine artifact craftsman. He immediately recognized the material of the red glass sword. Young friend, your long sword is made from void mithril and glazed flame iron. I have 3 materials here that are very suitable for you. With that, the man took out 3 materials. The first is void black silver, which is an upgraded version of void mithril. When combined with void mithril, it can unleash unexpected power and increase the success rate by several times. The second is glazed tungsten, which is of the same origin as glazed flame iron, but of a higher level. It is also a rare material in the outside world. As for the third type, it was born for your sword. Speaking of this, the man took out the last material. It was a wooden sword. On the wooden sword, there were complex sword-shaped inscriptions circulating. It looked ordinary, but it was extraordinary. This wooden sword is a treasure of heaven and earth similar to a sword embryo. When refining a long sword, you can use it as the sword heart and merge it with it. Once successfully refined, the weapon will have spiritual intelligence, which is very terrifying. The man said with a confident smile. Hearing this, the others' faces turned gloomy. The man who spoke was the most famous 7-star divine artifact craftsman in the 4 main islands. The material he took out was the most suitable for Fong Chen's needs. How can we compete with a divine artifact craftsman? Someone sighed. All right, deal. After hearing the divine artifact craftsman's introduction, Fong Chun was secretly delighted. These 3 materials were what he had been yearning for even in his dreams. When he first obtained the red glass sword, Jian Wuhong had told him about them. If he wanted to upgrade the red glass sword, he needed void black silver and glazed tungsten. As for the wooden sword, it exceeded Fong Chen's expectations. This unexpected gain made Fong Chun very happy. The first token was successfully sold. Fong Chun was very excited. The divine artifact craftsman put away the token and nodded to Fong Chun. Little friend, if you give me another token, I can upgrade the sword for free. I guarantee success. It was very difficult to merge a wooden sword into a weapon. The divine artifact craftsman was very confident. In the 4 main islands, there is almost no 7-star divine artifact craftsman other than him who could do it, and he was willing to give up the wooden sword for the Moon War Immortal's inheritance. Hearing this, Fong Chen pondered. If you agree, not only will I help you upgrade the sword, but I will also owe you a favor, the divine artifact craftsman continued. Thank you, divine artifact craftsman. Fong Chun cupped his hands and threw out a token. Of the 12 tokens, 2 were taken by the divine artifact craftsman. Suddenly, everyone was anxious. There were too many martial artists, and there were only 10 tokens left. The competition would be very fierce. Little friend, when we leave the Moon War Immortal Cave, I will forge a weapon for you, the divine artifact craftsman said. Fong Chen nodded. He had heard of the divine artifact craftsman before. He always kept his promises. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Little friend, what else do you need? Just tell me. Some people couldn't sit still and hurriedly asked. Fong Chun pondered for a moment. He wanted to make the best use of the remaining tokens. First, he had to think about himself. The most important thing was to increase his strength. For the time being, he couldn't increase his cultivation, and he didn't lack secret techniques. Now that he had a way to upgrade his weapon, he wanted to see if he could gain anything from the array. After Fong Chen announced his request, Fong Chen nodded. Immediately, a few divine artifact craftsmen took out some array treasures, wanting to exchange them for Fong Chen's tokens. After weighing the pros and cons, Fong Chen chose a treasure called the array eye. This treasure was like a human's eye, dark and oval-shaped. Little friend, if you put this array eye into the array, it can instantly upgrade the array by 1 grade, the divine artifact craftsman said with a smile. Fong Chen nodded. The deal was a success. In the following time, Fong Chen exchanged for many treasures. Basically, they were all very beneficial to him. An hour later, out of the 10 tokens, only 2 were left. The old man who threatened Fong Chen in the Evil Soul Islands couldn't hold back anymore. Little friend, can you give me the last 2 tokens? Hearing this, Fong Chen glanced at the man, then shook his head and refused directly. There was no room for negotiation. Just now, he wanted to kill him and snatch the tokens, but now he had the face to exchange for tokens. Little friend, think about it carefully. As a high-ranking member of the Evil Soul Islands, I can take out treasures that you don't even dare to think about. The man continued, if you agree, I can agree to any condition. I can even make you the Holy Son of the Evil Soul Islands. Hearing the words, Holy Son, everyone was moved. The Holy Son of the Evil Soul Islands was well known. There would only be one Holy Son in every era. Every saint was a monstrous genius with unparalleled talent. They had all grown up by stepping on white bones. The Holy Son had a high status. If he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become the master of the islands in the future. This was a great honor. Moreover, becoming the Holy Son would bring countless benefits. The position of the Holy Son of the Evil Soul Islands had been vacant for several hundred years. No one had been able to become the Holy Son. And now, this man was actually using the position of the Holy Son to tempt Fong Chen. It had to be said that his methods were very clever. If it were anyone else, they would have been wild with joy. But unfortunately, Fong Chen didn't like the people of the Evil Soul Islands. So, he still shook his head and refused. Why don't you even want the position of the Holy Son of the Evil Soul Islands? Do you know how many people dream of it? The old man from the Evil Soul Islands said coldly. I don't want to make a deal with your Evil Soul Islands, said Fong Chen. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to the people of the Evil Soul Islands. That man was furious and wanted to attack. But when he saw the gazes of the 3 experts, he gave up on that idea. Brother Fong, I wonder if you can trade the tokens to my Heavenly Sword Archipelago? Suddenly, a cultivator walked out of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago's region. This person was Jian Yunshin. He had met Fong Chen once before. That will depend on the sincerity of your Heavenly Sword Archipelago, said Fong Chen. Young friend, my Heavenly Sword Archipelago can give you a slot, said an old man. A slot for the sword pool. Boom! Another uproar came from halfway up the mountain. The Heavenly Sword Archipelago even offered a slot for the sword pool. Who could compete against them? Okay, deal. Although Fong Chen didn't know what a slot for the sword pool was, he felt that it should be extraordinary. Moreover, he didn't want to offend the people of the Heavenly Sword Archipelago. Besides, the 12 tokens allowed him to obtain a lot of natural treasures. It was enough. The 12 tokens were all traded. Only the cultivators of the Evil Soul Islands didn't get a single token. Everyone glared at Fong Chen. They wanted nothing more than to tear Fong Chen into pieces. However, there was nothing they could do in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. All right, since the tokens have been distributed, we can open the door now. Now, you can open the cave abode, said the old man. Those who have a token, choose the person you want to bring. The rest, leave, said the armored old man. Soon, everyone finished choosing. Fong Chen only brought Jian Wuhong and Bai Wuzhong. The rest leave. Chapter 1424. After clearing out the unrelated martial artists, there were only a few martial artists left on the mountainside. 8 study. These martial artists were all qualified to enter the cave abode. Take out your tokens, the elder in green said. Immediately, all the martial artists threw their tokens into the sky. First, the tokens of the 13 palaces gathered together and formed a black token. Then, the tokens of the 7 palaces merged into a golden token. Finally, the black token and the golden token merged into a dual-colored token. Under everyone's gaze, the dual-colored token entered the cave abode's stone door. Dong! The ground shook as the cave abode's stone door slowly opened. Wisps of immortal chi escaped from within. What a powerful aura! Even the creation realm martial artists were slightly moved. Such a shocking scene was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. In the blink of an eye, the stone door opened completely. Immortal chi surrounded the cave abode and swallowed the light. Go in. As the elder in green and the other two entered, the other martial artists swarmed in. Fang Chun and the other two were the last to enter the cave abode. The cave abode wasn't too big, and there were dozens of yellow futons on the ground. These futons were surrounded by immortal chi. Welcome everyone to the real, coiling moon celestial cave. Suddenly, a deafening sound was heard. Everyone was shocked. All the treasures of the coiling moon celestial cave are on the dozens of futons on the ground. You can freely choose a futon, but be careful. Once you choose a futon, you can't change it, and you can't snatch others' futons. After that, the voice disappeared. Immediately, countless martial artists stared at the dozens of futons with burning eyes. Whoosh! The first to rush into the futons were the three strongest martial artists. After the three of them chose, the others followed suit. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He didn't know how to choose. Just as he was hesitating, his heart suddenly moved and his mind shook. Fang Chen turned to look at a futon on the left and felt uneasy. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little confused. After thinking for a moment, he walked straight to the futon and sat down cross-legged. Whether he could choose a futon or not depended on luck. Fang Chen couldn't do anything about it. As soon as Fang Chen sat down on the praying mat, a scorching aura entered his body through the praying mat. Then his perfect sword body was released on its own. Fang Chen felt that the futon was absorbing the aura of the perfect sword body. The next moment, Fang Chen lost consciousness. Before he lost consciousness, Fang Chen vaguely heard an ancient voice in his mind. Who would have thought that after so many years, I would still be able to see a familiar aura? In the outside world, the sea demons that had entered the coiling moon immortal cave launched a large-scale attack. An intense battle broke out between them and the human race cultivators. The battle was extremely fierce, and both sides suffered heavy losses. However, none of the martial artists in the cave knew about this. No one knew how much time had passed. Fang Chen felt like he had a strange dream. He dreamt that he had become an unnamed disciple of the Penguin warrior immortal. The Penguin warrior immortal had told him to look for him after he entered the divine world. Suddenly, Fang Chen woke up from his dream. His forehead was full of sweat. Deep sleep. Fang Chen looked around and found that the martial artists sitting on the praying mats were all in deep sleep. Only the three strongest forces remained clear-headed. Strange dream. Fang Chen muttered to himself. However, at this moment, a strange voice sounded. You and I are fated, so I will accept you as my unnamed disciple. In the future, when you come to the divine realm, you could become my official disciple. This voice was very ancient, as if it had traveled across the river of time. Fang Chen's heart shook, setting off stormy waves. His dream had come true. That dream is real. I have become the disciple of the coiling moon immortal. Fang Chen couldn't believe his ears. However, when he saw the black token in his hand, he finally believed it. He was so lucky to have chosen an important praying mat left behind by the coiling moon immortal and become the coiling moon immortal's unnamed disciple. The front of this token had the word battle written on it. On the other side, there was a complicated pattern drawn. Fang Chen didn't know what it was. After looking at it briefly, Fang Chen put away the token. This token was the symbol of his identity, so he couldn't lose it. I didn't expect to become the coiling moon immortal's unnamed disciple so easily. However, it seems like I didn't get any benefits. Fang Chen curled his lips. Although he could become the coiling moon immortal's official disciple after entering the divine realm, it was equivalent to having a very strong backer. However, it seemed like he didn't get anything. Was that really the case? Obviously not, because not long after, a large amount of information entered his mind. After carefully sorting it out, Fang Chun was shocked to find that after becoming the Coiling Moon Immortal's in-name disciple, he could control the entire Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. In other words, as long as he could refine the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's mansion guarding steel, he could control the cave as he wished. This, Fang Chun was agitated in his heart. This was great news. However, Fang Chun soon couldn't feel happy. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's mansion guarding steel had been worn down by time and couldn't operate on its own. If he wanted to refine it, he had to make it operate on its own. The only treasure that could make it operate was the Crystal Dragon Scale Stone. Crystal Dragon Scale Stone, Fang Chun muttered. According to the information, the Crystal Dragon Scale Stone was located in the depths of the Void Ocean. Wanted to get it was harder than ascending to the heavens. While Fang Chun was thinking, many martial artists woke up and walked out of the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Everyone had a good harvest and didn't want others to know that they had obtained the inheritance. Therefore, they left tacitly. With the return of many experts, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was completely defeated. In the end, they were forced to flee. The Coiling Moon Immortal Cave's strongest inheritance had been obtained by everyone. Staying here would be a waste of time. Many martial artists gradually left. Brother Fang, let's go too. Bai Wuzong said, You guys go first. I still have some things to do. Fang Chun said in a low voice. Jin Wuhong had some doubts on her face. She shook her head and turned to leave. The leader of the Sword Dao faction also came to ask Fang Chun before leaving. Fang Chun, if you have any problems in the future, come find us 3 old farts. In the 4 great archipelago, the 3 of us still have some weight. Little guy, cultivate well. We have high hopes for you. After this incident, the 3 experts' attitudes towards Fang Chun were completely different. It was obvious that they had obtained what they wanted in the cave. Before leaving, they didn't forget to say goodbye to Fang Chun. Soon, the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave was empty. After confirming that everyone had left, Fang Chun quickly arrived at a hidden palace according to the map in his mind. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. A complicated light flickered in the palace. Suddenly, a stone stele broke out of the ground. This was the mansion guarding stone stele and also the control center of the entire Coiling Moon Immortal Cave. Fang Chun dripped a drop of blood on the stone stele. Immediately, waves of energy entered his palm. Then, Fang Chun felt that he could discover everything in the Coiling Moon Immortal Cave with just a thought. Although I can see everything in the cave, I can't control it. Fang Chun curled his lips. Without the Crystal Dragon Scale Stone, he couldn't refine the mansion guarding stone stele. Fang Chun found that the Sea Demon clan members were hiding in some hidden places to heal. Let's capture a Sea Demon and ask, Fang Chun said to himself. Then, he used the mansion guarding stone stele to teleport to the side of a Sea Demon. Bang! Before the Sea Demon could react, he grabbed the Sea Demon's head. Where is the Crystal Dragon Scale Stone? Fang Chun asked. I don't know, the Sea Demon said in a panic. Okay. Fang Chun tightened his grip, and the Sea Demon screamed. I really don't know. Crack. After crushing the Sea Demon's head, Fang Chun continued to search for the next Sea Demon. After searching for more than a dozen Sea Demons, he finally captured a Creation Realm Sea Demon. This Sea Demon was seriously injured in the previous battle, so he couldn't fight anymore and was captured by Fang Chun. Answer whatever I ask you. Otherwise, I will kill you, Fang Chun said in a low voice. What do you want to know? Where is the Crystal Dragon Scale Stone? Fang Chun asked. Hearing this, the Creation Realm Sea Demon was shocked. Then, he shook his head frantically.